money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than the taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, aight? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Run me my money.
Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. I'll be right next to you. I'll be there. Both eyes closed, oh, right next to you. Oh, both eyes
everybody, and welcome back to Worlds 2022, live from the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. Now, after JDG secured the first semifinal ticket for the LPL yesterday, today it's time for a rivalry as old as time, as Royal Never Give Up is facing off against T1 in an epic MSI Finals rematch. And I am lucky enough to be joined at the State Farm Analyst Desk by Emily Rand, Chronicler, and Azael as the arena fills up behind us. What a home this has been for our group stage and our quarterfinals so far here at the Hulu Theater in New York City. Crowd popping off each and every single day, and I'm sure we're in for a banger of a series. And plenty of screams and chants on both sides of the table as we dive into this one. Let's start by updating our bracket because, as I mentioned just yesterday, JDG was our first quarterfinalist to book a ticket straight to the semifinals, and they, of course, await the winner of today's series, T1 versus Royal Never Give Up. And then Saturday, Sunday, we'll hop down to the lower half of the bracket where we see Gen G go up against Damwon Kia, and then DRX and Edward Gaming will close us out for our stay here in New York City. I think for most, the results of yesterday, in terms of the victor, unsurprising, particularly Azael, with how JDG has shown up in their form this tournament. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, JDG, you know, they're my crystal ball pick to win the tournament. I was really impressed with how 369 was playing yesterday. This half of the bracket, I think, is so exciting for top laners. We have 369 winning yesterday. We have Zeus and Breathe going up against each other today. Oh, yeah. The winner of that gets to go against 369. I am so excited after the form that 369 showed yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it actually just points to the evolution of him as a player. Used to be known as this carry player who would kind of always overextend, didn't necessarily know when to group with his team. Was kind of teased by one of his former junglers, or not teased, maybe ripped apart a little bit for not being able to play Gragas among other champions. So it's just been cool to see his evolution.
Chronicler, are you up on the rules of the tournament? Are there any rules against name changing midway through? Maybe 999 at this point?
He could get away with it. He could get away with it. But I'm with Azael. I think the real test for him, as well as I think Odo played, is going to come when whichever team wins here today is going to go up, because both Zeus and Brief are just so damn good.
Well, there you have it. That was yesterday's series. And while there was a tiny bit of history moving into yesterday's series, today's is absolutely stacked with history, both when you look at players individually, but also these two organizations, Emily, T1, RNG, the number of times that they have had to do battle against each other at big international events.
Yeah, so all the way back, rookie Faker faced Royal Club, won his first world championship en route to creating this kind of SK Telecom T1 dynasty. They met again in the 2016 MSI semifinals, and then again in the 2016 Worlds quarterfinals. And every single time you're going to notice a pattern here, because T1 are going to defeat RNG a lot, although you see it gets a little closer, you know, they're getting scaling a little, except for this, because then RNG, when they were placed in a group with SKT in 2019, didn't even make it out of groups. It was Fnatic and T1 leaving that group, and then finally this year is the first time that they were actually able to beat them in an international best-of-5.
And I just think it was so incredible that they were finally able to take them down. There's so much history between these two orgs, and it was really kind of showcased in the fact that LCK had always dominated the LPL in all the early years of League of Legends. And that really was mirrored in the head-to-head between these two teams. And finally, after 4 years of what has been LPL dominance, taking down those international titles, RNG are able to take down their demon in T1.
Yeah, to your point here, when we take a look at the way the regions match up, we've separated this by pre and post 2018, where you can see a very stark shift in the regional power.
And it makes sense. Pre-2018 was the era of LCK, basically won everything. And then, particularly in 2018 and 2019, LCK struggled so much as the LPL took over.
Absolutely. And when you look at the series score, it makes it sound so one-sided. But, you know, when you look at the game score, a lot of these series are very competitive. Yeah. It is not as though the LCK teams are just getting clapped left and right. And when you think about even losses for T1, it's been a while since they've won an international title. But 3 of the last 4 international BO5s that they have lost were 3-2s, right? So they have been exceptionally close time and time again. And they really are on that precipice of getting back to where they want to be.
And of course, there's a series and 5 games up for grabs here in this bout today to affect that graphic.
I was surprised. I'm like, oh, game 5.
Alrighty, well, there are so many incredible players who have been a part of this storied rivalry. Time for another round of Who Am I? RNG T1 edition to see who, or rather how well, all 3 of you remember them. I'm going to represent a famous name, past or present, from the rivalry, and you need to hit your bell and guess who I I am. Based on the clues, you each only get 1 guess per person, 1 point for each correct answer, and the first to 4 wins. Now, I only have 7 names, so there's a possibility no one makes it to 4.
I might run it and
I'm ready to sprint
and then I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what we do at that point. But let's dive into player number 1. Clue number 1. Me and my RNG teammates last faced T1 in a World's Best of 5 at Worlds 2017, losing 2-3.
So it's
Clue number 2.
RNG.
I beat T1 in the MSI 2022 final. Oh, that was a weak bell, but a bell nonetheless.
I'm gonna go Ming.
He is correct.
Yeah.
He's on the board. Wow. All right, already starting to doubt your prelude.
It was a little bit of a crapshoot.
Azael's like, oh, I don't know. I'm not great at
By the way,
names.
backstage downstairs, Azael he's been going on with this logic all the time.
This
Like,
is
I
a
don't
true
understand.
story.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Player number 2. I was a teammate with Faker between 2014 and 2018.
Banky?
Not correct. So Azael cannot answer for the rest of this. It's between you two.
Oh,
But
God.
Clue number 2. No bot laner has participated in more RNG versus T1 matchups.
Wolf.
Incorrect. No bot laner.
Bang.
That is correct. Boom. Emily gets it with bang.
When
It was close.
when did Banky leave?
You baited me with bangy.
When did
and I
Banky
was like,
leave T1? Was that before? It would have been earlier, I guess. Must have been. Anyway, next question.
On to the second one. We're 1 point apiece for Emily and Azael. Our third player. I was teammates with Xiaohu between 2016 and 2019. Clue number 2. In 3 attempts, I have never beaten T1 in a best of 5.
MLXG?
Not correct.
Uzi I?
That is correct. We've got Uzi, player number 2, and now Emily moves up to
No.
2 points. Chronicler,
rough.
I'm gonna need you to pick it up, all right? My boy, my guy, all right? Player number 4. I will win my 4th World Championship if T1 wins Worlds this year.
Faker.
Incorrect, but nice try. Clue number 2. I have a 1-2 record in the LPL versus RNG and a 4-3 record overall versus RNG.
Wait, I'm super.
Yeah, this one's next level, and
Bangy?
that is correct. Bangy,
Oh, the coach.
as a coach. Yeah, as
Let's
a coach.
go.
He could get his 4th World Championship. I love it. Emily's up to 3 points. She needs
cream.
1 more to bring it all home. Player number 5, clue number 1. I have never lost a best of 5 in the T1 RNG rivalry. Never lost a best of 5 in the T1 RNG rivalry. Clue number 2. I'm the only player in this rivalry to ever secure a quadra kill.
Gala?
That is correct.
Yeah,
2
because
points.
He wasn't there last time they played, which was 2017, I believe.
There it
so it
is.
had to be someone new.
Nice.
Alrighty. And Zale's looking to close the gap here with 2 more players to go. There's only 2 people really in the running for this one. Although at this point, I think making
It's the fantasy
That's
draft
okay.
all over
It's
again.
okay. No, don't bring up the draft, man. Come on, that's not.
Okay, player
Below
number
the belt.
6. Player number
Here,
6.
You're running it down for him.
Clue number, okay, go.
Faker.
Close enough. No, it's wrong. All right, that's your one guess. All right, clue number 1. I was teammates with Faker in 2019. I was teammates with Xiaohu in 2016.
Oh.
I'm gonna give you a moment on this, and then I'll give you clue number 3. Okay, clue number 3. I only played on the RNG side of the rivalry.
Would it be Duke?
Incorrect.
IG.
Losing 2 best of 5s in 2016. So only played on the RNG side of the rivalry, losing 2 best of 5s in 2016. This is for the win.
No, that's not right.
Give me an answer.
Mata.
That is correct.
Oh!
That is correct.
I
She
thought I
nailed
had
it.
the years wrong.
Oh, you
Wait,
got
I
it.
win.
You got it.
Congratulations.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
4 points for you. Okay, producers, I'm declaring Emily the winner, but producers want us to go for the 7th and
Okay,
final
all right.
one. Okay, they wanted to make it worth 5 points for Chronicler's sake.
Hey!
I'm putting the kibosh
I'm coming
on
back.
I'm putting the kibosh on that. Emily's the winner.
That's
We're doing
how I lost
this is
last
for
time.
pride and glory. That's
Wow.
all. Okay. All right. Clue number 1. I'm one of only 5 players who competed in this rivalry, but was not teammates with either Faker or Xiaohu.
Well, it can't be current players then.
Wait.
I'm already a little questionable on this.
So it would have to be someone before Xiaohu joined.
Okay, yeah. So by the way, I don't see any of these until I get here on the day of, so they're telling me it makes sense. All right, clue number 2. My Galio was contested heavily in my last victory in the rivalry. And I'm the only player to win international titles on 2 different positions.
Xiaohu.
That is correct.
Because he's not a teammate with himself.
He's not a teammate with himself, which is the bait. The bait there.
When you went for the Galio, I started to get it.
Yeah. So Zale has 7 points. Chroniclers. No.
Let's go!
Emily, of course, is still the victor. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at
4-3. It was close. Well played, Emily. Well played.
This
Chronicler, thanks for showing up.
I was here. I was a part of it.
I think this is a pretty cool graphic right here. Yeah. This is a graphic of Xiaohu's teammates throughout the years. Look how many different players, one, have had the privilege of playing alongside him, but you'll also notice there, 2021, his name jumps up to the top lane for that split and the MSI championship that they would be able to acquire in that moment before he hops back to mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible, like how much of a focal point he has been for so many years. You know, as soon as Uzi left, I think it was undebatable that this really was his team. And the fact that he has had so much success over so many years and across 2 different positions is truly incredible.
And of course, while you know, there was that kind of exchange midway through this organizational history from Uzi to Xiaohu, you go over to T1, and of course, it's Faker there from start to finish. So we've done the exact same thing. 1 giant block in the middle.
The top laners, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
It's the top laner and jungler rotation. Although, like, you see kind of the evolution of the position with, like, Bengi and then Tom coming in as a substitute, and then Bengi and Blank splitting time, and then Peanut and Blank splitting time, then Blank and Blossom splitting time.
Yeah. I mean, just look at these names, though. It is wild to me how many top-level players, you know, have come through this organization alongside Faker.
I mean, even right now, like, so many of these players, Cuz has just had an incredible year, even though Katie wasn't able to make it. Teddy still looked incredibly strong as well.
I will say, justice for Easy Hoon. He should be on there.
He's not. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
He's never a starter.
Won a world championship.
I agree.
He won a world championship. He should be on there.
No, Abs, that's a great call. Yeah. A great call. He
so Easy Hoon / Faker. Yeah. Who is the bigger T1 mid leader? It's up for anyone to decide.
I think it might be Faker.
I'll be honest with you. This is probably your answer right here. When it comes to who's bigger, let's go ahead and take a look at Faker through the years. This guy has persisted while others have come
his dark phase.
Dark era.
It's not a phase, Mom. This is who I am.
Every iteration of T1 Faker.
And to me, the most mind-blowing thing is that even as players like Showmaker and Chovy have come into the LCK, BDD, Zeka is the latest example of extremely strong mid laner. Faker has always been able to, at the very least, contend, and it's that longevity that really sets him apart from so many other players.
And one thing I really want to give Faker credit for, as he himself evolved as a mid laner in his career, is you saw the rotating jungle position, right? Yeah. Especially in the post-Bengi era. Faker is really, really good at raising young junglers. Like, Owner is kind of the latest in a line of junglers that SKT/T1 is rotated through. And what he can do for a jungler, whether he's playing for them or they're playing for him, is massive.
And I think something that he's done better than almost anyone in the game's history is adapt his playstyle to what his team needs.
Yep.
Yeah. There you have it. He's back on North American soil looking to hoist the Summoners Cup in the place where he first did it. Now, this is a rivalry almost as old as our sport itself, and it comes to a head once more in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's T1 versus RNG.
Some things in life are eternal. Death, taxes, and RNG facing T1. In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we get to see a rivalry that still burns bright.
T1's in hot pursuit. Owner's grabbing the first kill. The Herald dies in the turret. Razork's gonna be next. Upset tries to provide covering fire, but Humanoid's made his way in. He is ejected, and Gumayushi is ready to catch the pass.
Ming now going in to look at lock up Chovy, and on flank on the backside, but Chovy still managed to get out. No, Chovy taken down. Gala's massive. It's all about Gala. It's all about the chakrams. Genji running for the hills. Gala says not today.
The love and respect that each of these organizations hold from the respective regions is overwhelming. And because of this, there's so much more on the line than just a spot in semi-finals. The last chapter of this intense rivalry was back at the MSI Finals in an epic 5-game brawl for the title.
Owner in the backline with the cyclone trying to do what he can, but Ming with a 4-man charm. Kevin dives off, but Ingo goes Wade. The kick back onto Zeus. RNG just sweep the floor with T1.
Both teams had 2 MSI titles before their showdown, and in the end, it was the LPL Titans that could call themselves kings of the tournament, with Xiaohu and Ming becoming the first 3-time champions.
Xiaohu, the little tiger, has roared into life. The LPL continue their era of dominance, and they are leaving no one alive. It's RNG's world, and we're just living in it.
But at Worlds, T1 have had RNG's number in years past. So to get one step closer to the title they've yet to hold, RNG first need to conquer their demon.
Now, we've dove deep into the history that stands between these two organizations, but I do think it warrants diving just a little bit deeper into their most recent meeting, which, of course, was only a few months ago, MSI Finals. This is a rematch where RNG was finally able to best T1 in a best-of-5.
And it was such an incredible series, and I had the privilege of actually getting to cast this so back and forth, so many games down to these critical team fights, critical moments. And the history was definitely working against RNG in the matchup, but they were finally able to really come out on top.
And to me, this was also a series that I think for T1 they really took to heart, and it was very, very tough on them. They came into MSI as the clear favorites, and basically right off the get-go with their game against Saigon Buffalo, we saw that this team was actually going through struggles. They couldn't necessarily live up, I think, to the hype that they had coming in, and RNG showcased such incredible resilience throughout the entirety of the tournament.
Now, Chronicler, if we try and isolate back to the journeys of the teams this year, let's hop over to the T1 side. It's not all been sunshine and roses. Obviously, they would have liked to have won that MSI championship, but even domestically, it wasn't like they were without fault or without competition.
And that's the problem. Whenever you talk about T1, it's never good enough. This team was undefeated, broke records in spring, got one game away. It wasn't like it was a complete disaster. One game away from winning MSI, and still not good enough. Came back domestically, was by a large margin the second best team within the LCK. And sure, Gen.G was ahead of them, but still, both their regular split as well as their playoffs, they were a team that always looked like they could get it done, and then just wasn't enough.
I mean, the expectations are just so high for these teams, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone in the LCK, all the LCK fans really want to return to international dominance. They want that title. So if you dominate the LCK, you are really looked on as that paragon of hope who is supposed to take home the title. And you talk about how it was a hurtful loss for T1. You have to remember, most of these players were not around for the glory days of T1. They haven't tasted international titles yet.
Now, that said, every time we return to international competition and Worlds in particular, T1 still always manages to find some magic. And we saw a bit of that on display in their group stage performance just this year.
Even yesterday, or even last year, I personally argue T1 was getting much further into the tournament than I expected based on the experience of these players. And what we've seen from thus far in the group stage, besides the one loss against Fnatic, is that overall, the amount of dominance they showcase in their wins kind of brings me back to what they looked like in spring when they were successful domestically.
Yeah, coming into this, we were like, this could be a really good meta for T1 based on the pushing bot lanes. They're kind of coming back into prominence. And another thing I want to reiterate is that Faker there, you saw him on the Akali, right? So we were coming in expecting him to be like, oh yeah, he's going to play for his team, and he still does, but it was really cool to see him pull out an assassin pick like that and just have some monstrous carry games too.
Now, Emily, let's flip the script. Let's talk about RNG and their year. An interesting one, to say the least. MSI champions, okay, that's pretty great. But we have to note that they're not, but that they would follow that MSI championship by not qualifying as the first seed for the LPL, and in fact have to play through play-ins.
Yeah, they still ended up having a pretty strong regular season, but then unexpectedly lost in their first playoff best-of-5, which meant that they actually ended up getting, it wasn't even at the point where the bracket devolved into you being able to play twice. So they ended up going to regional finals. And I remember, I believe it was with Wei, they were asking him in play-ins, like, oh, do you guys feel the pressure, like, as, you know, the LPL representative? And he's like, feel the pressure, we're the 4th seed. Like, I don't know what people are talking about.
Super good time.
Yeah. Taking it easy.
Probably helped that they're hard smashing everybody as well, you know, in that time.
Fixes all problems.
Exactly. Hey, yeah, your mood gets a lot better when you're winning games. T1 RNG, now interestingly enough as well, as we talk about history, these two organizations have the most games, not only the most games played, but the most games won on the world stage.
By an absolutely enormous margin, right? Like, these two teams are League of Legends when it comes to international play, and I think it's just so incredible that these organizations, you know, not even just the individual players, but have been able to craft rosters time and time again to always be competing at the top and always be successful through all years, all metas, everything.
We're doing a service to the Western teams by not showing the games lost.
I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go there, Dash.
Win percentage is not to be discussed here on this.
It looks really good if you squid.
We're focusing on the positive, guys. Come on.
Too funny. Okay, so while organizationally there is a ton of experience on the world stage, there's a nice contrast here, particularly with T1, when we take a look at the experience and or the age of the players on this roster. 4 out of 5 of the youngest players at Worlds still competing. That's an important addendum.
Yeah.
Are on T1.
The youngest team was Saigon Buffalo. T1 right now, even with Faker, who has been there since 2013, is on average the youngest roster still remaining, which is just
I want to
insane.
see the list expand now to wherever Faker is.
Yeah,
right?
like he's all the way down
where
there.
is he now? You know, like you get down to 100. Like where?
I really think in that, going into that as well, let's also shout out to Zeka, who is much younger than I thought. I thought it was well in his 20s, but what is really key here is that I think this also explains a lot about how T1 currently look, because this is a team that is by far the most explosive out of anyone still remaining in the tournament, I'd argue. I'd say that Top Esports would be the one that would match them in terms of early game, but obviously Top didn't make it to the knockout stages, and a lot of the other LCK teams are a bit more slower on the pace, and I'd argue EDG is the same.
A very young lineup on the side of T1, but as we start to focus in on the matchups lane by lane, I think it feels only natural to go to the two long-standing members, Faker versus Xiaohu.
Yeah, you absolutely have to, and I mean, obviously we've done a lot about how these two players are the kind of the leaders of their team, right? Like, obviously Faker has been with SK Telecom / T1 for the entirety of his career. Xiaohu is almost the same. He had that stint on GAMT when he first debuted. And here it's super interesting actually to compare. Obviously RNG, one thing I do want to point out is that they do also have play-ins. So Xiaohu did have a bunch more games to kind of experiment and throw stuff out. But then there's the shared champs and then the one victor on Faker's side.
Clearly Faker's champion pool is a little bit sussy here.
Oh, get it.
No, I don't know if he plays enough champions, guys. I think he's up to, from the top of my head, around 80 now. It's been a lot, but really quickly want to hit the fact that the LeBlanc and the Galio only have been played by Xiaohu thus far, whereas you would also expecting T1 to pull it out, especially in a series like this when they are really hotly contested. So exciting.
Well, and notably, neither of them have gotten their hands on an Azir pick, which has been obviously a top-tier pick at the tournament. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm expecting more of kind of the facilitator champions to be highly prized in this series. So it's interesting because that was really what these teams were looking towards in summer. But at Worlds, it has been more of a move towards carries, at least for Faker.
Now, let's talk a little bit about stakes, but stakes specifically for Faker here at Worlds, because when we talk appearances and finishes at Worlds, Faker has never finished worse than a semi-final appearance.
And he has won every single group stage that he has come to. So it is a pretty ridiculous streak.
Always makes it to quarters, always makes it past quarters, and that's where his trials and tribulations begin. If you could even call it that, because he's still, of course, the most decorated individual on the world stage. So again, titanic task for RNG today as they try and hand Faker his first quarterfinal loss at Worlds. From Faker, though, we're going up to the top lane to talk about Zeus, and I know Chronicler is pumped to talk about this guy.
I have to, because Zeus to me is the key difference in what was already a much better than expected run that T1 had last year, because I wasn't too hot on them coming into the tournament last time around, and then they got one game away from actually making the finals, and this is his first Worlds. This is a player that in terms of how well he plays, no matter what side of the matchup is on, with as little resources as he gets, and as young as he is just insane. I mean,
he's a generational talent, right? You look at him as the youngest remaining player in the event, and he is truly a superstar. You know, one of, if not the best top laner in the entire world. As you said, gets very little resources.
Look at this.
And one of the things that really stood out to me is the fact that he was actually one of the lowest as far as JP, so he's getting almost no help from jungle. It's also interesting that he doesn't actually play the lanes very volatile. He doesn't really get a lot of kills, but he just creates enormous CS advantages by playing the wave states perfectly, by slowly chipping away his opponents, and never really giving up any deaths.
Well, and then suddenly he shows up to team fights, and he's massive, and you're just like, where did this guy come from? Which I think is also reflected, obviously, in the damage per minute numbers and the gold per minute numbers.
I find that scary, though. When you talk about a player who can build massive leads, but in consistent ways, and in ways that aren't very volatile, right? So I would be a lot more confident playing at someone who wants to take 1v1s, and yes, it's going to kill me. Yeah, exactly. Flip it for the all-in. Hey, maybe I come out on top, but when this guy's just going to build a 19 CSD lead at 14 minutes and never fight me, like, what the heck am I supposed to do?
Well, and I think one thing that I also want to point out is that obviously Zeus doesn't get a ton of help from his team. You saw the jungle procs numbers. Breathe also doesn't.
Yeah. True.
RNG are not a super top lane focused team now that Xiaohu is no longer in the top lane. So it's actually a really interesting comparison too, because these are two very powerful top laners that are going to be up against each other, and presumably without a ton of jungle interference.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because that's the expectation based on how they played through groups, but will teams actually pivot based on something that they've seen for preparation, right? Breathe is one of the guys that I think, especially from the LPL, that you have the most confidence in bringing out, your Fiora or your Jax or your counter pick along those lines. So, will they try to really facilitate that?
I also have to point out that when you look at the opposition, as much as I like Flandre, and I think he had a great Worlds last year, when it looks to actually matching Zeus, I think Brief is the first top laner at this tournament that I really expect to be able to hold up to the bar that he set for himself.
Okay, so from the top side to the bot side of the map, there were a lot of conversations around T1's bot lane. At least initially, coming into the tournament, a lot of concerns, I would say, about would they be the weak point? Would they be the attack point for teams against T1?
And when I talk about why Kumayoshi and this T1 bot lane are going to be a lot better in this meta, it's definitely because a lot of the pushing bot lanes, they're coming back. In particular, the Caitlyn, I really don't think they should let Kuma have that, because that is going to be a massive problem. And they play around, what's more important isn't just that they're good in lane, right? But it's that T1 as a team know how to play around these pushing bot lanes so well.
Well, and I think a lot of the criticism for Kumayoshi was around, specific instances where he would make a mistake. But if you think about World's group stage, I believe he only has 4 deaths so far throughout the entire group stage.
18 KD.
Yeah.
He's basically been mistake-free, right? And if you're winning lane, you're putting out high DPM, and you're not dying, it kind of means you're playing the perfect game as a bot laner.
I want more. It's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, under 2 minutes to go till game time here. Let's take a look at the MasterCard fan predictions. And while yesterday's was pretty close, this one, not so much. Everyone has faith in T1 today. It's an 80-20 split in favor of the LCK. And honestly, Azael, I'm going to put that into question considering those historic best-of-5 stats we looked at. LPL's been winning the best-of-5s recently.
Absolutely. I mean, pick'ems were even more one-sided. When I last looked at pick'ems, it was 90-10 for T1 as well. So people very heavily on the T1 side.
Oof. It feels like people aren't giving RNG enough credit, but the question becomes whether or not any of you are giving RNG enough credit. I want to go through predictions here. My hope is to go to Chronicler first.
Okay.
Then to Emily.
I need to preface this. I personally think that this would happen one way or another. I'm going 3-0 for T1. And the reason for this is that I think with how these two teams match up against each other and the fact that they have been gravitating towards one single style, it's either RNG 3-0s T1 or the other way around. I am obviously going to have faith in T1. I think the early game's good enough, so I expect him to take a decisive victory.
So stylistically, you think it's a stomp either way, but today you think it goes the way of T1.
Of course I'm going to go for T1.
Well,
but
naturally.
If RNG win the first game, I am very scared.
I'd have asked you to see a doctor if you predicted RNG today. Something would have been wrong. Okay, Emily, let's follow that.
All right, so by your logic, I actually do think it's going to be super interesting when we see these two teams match up. I think draft is going to be super important, and I also think we could end up seeing a series where individual games look very one-sided, to your prediction point.
But you're going 3-2.
I think it's going to be really, really close.
All right, it's another, well, that's incorrect.
Wait,
That's okay. We can swap positions.
Hey,
give me
10
that.
seconds. 10 seconds. I want a sales answer.
I'm going 3-2 RNG. I think it's going to be about the jungle advantage and actually playing through mid lane. I think they enable Xiaohu more, roam up Ming, bring in Wei, create an advantage in the mid lane, go to the sides.
We're all over the place on the desk. Let's dive into the games to figure out how it's all going to break down.
T1 与 RNG 一场宿命的对决。
이 두 팀만큼 전설적이고 인정받고 사랑받는 팀은 없을 겁니다.
For a matchup like this, where do you even start? At the beginning?
They will be the Season 3 World Champion Masters of Control. Will take down RNG.
At the end?
RNG turn Busan into a library.
No, at the middle. Because there, playing mid lane on either side, you'll find the beating heart of each team.
이 대결의 중심에 페이커와 샤오후가 서 있습니다.
Xiaohu has roared into life. The LPL continue their dominance.
역사상 가장 위대한 선수 2명.
Can he take the best of 5 against Faker in the 1v1? That's all that matters. Oh, Faker coming back.
이 두 명이 또다시 충돌하게 됩니다.
아무래도 한국 팬분들이 MSI 때 기대를 많이 하셨는데 저희가 우승을 못해가지고 다시 만나면 꼭 이겨야겠다고 생각하고 있습니다.
我们曾击败过 T1， 这次会再来一次。
Surrounding these veterans, there awaits a lineup of the most terrifying, thrilling superstars in the making.
Does what? Flash Gale force into 4! Ming, are you kidding me? The triple for Zeus! Guma gets a quadra!
这两支队伍定义了我们这项运动，吸引了全世界的目光。只有一支队伍能继续前进。
我们永不停歇，永不止步。RNG， 永不言弃。
저에게 중요한 것은 이제 남들에게 인정받는 것보다 저 자신이 만족하는 그런 모습을 보이는 게 가장 큰 목표입니다. 이번 월드에서는 꼭 보여줄 촬영이 있습니다.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking.
League fans here in New York City and across the world, make some noise! Today, we witness legendary teams clash in League of Legends' most historic rivalry. Join me in welcoming from the LCK, the tenacious, the terrifying T1! Zeus! Faker!
their opponents from the LPL, reigning MSI champions, as relentless as their name implies, Royal never give up! Breathe! Wei! Xiaohu! Gala! And Ming! Make some noise for RNG! Give it up one more time for the newest faces in an age-old rivalry for T1 versus RNG!
What an unbelievable match we have ahead of us. So much history, so much rivalry from T1 and RNG to the LCK versus the LPL. It's such a pleasure to be able to cast this alongside you boys. Dracos, Dagda, you can hear the crowd is riled up.
Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way, lads. I am so excited for this series. I mean, it's a rivalry as old as time, and we get to see it play out one more time on our screens here today.
And you have to think for some of the players that are newer to this rivalry, just unmatched when you come onto stage like this. You're a player who hasn't been here for 10 years if your name isn't Faker or Xiao. You haven't been around for every era of this rivalry, but you are brought into it when you enter this arena and you hear the cheers.
The cheers, the people online, all the fans across the world. Two names that echo through esports history, T1 and RNG from China and Korea, and that man on your screen echoes through esports history. Faker, a lot of weight on his shoulders to pull this one off. Doesn't want to get knocked out in quarterfinals. That would be the biggest disappointment of Worlds so far in his career. It's always been semis or more, and here we are in the quarters. MSI rematch, straight into Game 1 draft.
And everything could come down to draft. We saw the MSI full 5 games and already seeing some bans we expected. Lysandra, key for both of these mid laners. Not something much other people were playing.
Fiora ban signals to me Aatrox has to be a ban here from RNG. I think T1 are saying, if you give us Aatrox, Fiora will be down. There's the Caitlyn ban up against Gumayusi. Couple more picks left here. Graves and Maokai. I wonder if T1 are thinking of a ban there.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we look towards Wade, the Graves has been such a power pick for him. I'd be very surprised to see that one let through, but actually banning the Jax as well. So you need to ban this Aatrox now, or you're just going to run out of counter picks, and there you go.
I think T1 were worried there for a second, thinking, well, they're going to leave the Aatrox up if we don't ban Jax. We force the Aatrox ban. We take away the Graves from Wei. Now, this is a lot of champs up here for RNG. Sylas, Akali if they want to rotate mid. Lucian, Nami's up. There's so many options. Sejuani as well.
Uniquely, bot lane completely and totally wide open. Unprecedented from what we've seen in the previous quarterfinal, but this would be a pick to start the series, a challenge you have to field to Zeus instead, prioritizing the premier scaling AD carry in the meta.
And I like this, because what we saw yesterday was the Felios could actually do relatively well into the Lucian Nami. So it looks like Gala going to be getting his hands on one of his prime picks, one of the picks he's been so famous for in the LPL, and will look to play that scaling role.
Big denial up against Gumayusi as well. We'll see what he pulls out in bot lane. The Viego there, huge fail. We're gonna... Oh! Is that carry or is it Gumayusi? Are we gonna get Ash Heimerdinger?
There we go!
Into the Aphelios, we've seen this into Kalista. Now, for context, normally the Ashe is the one farming, but in Champions Queue, I believe it was Viper and Mako, they were playing it reverse. They were playing Heimerdinger AD carry, Ashe support. I wonder if that's something that T1 are looking into as well.
And when you think of Guma and Keria, this is not the lane combo that you think of, so this could throw a spanner into the works for all of RNG's preparation coming into this series. Such an effective duo from what we've seen so far, but RNG quick to respond with the Nautilus, the reliable engage as they go through the game.
Someone's been screaming DRX, haven't they? T1 pulling that out from their LCK brethren, and there's the Nautilus. Just gap close, engage, lock down these immobile carries.
And that's exactly what they want to go for, but now my eyes drift towards mid lane, right? We've seen mid lane go the whole way through the draft. That's going to be the Sylas ban coming through, and we know how important Faker and Xiaohu have been for both sides on trying to get control over that mid lane, trying to help out those side lanes, and especially against an Ashe and a Heimerdinger, it feels like that mid prio for Xiaohu to try and help dig out bot lane is going to be crucial.
I wonder if Akali is the pick here for Xiaohu with that Sylas ban. The next ban here that comes to mind is Azir when you think of Faker. Sylas, Gali already taken off the board, Lysandra as well. Both these mid laners very supportive in the way they play for their team, making sure the side lanes can get ahead. They'll have to blind pick top. I wonder if Camille is something worth blind picking already on blue side. Fiora, Jax is down. We'll see what Breathe has to counter it if that's the direction Zeus wants to go in. Picking Jace is good, but then you're playing a lot of range champs. They might need some kind of front line here.
Yeah, I mean, Sejuani is still up and available, right? So that's the one that I'm probably looking at. Even the Maokai has managed to slip through the draft thus far, so could actually see a very different role for these guys on top side. It's something that Breathe has played domestically, where he's gone more towards those tank tops, but we've seen him tend more towards those carries at this international event.
LeBlanc Silas spells Akali to me, but they're gonna remove the Talia. There's so many mid lane bans here, and we'll see what direction Xiaohu wants to go in. They can also pick something for Breathe here and try to counter mid, but I think on the current patch, counter picking top has a little bit more value, especially with this many carries down. It's gonna be the Rise. Will facilitate the team very well, but still a lot of options here that both these mid laners thinking. I think Akali is the pick because of the bans. You know, Silas, LeBlanc, 2 matchups that can do well into it, and we'll see what Faker has to respond with.
Yeah, I mean, with the Talia ban, I'm wondering if they're tending towards the Azir here for Faker, which could do relatively well, especially when you look at just have the ability to keep control over that mid lane, allowing Gumayusi and Keria to keep pushing on bot side. Like, and then, I mean, you open up so many options for the Graves as well. Invading off of bot side prio and mid lane prio could be a great opportunity for Own.
I think T1 needs some frontline here. I was talking about Camille because of the Jax Fiora bans. Are they actually going to go for it? They need some kind of supportive mid then if they decide to lock this in. It will be a carry top, so Breathe, what's your answer? This is a plan from T1 to blind this Camille from blue side. 1, 2, 3 bans of Fiora Jax, but I feel like they lack a little bit of frontline right now.
Taking their time to find what Faker can bring to the table. You heard it from Chronicler, incredibly deep champion pool historically, but what will he play in this instance against the Akali, a pick that has been crucial for both these mid laners? Victor, again, utility is what we've gotten used to seeing from both mid laners. Instead, the control mage, the carry. Faker's brought it out once before, and he'll do so again.
I think GP has to be the pick here for Breed. You have to imagine this many immobile champions up against the Camille. They have a lot of damage here, T1. We'll see what Breed wants to go for.
This is his speciality. This is a pocket pick that he actually has in the LPL. So this couldn't just be a hover. This could actually be the lock-in for Breed.
Dagda, you didn't warn us about the Riven. We talked about unpredictable champions. Okay. All right, it's fine. Just troll everybody. It's all right. Renekton now coming in. Not the spiciest answer, but certainly a champion who can do very well in isolation.
Wow. Okay, so we've got on T1 side, we have 4 range champions with a Camille. That's not really ideal for the Camille. She likes having things like Rakan or Galio or things that can follow up on her engage, but she has a lot of damage behind her. You know, you think of the arrow, the Victor ult on top of the Camille ult. They can lock someone down if they want to. RNG quite mobile though, and have a very strong kind of front to back in the sense they have people diving on top of you, so T1 will have to kite back.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of where you open up opportunities for the Heimerdinger to try and get some stuff done, but I think this is really going to play down towards how can T1 get control of these pushing waves and use that to their advantage, right? It feels like for RNG, if you end up getting a couple of these early skirmishes going your way, you get to play for team fights. That's where most of your strength is going to be.
I wonder how the junglers will juggle the lanes on both sides. Victor will get early mid push, but past 6, Akali will have a lot of kill pressure, and Owner will have to hover. Gumayusi Keria wants bot push. If they lose bot push against the Nautilus, it's really hard to regain control on those Heimer turrets, so I think we'll see Owner go down there to make sure they get that bot push and then go towards top lane. I think Camille, Renekton, there's a lot of snowball potential there.
And we know how incredibly crucial Game 1 can be in the context of this series. You saw it at MSI, you heard it on the desk as well. Winning here, getting that momentum, showing that the Heimer and Ashe are viable or potentially unviable as we move later and later into the series. Could be everything for both these lineups. I want to see if T1 could do what they did to EDG in that first game. Split the map up, never let them group, never let them team fight. But honestly, RNG feel like they have the tools to fight back. This is going to be an explosive Game 1.
Yeah, I'm very much looking down to see how can Wei try and interact with this bot side. Like, can you try and help out Ming? Because you do have the Nautilus there. I mean, great engage coming through if you can close the gap, if you can set it up, but also very squishy on the opposite side.
Here we go then, Game 1 of the World's quarterfinals. T1 up against RNG. Looks like right now we have very standard level 1s, no invades coming out from either side, but Keria getting a little bit of vision down with his turrets. The fans are going wild.
And this is exactly what you want when you're in an arena like this, the deafening roar. How much louder you have to speak to your teammates on stage to overpower the sound from the crowd, or to you, Dagda, yes, at this very moment. And so as we have this brief break, we have a pause. We heard so much about the history and the rivalry of this matchup. Instead, I want to talk more about this game in front of us. The T1 chance start in earnest. What is the focus point here of the game? Both these junglers have been so crucial for their teams. Where are we expecting to see that attention?
Bot lane has to be the first prio for T1. I think Owner needs to path down there and make sure that they get this bot push, because that's rule number 1 for this draft. They've actually gone for the AD carry Ashe, support Heimerdinger as we saw DRX do. Hail of Blades, Ultimate Hunter, approach velocity. This is a very gap-closing Ashe, but T1's actually late invading top side. They know that Wei wants to path bot to try to deny that push and look for early 3v3s, but T1 already on the aggression, 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game.
I mean, this is just a great call from T1, right? They managed to move in as a unit. They've now pushed way to that bottom side, and it's not like RNG are going to be able to get too much done on this bottom half of the map either. So this is exactly how I want to see Oner starting this off. Get in the face of Wei and make him uncomfortable.
I completely agree, Dag. I love this call to split the map here at this point. The Ashe and the Heimerdinger are going to provide so much lane pressure already. Really force his way into a situation where he has to get something done. Meanwhile, on the top side, the setup is excellent with the Camille there, and really going to make it harder for Breathe just to survive this laning phase.
I think Oner needs to cross back into mid, into bot side, and defend his bot camp. So I don't know if he will go towards top. Yeah, this is the smartest thing to do. You don't want to leave your bot lane in isolation and have a full split map. Chunk out Xiaohu, get Faker the push on a slow stack, go towards his red. Now Oner has two options here. He can go to his red and secure it, or he can go back towards top side as Wei will probably expect him to be bot side, right? It's a little bit of a game of chicken going on here between the junglers, but Wei's best bet is just to get level 3 and look for a gank bot.
It looks like that's what he's going to try and go for, clear out this Gromp and then immediately go in towards bot side. Ming had taken a couple of bad trades and you're still level 1 here for the RNG bot lane, so not a huge amount you can do even with Xiaohu roaming, so curious to see exactly how Wei wants to try and approach this.
A lot of respect here from the T1 bot lane. They're very aware of what could happen. Oner needs to cycle through these camps. This late invade's fantastic, but jungle needs to get ahead. Actually looking towards mid here, Wei.
Wei fishing for an angle. Hasn't started channeling the stun yet. Is going to lock up Faker. They don't have the kill pressure yet. He's too close to his tower, just trying to get a little bit of damage down.
The thing is, though, if you're able to chunk out Faker here, get pushed for Xiaohu, maybe you can use the fact that Breathe has control of top side to try and move in onto the top side. But now with Breathe taking a bad trade and the fact you didn't really chunk out Faker as much as you were hoping for, it looks like you're just going to be put very far behind his Wei in these early stages.
Oner. This is not a fight Wei wants. Locked by the smoke screen, forced to dash out early. Luckily has the mist to retreat to safety.
I really like what Oner's doing here. Red buff advantage in the early stages in jungle is so important. Having that red buff over your opponent means you just win out the 1v1 so cleanly. So Oner's actually just matching whatever Wei does. If he runs through mid to top side, Oner will match the crab because he's always going to be stronger regardless of prios. Mid push helps a lot in this case, but Oner wants to keep power farming, get as strong as possible on this Graves while also denying camps from Wei.
And I think this has just been a great draft so far from T1, right? You take away the Graves from Wei, you set up now for having a pushing lane in mid, pushing lane in bot that you can continuously invade off of. So now that you've got these advantages, it becomes very easy to continue them forward. As Xiaohu needs to be careful.
Core ticking over. Still has the pot. Still holding on to it at this stage. I guess feels comfortable. Might just back here. I guess TP back to lane. Doesn't want to use the pot. Instead, opting to stick around. Of course, Faker burning so much of his mana to keep the pressure up, to keep harassing Xiaohu.
Raptor respawns coming through almost 4 minutes, 20 seconds into the game. So Oner's going to run over there to get the respawn, but Wei is already based and has double longsword. So this fight looks Oner favored with red buff and the level advantage for now. So Wei's just going to have to go for the fight, though.
Yeah. Good trading. Conquer already procced. A lot of damage. Back and forth there. Oner gonna have a hard time getting through the Raptors. Faker now moving up. He's got an E, maybe a Q in him in terms of mana, but won't need much else. Gets the camp, and mid priority being used alongside Oner's jungle advantage just to secure another camp.
And that's the biggest problem with Xiaohu, not taking that reset there. He's not back in lane, he's not full health. Faker is able to come across, and maybe you could have tried to contest the re-invade with Faker that low on mana, but now it means that's just another opportunity for Oner now to move into bot side, get another crab, move in towards Gromp, use that bot prio as well. It becomes obnoxious to deal with.
Nice, the T1 mid jungle here playing as good as possible, just cycling camps, keeping mid push, using the buddy system to bring Faker along with him there. Oner manages to get the bot crab, gets his own Raptor respawn, expecting him to base very soon, but making sure he's always there to match Wei and take his camps from him. Xiaohu has used the potion, so I think after this wave he will have to take a base. Faker low on mana might take one of his own. Has the biscuit if he wants to really pressure here, but with Oner basing, you want to make sure you're on the same page here. Faker taking a base while Oner takes a base means you can come back out on the map at the same time and contest these camps on the third respawn.
Yeah, and bot lane is just going to reset here for RNG as well. They've been doing a relatively good job of staying even in CS. You haven't seen the turret plates go down either, so Ming and Gala managing to keep some control over the lane for the moment, but it does feel like once you start to get this lead expanding for Oner, as you can see it there, 200 gold lead for the T1 jungler, that's where they can actually start to put even more resources in towards this bot side. Carry getting a reset here, getting that vision control that they need as well to ensure there can't really be plays around mid lane to try and break that mid jungle control T1 have right now.
And we'll see if there are any more explosive plays once RNG's bot lane ticks over to level 6 and they have so many more hard engage options. But similarly on the top side, Breathe, level 6, very, very important for the Renekton. Camille's comparative power spike much less significant But for now, Camille keeping the pressure up, and Oner leveraging this jungle advantage so well, leveraging the strength of his lane so well, just to make sure that Wei is never comfortable and never the one starting a game.
So Oner's threatening a top dive here because Wei's red buff is respawning very, very soon in around 20-30 seconds time, so he wants to bring Zeus with him. You notice how he brought Faker with him to Raptors? Now he's going to bring Zeus with him to the red buff respawn. Faker will have push on his own because he has the sword shoes, he can move first, and he's been around that lane the majority of the game, so threatening a top dive, forcing Wei to cover, and then bringing Zeus towards this red. We'll see if he starts it up because he's in the vicinity. Zeus will have to go back to catch that wave, so might be on a bit of a mistimer here. Oner has all the information he needs on the top jungle of RNG, who might come to slow this down, but because Zeus is pushing, Breathe has to catch.
I mean, the wave being cleared out means that it does make it a little bit easier now for RNG to try and contest the Xiaohu underneath tower, though. Won't be able to join in. Gonna just see if Wei can steal this one away.
Smite, smoke screen so big there, denying the vision. He has to get through it, but he won't be able to in time. Stolen red buff for Oner. Again, the stranglehold T1 has had on this top side jungle, so crucial, especially as you look at the Herald spawning in just 50 seconds, and he's not done. Everything in the RNG jungle belongs to Oner.
Wei has smite up, Oner doesn't, so he's going to back away, but bot crab is spawning. He has bot push, all of Wei's camps bot side are spawning again, and T1 still have that mid and bot push. Wei smartly there, doing his best. He went through top, got XP on the wave, leveled up to 5 and see if he could contest. But now with the crab dying, with the Ashe, he's spotting out Wei there. Maybe Oner invades once again.
And I think it's a really good job here from T1. A lot of teams would kind of let up on the advantage that they have here. We're trying to take a dragon or starting to move towards these neutrals. But as you can see, T1 are just relentlessly punishing Wei. And it means that he's just falling further and further behind. Yes, they won't have the dragons for the team fights, but if Wei is just completely out of the game, that's not going to matter anyway.
Ning is in the area, but he just can't do anything. Carry already matching him, Faker already moving down. T1 just so consistently first to the play.
Have to back off here though, because Faker has to go back towards midwave, and Xiaohu is here in a straight up 4v4 with Ming engaging onto a single target, and Xiaohu with the gap close can get a little bit dicey. For a brief moment they had the numbers advantage, but Oner had to go for the reset because he didn't have a smite advantage by the looks of it. Didn't go for the 50-50. T1 just maintaining his bot push.
Yeah, and I love the vision that has been set up by T1 on this top side as well. Because one of the big things that you could start to see is them potentially moving the Renekton down, but both of them are actually blocked off. One vision at the side of Rift Herald, one at the back of the red as well. Makes it very difficult for Breathe to try and sneak in and have an effect every time he sets up the wave in his favor.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's a pink here, Wei's clearing out a pink there, and another pink down here, so they have so many pockets of vision on entrances to just use the information against RNG. But RNG are holding on pretty well. Top still even, mid lane is even, bot lane is even in isolation in a matchup where they're getting constantly pushed in. So credit to RNG, it's only Wei the one who's falling behind. Oner's just trying to put himself as far ahead as possible. Now with the Umbrella division, the game will get a little bit easier. All T1 have got so far in this bot lane is a plate.
Zeus still aggressively trading on the top side here. Only the sheen to his name, but still at least holding on.
And technically, if RNG kills someone on T1, Wei just gets all that gold back, right? Because he just steals the body and then he's good. So maybe there's an angle here, you know?
Yeah,
give me the cope.
How I know you ran it down on Viego and solo queue. Hold that thought, though.
3v3.
Yet to be contested, starting with the Fury. Renekton all ready to go in. They're going to try to burst down one target. Blow him up by the reset. That's money in the bank, baby, because Wei, he's taken Zeus's body, and he's looking to finish the job. Going to the wall. One more. He's going to pick up the grapes. He can lay down the smoke screen. Xiaohu on the backside. Faker. Man out of the game.
RNG make it happen on the Herald fight. Wei was behind. They forced the play. Gumayushi had an incredible arrow to get Breathe down, but RNG come away with 4 kills to 1.
RNG with the 1-2-3. That was beautiful for Wei to pick that up. And just as I was saying it, I mean, you kill a couple of people, suddenly Wei gets those items, he can pull himself back into it, and we'll get it here as RNG set up for the Rift Herald.
Beautiful turn onto Zeus. The clear comms of just flash W, commit everything. Now it looks like it's going to turn here for T1. Watch this arrow just come in straight onto Breathe. Oner flashes away. Breathe looks like he will die. Xiaohu's low and Carry has arrived. This is a 3v2, but Wei kills onto Oner, gets the reset. Faker's out of mana, gets a full Graves combo, lands the ult onto Faker, kills him and gets the reset. Triple kill over to Wei.
And Xiaohu, not even close at the end of that. Amazing stuff. And the key thing to note, though, was that the Rift Herald did go across to T1. So when it comes back to on the map state, we're still going to be looking, oh my god, at T1.
Breathe, trying to clear as much of the wave as he can. Holding on, getting this stun down. The ultimate around to reset the tower aggro. T1, It's a clean dive. They've got the Herald and they are firing back. They will not let that last fight slow their momentum.
Yeah, the pace of this game is not going to slow down here. Way's already on the cross map looking for the Dragon. I expect Herald to be placed here on this top lane. Yes, they went 4 for 1 in that 5v1, but they managed to pick up that Herald. But Breathe has TP, so I'm not sure if Owner will decide to drop it or take the base. But the kill goes in favor of Zeus with the tower drop. The Herald is placed down, it looks like. Xiaohu's moving up. Breathe can TP in 5. I think the tower might be dead already, though.
Should get the charge here. Should be Breathe. He's going to be able to at least give that first tower across. And Zeus will have to try and step up. Zeus has been the strongest top laner when you look statistically at the World Championships. First in gold, damage percent, damage per minute. Basically every stat that says you're a good top laner, Zeus has outranked everyone. We need to see if he can try and carry forward here again.
As a mid lane, Faker stepping forward, staying into the creep wave, trying to avoid the stun, trying to get the 2-man. But again, the burst is too much for him to survive.
Way is such a huge driving factor in this game for RNG. He got put behind, made the Herald fight so winning in their favor, and now has found another kill in mid. Faker, the mist was behind him, but I'm not sure if his camera was around the bot side of mid there. Gets caught out regardless. Another kill over. Pick up the Dragon too. So Herald's already placed. Neutrals are gone for the next 3 minutes.
And now it becomes so hard to try and play through the 2v2 of the mid jungle when you try and even look towards top side, right? Because Divine Sunder already completed for Wei. He's a 300 gold bounty on his head now with all the gold that he's managed to pick up. And we talked about Ming roaming being such a big factor. He's looking top side.
He will be spotted out by the Hawk shot. Owner on the way up, but we talked about it in draft. We have to highlight it again here. Reliable hard CC engage. It's mostly the Ashe Herald. It's mostly the Camille. When it comes to jungle versus jungle Graves, yeah, it's got the damage. Yeah, he took control early. But the hard CC, the immediate setup, it is so hard for T1 to lock targets down in anything less than a full-on 5v5.
Yeah, the glow up for RNG over the last couple months has just been fabulous to watch. They were 1 game from not even making the World Championship. You know, LNG almost took them out in that game 5. Almost getting reverse swept once again as EDG managed to do so against RNG in the first round of the regionals. But now, despite being the LPL 4th seed, fantastic plays. Group stage, a little bit shaky, but they managed to pull it off and get out. And now here in the quarterfinals up against T1, great lead so far in game 1.
I mean, it just feels like the meta is shifting back in towards what was RNG's style. Ming on engaged champions, carry junglers coming through for Wei like the Viego, even Breathe having his opportunity to play more carries. It just feels like this was what RNG made their name on for when they got rid of Uzi, when Xiaohu became the standout player, the name of RNG.
They need to keep the pace of the game going, though, here, RNG. They need to keep fighting, looking for these picks. Renekton, Viego, Akali, they're really skirmish-heavy. Neutrals are exactly where they want to fight, but with 2 minutes left, they need to find something.
Stun over the wall, looking for the follow-up. Zeus, hookshot, wall dive out to safety. Not really a play here. Wei, unstoppable, getting pulled back. That is too far. He will get taken down. Big shutdown, and now Breathe is next on the chopping block, but he will slice his way out to safety. No dice for the follow-up. He has to turn, and they cut him down.
Oh, Xiaohu's still looking though. Zeus is low, but I don't think he'll be able to get on. A big disconnect there from the top side of RNG. Wei goes too far, doesn't know where Owner is. And Breathe, he was back on the wave. He wasn't expecting anyone to go that hard.
This is the strongest part of the map for T1. Zeus got a full tower and the gold was even despite RNG having the kill lead. He had a Sunder as well, so overcommitting their way just gets caught out by the Camille. No way out, and Owner still has that natural 1v1 lead despite those 4 kills. He can still put up a fight looking at the items. Faker will be helped out a little bit here with Xiaohu moving towards that top side, but Zeus, such a star player for T1 this year, now incredibly far ahead.
And we saw the perfect blueprint for how RNG want to fight. Hold that thought. Instant flash reaction there from Guma. That cooldown could hurt in fights to come.
And I think that perfect blueprint is why I'm looking at the Dragon in a minute 15, right? You're going to be looking at the push coming through on top side for Xiaohu. He's going to keep that one there. Breathe is going to move on towards mid to keep that shoved. And for RNG, it's about trying to see if you can set up for these 5v5s. If you're able to come in from multiple different angles against T1, they're not very good at taking fights on multiple different flanks.
Owner down on the bottom side. Arrow up and available. Cleanses there for Gala. Locked up, instantly cleansed out. The man does not miss.
Kuma's just been forcing that out every time we look towards bot. I'm surprised the bot lane is this even. I think they managed to pick up a couple of plates on that tower, but Gala's farming very happily. Has the Gale Force first over Gumayushi's Mythic. No cleanse though, and I think they were forcing that out before the next dragon spawns. Kuma should have the ult for it, and we'll see if RNG decides to contest, because it looks like Breeze's just holding top waves at the moment.
Keeping an eye on it, of course. Faker opting for the Crown of the Shattered Queen, so important when there's so much burst damage on the opposite side. The thing we have to track, again, saw it in the Herald fight, the ability for RNG to burst down a single target. That is the key to the resets for Wei. That is the key to getting the most value you can out of the Viego. T1, though, bullying their way into mid lane, throwing 3 members down here just to get control of the area. Do not want to give this Herald up.
Looks like RNG want to play more for the side lane, see if they can get this Rift Herald and crack open some of the turrets, but T1 already here.
No Ashul just yet. RNG are stuck in this corridor. Don't want to go too deep because the turrets are there. We'll see if they go for the contest. Ming has no flash though. He can't really go in. They'll just turn straight onto him and he'll fall. I think RNG are going to push mid and try to move to Dragon here, see if they can get there first.
Really want to get something out of this play because they already spent so much time in the area. They already committed 5 members.
Yeah, Zeus is moving back topside as well, so it looks like RNG should be able to just outnumber T1, but you have to be so careful about where they're going to put that Rift Herald. They could immediately put it down in the mid lane.
It also goes to that top tier too. Ping's coming down here from Owner. They know they just committed 5 members towards that bot side. This would be a massive injection of gold into the T1 top jungle once again if they herald this, but the wave isn't there in time. Owner's going to try to help Zeus push it out as quick as possible. They have Vision on Wei and Xiaohu, and they see Gala mid, so they might just go for it anyway. And then RNG are going to go for another cross map, see if they can dive Faker. Zeus has no TP. He usually has the arrow.
Dive. Can be everything. Xiaohu now kicking things off. Baker trying to delete the way. He thinks the tower's going to keep him safe. He's buying time with the stopwatch. The ulti's taking the arrow. Will not connect. RNG will walk away empty-handed, but T1 will not. Tower on the top side already down. Another charge now coming in. Ming and Breathe doing what they can to respond, but Zeus and Owner are just getting stronger and stronger.
I mean, RNG will hold on to the inhibitor turret, but now we got the TP mid. We're going for it.
Holding off, baiting, waiting, hoping to get some kind of summoner spell, some kind of advantage. Gravity Field going to zone away Ming and Gallows to try to clear this one out, but T1 taking over the map, taking over the top side even more.
I mean, big play from Faker there, managing to get the stopwatch, hold the tower, make sure that they actually weren't able on RNG's side to get the cross map they were looking for. And now Zeus is huge, and if he ever manages to get on towards Gala in a team fight, that's no more AD carry for RNG, so stakes now very much starting to shift over towards T1 once more as this game goes on.
All the gold leads in top jungle there, you can see it on your screen, 1.6 over 1.5 in jungle and top. Zeus getting towards that death stance, and the Renekton will lose out on the side lane, and you have to wonder how useful the Renekton will be. I mean, he'll be a flash W to help Xiaohu gap close, but that's about it at the moment. Camille will win out on that side lane when the second item comes through, and bot tier 1 is up, so T1's game plan will be pushing in mid and moving towards bot, giving a little bit of vision to Faker, already established in that top river where he can push out these top waves safely and play for this 4-man bot side. Gala taking a base right now, T1 looking for a little bit of vision.
I love that they've actually matched Xiaohu against Zeus here as well, because Xiaohu's the big threat on the side lane right now. Like, Faker can just permit clear against Breathe, so you actually have to be trying to focus top and mid to make sure that you're able to keep up on the map, say, with T1 as they look to rotate towards mid lane.
Yeah, they've collapsed both sides towards mid. RNG look like they want to contest vision. Blue gun on the Aphelios, but I don't know if Gala can clear out this wave with those 4 range champions.
Gala stepping up, so much damage, arrow now to follow. Clean sidestep comes out, but the tower already down. T1 immediately walking away. They got what they came for.
There's 3 towers to 0 right now. It's so hard for RNG to contest vision.
T1 are just playing the map faster. You still have Gumayushi and Carry that have good push. Faker pushes faster against either of the 2 melee champions on RNG's side, and Zeus just beats them with the gold that he has in his back pocket. So trying to match these plays from RNG is becoming incredibly hard to do because they're behind on tempo. And I mean, RNG doesn't really look like they're going to be able to get it back anytime soon, except for maybe that Dragon in 2 minutes where they can try and force a fight.
And again, credit to T1 because this was their game plan from the start, isolating that top side, forcing Wei out of his comfort zone. Yeah, there were some hiccups. Yes, there were 4 kills given to the Aphelios, but since then it has been so incredibly clean. They have a massive gold lead now. Dragons, the only thing they have to be worried about, but with their vision control that they've been pushing forward so incredibly steadily, it's going to be hard for RNG to get the objectives first. And if you're walking into a Heimer and a Victor, you're losing every fight.
You are, and I feel like Diego is still down in XP, still down in levels, hasn't really found his way back in here, Wei, but can be incredibly strong if he gets a reset onto Zeus or Owner. RNG relying on that hook so heavily so that Breathe and Xiaohu can get the gap close and follow up. No Dragon for the next 1 minute 40 seconds. Baron is spawning, and T1's Baron can be pretty quick with the Heimerdinger. Faker's actually the one going towards this bot side. We'll see what direction the T1 take this, because with no towers top, Zeus can push this all the way to the tier 3, and it can threaten TPs on Faker's lane.
Well, that's why I think for RNG, give up this next Dragon. Actually, don't try and fight it. You just look for it, and if you look at where the map is, look for the pick onto Zeus. You give a Dragon, it's not the end of the world for T1, but trying to get tempo, trying to get this map back under your control is probably your best bet to make it. But T1 have already established a ton of vision on this top side, so Zeus playing it incredibly safe and not giving RNG that opportunity to find that pick ahead of the Dragon.
And RNG just hoping to catch T1 sleeping, but it's so hard. There's an Ashe on the enemy team who can throw out hawk shots before anyone has to step forward and check on vision. They're at least going to take away the crab, but not a lot else for RNG on the map at this point in the game. Maybe they could try to force a sneaky Baron, but again, T1's vision control across the map is immaculate.
but look at the amount of vision that T1 is starting to get on this bottom side now. Like, we were talking about RNG wanting to try and come in from multiple flanks, make it difficult for the zone control that T1 have, but now you just got to push mid and try and walk in as a group, which is perfect for T1 to set up turrets, set up Ash Arrow, and look for the pick.
Ash Arrow heading onto the Nautilus. Where's the follow-up going to go? Xiaohu looking for an angle onto Zeus. The whole team being split now. Hookshot, wall dive forward, unstoppable happening. Brought Zeus back in a team that's going to be big. The ult now coming in. Gala on the backside has to do everything, but it just will not be enough. Gala! The shutdown, maybe it will! Can they turn it here? No, T1 holding strong. Both sides trading blow for blow.
1 for 2, so it goes in favor of T1. Maybe a little bit too deep there from the top jungle. Gala had perfect guns to look for the turn, so T1 just called the fight off. The second they get those 2 members down, they can turn towards the Dragon, they can turn towards an objective and get the hell out of there. They don't want to chase into an Aphelios.
And a rare mistake from Ming as well. Missing the anchor toss in the middle of that play means that they don't lock down Owner as quickly as they'd like. They don't lock down Zeus as easy as they'd like. And it means that T1 are able to scramble into control. And now, again, with those kills going across, T1 get to move over how they'd like on the map. But, I mean, it's a great start here from Gumayushi. Gets on towards Ming, who is very squishy, opting in towards the Glacial Augment. Don't quite get the burst out. And now Zeus, as he goes super deep, watch the hook here from Ming. Just misses on towards both Owner and Zeus, and that means they're able to get back to safety, tuck themselves in behind the wall, and start this front to back against RNG.
Gala, so many chakrams stepping up. T1 realize how strong he is. Xiaohu goes a little bit too deep there, thinking the chase is on, but second he falls, there's no one on the front line dissuading T1 so that Gala can step up. He's picked up the Bloodthirster. The Dragon wasn't taken. Zeus was hovering around it. I thought maybe he'd started up with Faker on the way, but that never happened. Breed actually not really getting involved whatsoever in that fight. Xiaohu being such a big carrying factor in it, and now the TP's coming out from Xiaohu on this bot side, maybe looking to flank T1, but they're up towards the Baron.
That's the thing, Breathe burnt his TP in the last fight to try and join in, was late to the party. Now Xiaohu burning his TP to get here. They want to get control back on River and look to see if they can catch T1 in movement.
T1 have a lot of pressure here in the sense that Zeus can just keep pushing top. There's no TPs on the solo laners of RNG. They need to make a play quickly if they want to get this Dragon, because Zeus will just keep pushing until someone responds, and if you start Dragon, he'll TP in, so T1 have 2 lanes of pressure right now.
And it's so hard to start a fight. You need flash from Ming to try and set it up, but that was gone in the last fight, so now the depth charge isn't as easy. So Zeus, using the fact he has that TP available, manages to take the top tower, and T1 fall back towards Baron, but RNG are in the area.
This is iconic, but if you remember MSI, the way RNG came back in game 1 was a steal. It was on Viego, it was Wei who leapt into the pit, who took it away from T1. And I feel like they remember, they're backing off. They don't want to flip it. They don't want to risk the 50-50.
So that was a very interesting call because it was just a 5v5 Baron start. I think what T1 did there was they started Baron, made RNG come into their top side jungle, place their pinks down, and they hesitated a bit in deciding whether T1 are actually going to do this. And when RNG respond, they pull off and go towards Dragon. So now RNG have invested their wards this top side and they can't get into the bot side of the map.
It's such a good call from T1 because, as we said, like, this is where T1 want to know exactly where RNG are. If you can set up correctly, it makes it very difficult for RNG to make anything happen. And even the fact that Zeus have fully pushed in the wave top side means there's very little opportunity for a cross map for RNG. They might get the tier 1 here, but you can see Faker and co are already making their way up there.
T1 are putting pressure on every point in the map, pulling RNG around. They have to invest TPs to defend. They have to lose in hit towers as they try to group up to contest T1 in the mid waves. Arrow hits onto Wade.
Unstoppable, though. He should be able to make his way out of this one. Very long stun, but as the movement speed steroid from the mist, can walk away.
And I think this will continue because Zeus still has the TP. Faker's TP is coming up. Zeus can now pressure this bot tier 1, looking for these towers as RNG have only picked up that one in the top lane so far. T1 trying to get some vision down here, get some pinks in the pit, maybe look for a Baron, start to bait RNG in once again.
Yeah, I think T1 are just going to wait until Zeus is in a better position on bot side, actually threatening that tier 1, the tier 2. Then they can start to move in like you're seeing now, get that vision control, get those deep wards, because realistically you want Zeus coming in on a flank if you're going to fully contest for this inhibitor on the top side, and that requires you to have that vision deep in the jungle of RNG. And even if RNG try and contest, immediately Zeus comes in, you've got the ultimate there, you start the fight, you should be able to win numbers advantage.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Dagda. T1 can always decide what fight to take. And right now, their macro has been flawless. Just going to get this bot tier 1. And playing on 2 lanes constantly. RNG, it's a bit frustrating to play against this kind of playstyle because they're always pulling you around the map and they always have vision on the side you want to play into. You can see the amount of vision here from the towers, from the wards. Difficult to sweep out because T1's just hiding around the corner. But they need some vision and they need to look for an engage. Maybe just a flash hook from Ming as Zeus is pushing out bot with that 5-second window. Maybe they can get the first kill, but Gumayushi's flash is coming back up soon. Owners as well. So they've got more defensive tools now, T1. They're playing very respectfully.
And it's so hard to dive onto someone like Faker. Obviously one of the big carries we get later in the game, but he's itemized so defensively because he knows as long as he doesn't go down, the fight gets more difficult. Zeus is so far ahead, you're not just one-shotting. You're not one-shotting Owner either. They're both so incredibly fed. Breathe gonna struggle more and more on the side lane as the Camille gets more items under her belt. 2.5, about 3 waiting when Zeus goes back and buys. You can see big damage, but even with the tower helping, they're only trading even.
Not looking good for RNG at the moment. Even the fact you can see Xiaohu trying to push in this top side, trying to get something back in the favor, but this is where this Heimerdinger and the Ashe become obnoxious. You have so much push in the mid lane, makes it so incredibly hard for you to actually have the numbers that you can move over to side lane, because look at where they are, right? You just consistently shove those waves in and make it a 1v1 on side lanes.
RNG are giving most objectives here, and they're just keeping their eyes laser focused on the Baron. I think what they're waiting for here is the 3-item Aphelios. Gonna build towards that Dominix. We'll see if he goes towards IE after that, but that 3-item spike might be enough to shred through the front line of T1, which can be squishy, right? They don't have huge health bars, they just have good defensive tools in the armor, and he needs to shred through that armor here. Gala needs to get that 3rd item, and then RNG might start to press forwards a little bit more. Xiaohu 2 items on a stopwatch, clearing out some of this vision top side as Breathe hovers around mid.
It's so hard to burst out T1 though. Zanya is trying to shatter Queen, the Immortal Shield Bow, even the Death Stance on the top side as well for Zeus. Like, you need to make sure that Gala can actually pre-hit for a while here to just get through the amount of survivability that is there in T1 despite the the low health bars. So I still think for T1, the fact they're playing this slow, they're playing through their lanes, they're not taking any risks that they don't necessarily need to, so that then RNG can get back in this game.
It's a good call out. Discipline in this moment is so crucial because, again, RNG are a team that you cannot afford to underestimate. They steal objectives, they win team fights at gold deficits. This is something LPL teams are legendary for, and RNG is no exception. T1 don't want to give them that avenue back into the game. And again, almost flawless. Outside of that one Herald exchange, it feels like T1 has been dictating the pace. They've been outmaneuvering RNG. And this is something RNG are going to have to be ready to adapt to in Game 2 regardless of how this game goes, because they have been choked out of this entire mid-game.
And I think it's going to be a Heimer ban. I think it's going to be a case of, look, we're not ready for this. They don't look comfortable playing against the Heimerdinger, and suddenly that makes draft significantly more interesting, right? Because we saw how much pressure was put towards topside with the Jax, the Aatrox. I mean, this is where you start to see if RNG can actually now contend with T1 that might be able to pick up a few more pocket picks for themselves.
Yeah, the Camille blind pick doing a lot of work with the Jax Fiora bands. We'll see how RNG dissect that puzzle in Game 2, and we'll see if they can claw their way back in right now. Gold, obviously not in their favor, but T1 very far away from a soul, so they can just keep pressuring Baron Vision, keep getting items on the Aphelios, and keep slowing the game down. Renekton, not the best scaling, of course, but when you have Aphelios and Viego, there's always that fallback option. 18 seconds on the Dragon. T1 know that if they go towards it, then RNG will look for a Baron. Yeah, trying to zone him away to make sure that they can't get this.
That is the ultimate for Faker down though, right, as the Dragon is about to spawn, but Wei might be able to smite his red, get himself back into position. Breed gonna match the push on bot side here. So it looks like T1 once more, playing this nice and slow, playing around the push from Gumayushi and Keria, and making sure they can just keep dipping into the fog of war that's in these jungle areas for RNG and take back control.
T1 are constantly matching RNG. From the start of the game to now, Owner matching Wei on every play, T1 as a team matching RNG on every play, making sure they cannot get an objective. You want Baron Vision, we're going to push you out to the point where you can't start it up. Now when we go to Dragon, you can get a little bit of vision, but you don't have time to start it because Zeus is already on the way over. There's an arrow, but Zeus might be a bit too far.
I don't think they're going to fully commit for the play here. Breathe, very tanky, but does look nice. Definitely solid accuracy from Guma thus far. The game has been clutch on the arrows.
Would have been incredible if Breed started channeling TP and they started forcing Baron as the arrow connected. You know, it would have been clutch, but
it's Game 1. Game 5, maybe. Yeah,
maybe.
Game 1, you take it slow.
Maybe, indeed. And Owner now almost 100 CS up, 3 levels up on Wei, despite getting those 3 kills on the Herald and the kill on mid on Faker. Haven't really found anything else since. Dragon down for the next 4 minutes 30. All eyes are on this Baron area still.
Again, diligence in denying this vision from the side of RNG, that lonely control ward, giving them just a bit of info. 3.5 items now for Gala, a little bit less than the half at this point as he works towards the IE, but hard to find time for the 4th. That said, it's really on T1 to push this game forward. Always are going to have the option of just grabbing more Drakes and leveraging their map control to try to take more objectives, but at this point in the game, RNG, while they are falling behind a little bit, holding the gold lead at about where it's been for the past 5 minutes.
Still, RNG trying to see if they can contest in towards River. It's just becoming, like, even though it looks like RNG are fighting somewhat, it's still just small advantages for T1, right? Where you're consistently pushing in, you're getting a tower, you're starting to push RNG back, and it's about this like slow, methodical gain of ground through mid, through top, through the vision that you have in these jungle areas that is making it obnoxious for RNG to try and deal with, and they're just never going to be able to put up a fight. Like, you can just keep playing this as T1 and just choke out RNG as you look for dragons.
That's the thing. If T1 make a mistake here and RNG steal the Baron, it's a disaster because you now lose all your side lane push. Heimerdinger can't get mid push into Baron buff against Aphelios. All 3 lanes of RNG will start pushing back, and there's so much standing gold. Mid tier 1, bot tier 1, there's so much that RNG will get if they lose this Baron, so T1 are being very cautious around it, making sure they're finding the exact window to start it up, and if they can't find it, they'll just keep stacking dragons.
Yeah, look, it's accounting. It's not sexy, but it's by the numbers, right? This is the way that T1 should be trying to play this, and at the moment, as long as they can keep that control, they're going to be in a good spot. And you can see long-range poke from Keria, from Faker, like, it all works out well. They can just keep pushing RNG back, and without Ming kind of being their guaranteed engage tool with that depth charge, well, they're free to just keep walking up and just keep pushing RNG back.
Here's the window. Looking for a TP out of Breathe here, I think. We'll see if they finish it, because Zeus can turn onto Wei and ult him.
Wei, go unstoppable, can go over the wall. Arrow coming in, they're going to try to lock him down immediately. The Camille says not getting into the pit now. That's the Baron for T1. They want to keep things going with Gala. So incredibly strong. Gale forcing forward, wants to finish off Zeus. 1 kill. Then now the reset coming out. Wei, all the strength, all the itemization of Zeus for now, but T1 get the Baron, they get everything they want, really.
Great execution. The only way T1 can stop Wei getting in the pit is the Camille ult, so Zeus sacrificed himself to get a 4-man Baron. I think it's worth overall. Yes, big shutdown over to Wei, but when Zeus respawns in 40 seconds time, that's when T1 will start to pressure the map.
Yeah, I mean, the only kind of saving grace is that you don't have Zeus with that Baron buff now for RNG, so trying to put a lot of pressure onto bot side might be a little bit difficult, but the rest of the team will be able to keep up this split push at the moment, and just a really nice call. Zeus immediately goes in, you see the Ash Arrow goes in as well, and it just keeps everyone out of the pit. T1 bursts down Baron, and yes, Zeus will give his life, but well worth it in the end.
Yeah, and that ping cord over the wall there to spot Viego in his miss to make sure that Zeus can find the right timing. Jumps over a 2k, and that was the call from the get-go. Wei gets a big shutdown. A smile on his face as he picks up that gold. He's a rich Viego. 2.5 items now with a stopwatch, but still 4 levels down up against Owner, who's just been playing for camps, playing for XP, and can split push on Graves with this Baron buff if he wants.
Certainly, and it just gets so hard now for the side of RNG because Gala is really your only reliable wave player. Owner, really confident to step forward there. Not entirely sure it's 1v1, so he will back away, but it is going to be about weathering the storm of this Baron power play from the side of T1. The gold at this moment, because of the massive shutdowns, very unimpressive. More important, however, is that they get the big objectives with this buff.
And with Dragon just about to come up in a minute's time, I mean, you can see the way that they're trying to use this T1, just dipping in towards the shadows. That is the jungle of RNG, using the pressure that they have on side lanes. And Zeus as well, TP available, pushing in this top end. So if RNG don't deal with Zeus, Zeus would just take that top tower. And right now, Breathe has no TP, so you need to double commit Breathe and Xiaohu to actually deal with Zeus on the top side, or honestly, he would just 1v1 either of the solo laners from RNG.
Mid tier 2 is the objective. Last kind of tower here for T1 to crack open to make sure they have full map control. Their tier 1 mid is still up, so the amount of control they'll have is incredible.
Trying to kick the fight off, they caught Goma! There could be everything, he goes golden, but it won't stop the rest of the team. Immediately Breathe is under the backside. T1 are now pulling back. Faker doing so much damage to Xiaohu, but Xiaohu turns his attention to the squishy Heimer, but the death ball of T1 retreats, and Breathe will not find another kill. It is Zeus on the side. It was Zeus in the early game. Owner coming to back him up, and how could you have it any other way? Jungle and top of T1 again, finding the fight and making it work.
It was slow until it exploded for T1. And realistically, desperation engaged from RNG that now gives T1 game 1.
15 seconds on Ming. Breathe and Xiaohu still 40 seconds away. It's Gala and Wei versus T1. 4 versus 2 to hold on. I don't think they have enough. Gala doesn't have the ult.
Stepping in. Smoke screen clutch. Gala has no way to follow up. Trying to clear the waves as quickly as they can. RNG holding on. T1's fastest game before this, or slowest game before this, 29 minutes. RNG holding on for 5 more minutes than anyone else, but they're not just happy with that. They want to look for more. T1 for now, breaking 1, breaking 2. Backing away on the 3rd inhibitor, but want to kick fights off again. Gala locked up, he has the cleanse finally, just in time. Wei, there's no one for him to reset off of. Big leaping in, but he will walk away empty-handed.
T1's Baron buff was falling off as they were hitting the Nexus, and they thought the Aphelios would clear out the wave, so instead they called to take double inhibitor, look for the 3rd, but the respawns came in time so that they had to back away. That's the last saving grace for RNG, is that bot inhib. They can hold against 2, but they cannot hold against 3. I think RNG being a bit sloppy here. They've fallen apart over the last few minutes. Breathe in that last fight just kind of dashed in and then did nothing. He just stopwatched as he went over the wall. The initial engage looked good. Gumyushi has the stopwatch, but keep your eyes on Breed. He doesn't go for the kill onto Keria.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Ming ends up getting stuns means he doesn't get the depth charge up. As you say, Breathe goes in, immediately stopwatches, so there's not really any opportunity to get on towards the backline as he does. I mean, T1, heal for Faker, Breathe doesn't have the damage, and Gala's out of the fight.
And Xiaohu has to invest his R2 to kill Keria, which is someone that Breathe should have dealt with so that they could go together onto Faker, but regardless, they're just so deep in that fight that I think T1 would have won anyway with the kite back. There's the Guardian Angel for Gumayushi, and did lose his summoners now, but he has the defensive item. We'll see how T1 play this out. Zeus was looking for Xiaohu, but bot lane is where the pressure will be.
Yeah, I mean, look, that last remaining inhibitor is a bit of a silver lining for RNG, but it's not much to write home about at this stage. You should have T1 in full control. They get another dragon. They're able to look towards Baron in another minute, and how the hell do you even try and peek outside your base here as RNG when you've got everything pushing in towards you?
It's so hard, and I feel for Breath and We. Wow, that was a hard pronunciation for me.
Breathe away.
You've got
Breathe
this.
away.
I believe
Breath and
nice.
We. No, we're not going to go with that one. That was just an absolute brain moment. But it's hard because at this point, if you dive in, your backline dies. If you stay back, their backline kills your front line. There's not really a lot of good options. Execution has to be flawless here.
They don't have flashes on those solo lanes, RNG, so it's really hard to get onto T1's backline with 4 range champs. Zeus wins out against both solo lanes, so they're looking for make a pick onto him. He'll dash away and join his team. RNG will lose this inhibitor, and T1 will keep up the pressure. 3 minutes on their soul, 40 seconds on Baron. T1 could just turn towards the Baron as the inhib waves come in, and then have buffed up super creeps on all 3 lanes. That ward will be swept out. T1 looking for an engage, and they'll pick there. Ming has no flash, and they have an arrow. I think that could be an easy target.
I think they're just waiting for these super creeps to hit the base so they can try and fall back, make sure there's pressure on towards the Nexus turrets as they start to go away, but maybe not. I mean, top wave needs to try and crash at the same time here.
Here we go.
Flank. This is it, the last desperate attempt, but they catch Owner. They need the reset so desperately. Waiting on the ultimate from the Aphelios, waiting for them to group up. Gala knows that this is the one that could decide the game. Breathe on the backside, now trying to lock him down. Faker burning, Faker ticking. Can they get the reset for the Viego? Yes, one more hit. They will find it. But still, T1 with the advantage in the fight. Gala on the backside, immediately the stun now coming up. Gala, desperate to survive. He's getting ticked away, he's getting knocked down. The ulti will not be enough. Way trying to have his hero moment, but T1 say not today. T1 striking first, and the best of 5 as they knock down RNG.
RNG were trying their best to hold on, but it got to the point where no matter when you engage, T1 will kite back with those 4 range champs, and they will out-damage you. First win over the T1 in this quarterfinal.
I mean, a fantastic opening game from T1, right? The draft was perfect. They knew exactly how they wanted to execute. Slow and steady. They knew how they wanted to play in towards the mid-game, and making sure RNG never got a foothold back into the game, constantly pushing waves, constantly pushing RNG back, and making sure they could take game 1.
And just the incredible discipline. After that single Herald fight where everything went awry and you thought maybe, ooh, RNG are back in the game, perfect, flawless discipline from the side of T1 for the rest of the match.
And I think that now RNG will choose blue side, see if they can be the ones to first pick the Graves. That level 1 just kind of made the map fall apart because Wei couldn't contest anywhere. Owner would just constantly match him, and then as a team, they would match RNG, and through top side, T1 found their lead, and on blue side, RNG will shake it up a bit.
Absolutely clinical, but of course, if you can't make it to San Francisco for the finals, you can watch on the big screen with your friends and family at one of 600 theaters and counting near you. Use the QR code below to purchase some tickets, and while you find a theater near you, we're going to break down that game at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Dracos. Take a breath while we break it down, my friend. T1, they strike first blood in the best of 5 against RNG. But if that game didn't whet your appetite for a full 5-game slugfest between these two squads, I don't know what will. We've only got a few minutes to break this one down, so I want to get straight into it. Let's start in the draft. We got the Ashe, we got the Heimerdinger. Let's go!
That's the biggest thing to me. I loved it as a Kalista counter, but seeing it actually be prepared here as an Aphelios counter as well, I think is going to completely change how the rest of the series shape up, because even though I think Gala and Ming did a really good job at staying even in terms of CS, they could never contest Prio, and they gave T1 a lot of freedom.
For me, it was more about the prio that Faker had mid, and then the early game plan they had for Graves. I think Graves, we've seen it rising as a counter pick. We knew that, or not a counter pick, but just a pick in general. We knew that RNG are massive fans. Like, Wei is a very good Graves player, but they did the late invade to set up for yet another jungle path we've seen in these quarterfinals where there's a very good early game plan to set the opposing jungler behind and get the Graves ahead, so it ends up in a flame horizon eventually in this game.
I mean, Graves just feels like the clear S tier right now. You know, both of these junglers are obviously highly prioritizing it. Canyon, Peanut, a lot of people are going towards it and really dominating with it. But, you know, as we'll see in some of the highlights, like, I think Wei did a really good job of actually finding some fights to bring himself back in, because this game could have just been an absolute blowout with how far behind he got.
This pick also showcases why the Renekton still is prio, especially when you have a really snowbally top half of the map with Akali and Viego, because it's the stun flash, or the flash stun rather, that sets it up, and then Wei completely pops off.
Yeah, and you can see why. I mean, again, Wei has come out on the Viego too and looked really, really good on this pick. You can see why RNG also prioritized that for them. I think the big thing here was, like, specifically in this Baron, T1, we talked about how their Baron setups might not have been the best at MSI. They've obviously improved at that. They were very patient, and their timing for choosing when this was, not letting RNG continue to scale into further relevancy, especially Gala, was so massive.
Yeah, absolutely, because the game had slowed down to a point that had been about a 5,000 gold lead for a really long time, and I was kind of looking at it through the lens of, if Gala can get to IE before the game is exploded, before the game is blown open, then they have a real chance in a 5v5. But RNG, you know, don't get that time because T1 forced the Baron. Zeus gives up his life to guarantee that they get it as well. And I think that was really expertly done. And to me, this game really came down to two critical moments. It was one, Wei overchasing in top lane and giving a shutdown to Zeus, which really put him ahead and gave them side lane control. And then it was that Baron.
Yeah, it's about here, I think, that happens. It was at 1339. Which obviously you then see Victor damage is nuts, but the Camille damage coming out, right? We talked about how this top lane, both of these top laners are going to be massive towards their team's success and how they play, even if they don't get attention. And that 1339 overchase by Wei and Breathe, I absolutely agree with you, Azale. That's really where T1 ended up breaking the game open.
And the problem for Breathe as well is that in that matchup, once you fall behind, like you maybe in team fights you can fight value, but the side lane becomes impossible. And it also means that the youngest player on T1, after he got picked off in an early skirmish, gets a lot of gold and gets to kind of come back into the game, which takes away a lot of the pressure.
And one cool thing that we saw from T1, we kind of set this up as a kind of T1 are going to want to blitz you early. They want super prio lanes, like all this other stuff. And I think we saw that. But we also saw their patience and their 4-1 setup around this Camille, which was also very, very good, and something that, you know, we typically praise RNG more for their attention to side lanes.
Absolutely, and something we'd all talked about and all kind of felt like there was going to be more facilitator mid lanes played, right? And we got Victor versus Akali, right? So clearly, you know, not the read that these teams have, at least for game one. It will be interesting to see, you know, obviously going back to blue side, I'm expecting RNG will, you know, will they play the same style, or if they lose again, are they then going to kind of abandon ship and try to play more Lissandra's?
That's so much the beauty of the best of 5, though, right? Is the ability of both teams to come out in game one and throw maybe something at the other team that they would not have expected. And of course, the team that comes out on the winning end of that is generally the one that gets to start to warp the best of 5 meta. As you predicted, it will be RNG over to blue side. Chronicler, let me go to you. Just thoughts on game 2.
No surprises there. I am wondering what happens to Graves, because the bans... Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. But the bans on red side are very tough, and I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that it will be a Lissandra first pick, because Aatrox, Graves, and Yumio got taken away.
All right, well, there you have it. As T1 and RNG battle in this best of 5, JDG awaits one of them in the semi-final. And thanks to OnePlus Cam, we're getting a behind-the-scenes look at JDG's dominant win just yesterday. Make sure you check it out.
behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Almost a decade ago, on a night not unlike tonight, at Worlds 2013, the curse was born. A young man with the name of Uzi led a group of hopefuls known as the Starhorn Royal Club. Little did they know what was waiting for them in the finals. An unkillable demon king in the City of Angels, dressed in red, made Uzi shiver with fear of his impeccable Zen. But for the AD carry and his team, this was just the beginning of the nightmare.
The merest shade of me is enough to defeat you.
Fast forward to 2016, once again the land of the free, and Starhorn Royal Club had become RNG. But even with the name change, they couldn't escape the wrath of Faker. However, RNG and Uzi didn't let fear stand in their way. 2017 was their year. They made it to the semifinals, and on that night in Shanghai, our hometown heroes pushed Faker all the way to the edge. As they thought they had finally conquered their demon, he somehow evolved into a colossus, smashing their hopes of lifting the world's title once again.
I sleep, I wake, I break things.
But then, he disappeared. It seemed as though the curse that had followed them to the ends of the earth had become a shadow. A horror story told to remind themselves to never take anything for granted. RNG were happy, having finally put the past behind them. But the unkillable Demon King will always catch up with you. He was waiting for the right time to strike, with the right teammates, and surrounded by hungry young blood. He attacked once again. Now, almost a decade after the curse was born, Faker is back to haunt RNG and Worlds, hoping to once again deny them the one title they've been chasing all this time. Legend says that if you listen closely, you can still hear Uzi's screams at the Staples Center. But Faker shows no mercy.
Welcome back to the Castle Desks, New York. Boy, do I have another spooky story to tell about a player's career who didn't end so well. See, his Malzahar didn't go very far, because when he pushed R, he right-clicked.
Okay, that's all I got. We're back. This is a very serious game and a very serious moment. Welcome back for T1 versus RNG. We're back to League of Legends. No more scary stories. Although if you're an RNG fan, potentially more scary results, as game one definitively T1 favored just about the entire way through. Even the kids are getting involved. And we'll have to see how RNG recover as we look forward.
I mean, especially since RNG, the first time they were able to defeat T1 in those international best of fives was MSI, just gone. And it feels like now T1 have kind of bounced back looking for that revenge. Starting off well in game one. We'll have to see if RNG can bring it back now for game two.
RNG on the blue side. I think Graves was a very big problem for them. We'll see if the Ashe Heimerdinger is something that gets run back by T1. I'm not sure if it's full blind pick. I mean, it can work. It'll get a push in most matchups, but I'm sure RNG have been discussing the Ashe Heimerdinger, discussing the Graves, which were the main problems, and maybe discussing with Breathe about blind pick tops, because I doubt that T1 will ban Fiora Jax on red side this time around. I feel like you're forced into Aatrox, Yuumi, Graves or something along those lines. So Breathe should have a little bit of an easier time, but Renekton's good into Camille. Just the jungle lost a lot of prio, so it was hard for him to trade, and Owner was just matching away constantly around the map.
And again, I feel like Owner was the real standout. Ultimately, Zaya's the one who benefited so much from his attention, from all that pressure on the top side, but have to see how he performs on a champion that isn't Graves, because it is easy to assume, as you highlighted, that that will not be an option this time around. Bot lane meta, going to be hugely important. I think I was pretty ready, I think as is you both were, to have a pretty calm bot lane meta. A lot of the more explosive picks not played by these two teams respectively, but really T1 throwing that massive curveball in game one as we look ahead towards the second draft.
And I'm curious to see now if we do get a shakeup for the mid lane matchup as well. I mean, even as Zale was talking about on the desk, I assumed we get way more kind of facilitator mid lanes rather than what we've been seeing in the carry performance. So now I'll have to see if Xiaohu wants to go back towards that, but Graves on the blue side.
Yeah, RNG's the one banning away Graves, T1 banning away Aatrox, Fiora Jax are still up, and Lissandra looks like a locked ban by T1 this series, no matter what. So we'll see what direction this draft goes in, because Graves was the prio. I think Aphelios is kind of rising in priority a little bit now with these bans by the looks of it. But yeah, if RNG first pick that, T1's just going to run back the similar draft from last time. Heimerdinger, Ashe, get the push, and what do you play in support, Ming?
Yeah, I'm curious now if we'll actually get a change, because, I mean, Maokai slipped through the draft entirely the last time. Maybe we see things like the Sylas starting to creep up, and Kali could also be in there. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and lend in towards something for Wei in these early stages as well, as that has kind of been the comfort for RNG for a long time.
You've been taken. Yep. And glad to see it. I don't think Sivir Yuumi was the meta that anyone was excited for in this series. But now, what is the option going to be from RNG? You talked about blind pickable top laners, the LeBlanc ban, potentially showing us some preference on the mid lane matchup, but bot lane wide open as well. I feel like with Graves off the board, you got a lot of choice left, a lot more flexibility in terms of what you can prioritize for jungle pool.
Sejuani's going to be the first pick, and I think that can go in Breed's hands or Wei's. I actually expect it to go into Breed's hands because he was struggling last game a little bit. Was a very tough game from jungle onwards, but this is a very comfortable champ, very easy to blind pick, and we'll see how T1 respond. I don't think they're going to blind the Ashe Heimerdinger, surely not, right? I think RNG will be able to match you with a response if they dig into their pocket, so they're just going to take away the Viego. I wonder if Akali is high prio.
I'm also curious about the Aphelios, right? Maybe you just take the Aphelios for Gumayusi, you say, hey, Gala, Ming, not really they're not going to play Heimerdinger or Ashe, at least when you look at them domestically, right? So I think if you try and take away the Aphelios, maybe you get the Lucian Nami then for RNG, and you can still try and, you know, answer for that. But no, it looks like they're going to be going with yourself, Kedro. Kali going to be up on the prio list.
Yeah, I think it's such a powerful champ if you're playing Sejuani, one of the strongest melee champs to pair up with her, and denying that makes sense. I wonder if Xiaohu goes towards the direction of a Sylas. We haven't seen it yet, but Galio could also be another one.
I think Sylas works really well because you've already got the Sejuani, right? If you put that into the jungle for Wei, you got the Sylas, you got Sejuani, you got the Fiora on the top side as well. There's the skirmishing RNG wanted.
There is the exact draft we want. Put the Sejuani jungle, get a carry for Breed, don't play any of that safe stuff, and make sure you have a brawl-heavy topside. How does Zeus respond here? If you're a Jace, would be a Zeus classic if they want to opt into a pure counter in this matchup. GP, Yone, this guy has so many carries in his pool, but Zeus's Jace is what I think is the best suited here, and he's gonna lock it in. I'm just gonna say it. For those of you at home, Zeus is the best Jace in the world.
And I think he's still in a good spot, especially into things like the Fiora, right? You can still play for poke, you can still play to push wave, but it is going to be a case of, again, looking at Owner to try and facilitate that. Getting control over topside, getting that vision, but when I look at RNG's top end of the map, that becomes very difficult to do.
Interesting that T1 are the ones banning away Aphelios there. I'd have thought that's something that RNG would have to ban away, and that's something that Gumayusi could look for on 4. So we'll see how this bot lane evolves. Kai'Sa is something that works really well with skirmish-heavy topside, something that can actually get in there and be self-sufficient in diving. Kalista is another one, but I don't think T1 will play that one. Gumayusi struggled a little bit with it, and Gala doesn't actually play the Kalista. There's the Lucian.
I thought it would be in the opposite side. I assumed that it was going to be T1 who were going to ban away things like the Lucian and make themselves more comfortable, but we'll have to see what Gumayusi wants to try and go for. The Kalista, as you said, is still open. Maybe we end up fishing for something like a Draven. We saw 8 times out of Gumayusi over the course of summer.
I wonder if we're getting Kai'Sa versus Tristana here. No, the Tristana ban's coming in, so I think Kai'Sa has to be the ban here for RNG, because I thought that if Tristana was up, if you blind Kai'Sa, they will pick Tristana, but now T1 have banned that away, so the last kind of dive-heavy champ left is the Kai'Sa, because I don't think either of these teams will lean towards the Kalista. We'll have to see, though.
Final ban here. T1 gonna get the luxury of final pick as well. So much power to shape bot lane, and it's the Heimer. RNG giving it that respect after the previous match.
I'm curious if we actually see something like a Sivir Lulu come out, just because we've gone so far down the ban list. I think Miss Fortune can still be brought up, but I mean, I don't think she's won a game at Worlds yet. I know she hadn't up until a few days ago, so I would be very surprised to see it. But yeah, it looks like Gumayusi, we talked about the Draven going to be coming out. I mean, makes it very difficult to go for some of these short-range AD carries.
Renata is the lock-in here, so that opens up a lot of flexible kind of bot matchups, because Renata can pair very well with everything. RNG, what are your options? What is something that they want to lean towards? MF's a good team fighter, you highlighted. Jinx Tom would be something that's safe. Kai'Sa is something that Gala is known for across the world to dive in and help the team out. Supportive, dive heavy, hyper carry, he can choose anything right now.
I mean, it'd probably be the Jinx, realistically. I think you need push in mid, but yeah, okay. I think go.
Gala's Kai'Sa is iconic, and maybe T1 were thinking of a Kai'Sa themselves, but Gala will happily pick that one up.
And this game is going to be so incredibly explosive. All these champions, when they have a lead, can take over a map so incredibly quickly, but if you fall behind, it is going to be so punishing. The Akali, the Viego, whether it's the Sylas or the Fiora on the opposite side, game 2 will be much more explosive.
I'm really curious, though, because you don't really want something on the bot side that you want to give a ton of resources to when you look towards the Jace in the top end. So could it just end up going back towards Sivir? The Kalista is phenomenal with Renata as well. A ton of pressure in the 2v2. Do we get it?
Xayah is also a good one. Not so much a counter, but does well into Kai'Sa, because every time Kai'Sa ults on you on mid-waves to assassinate, you can match your ult on her dive. Kalista didn't work out very well for T1 in the regular split. It's a positive win rate, but Xayah is the lock-in. This is 2019
yes,
throwback of the meta. Fiora, Sylas, Akali. We've got the Kai'Sa Xayah as well. Just go back a couple of years and this is the meta as well.
I stand by, that was the best meta of all time. This game is going to be so incredibly explosive. Small advantages can turn into big ones. Outplays can happen at every single opportunity. For RNG, they are fighting back from a deficit. They do not want to be in a position where they are forced to reverse sweep T1. Again, need to find it here. And for Zeus, Breathe on the top side. This is huge. The blind pick Fiora, the confidence to bust it out, but you're going toe-to-toe with a man who, as you highlighted, Cadril, the best Jace in the world. And if you want to keep that title, you have to keep winning.
On the bot side, though, it's an absolutely terrifying combo for RNG, right? We always talk about Gala's Kai'Sa, but, I mean, Ming's Nautilus is the best by far in the LPL, and honestly, probably trekking forward towards best in the world. What this man can achieve in this pick is absolutely insane. Didn't get to see a huge amount of it last game, because he was basically hooking himself in to try and engage and die, but in a composition like this, he can be the difference maker for RNG.
Skirmish heavy on both sides. I think junglers can play towards basically any lane. Mid will be a lot of contest of the wave, trading health bars to get the push. Top lane, the Jace needs the push to get an individual lead up against the Fiora, so that'll be something that T1 will have to cover. You've got Nautilus into Renata, who if Nautilus can start hooking forwards and jungles around, they'll always guarantee a kill, so the junglers are under a lot of pressure this game.
And it feels like a huge amount of it, for me, is going to be split, right? I think for RNG, as you say, playing towards Nautilus, playing towards the hooks to get this guy's ahead is going to be your best bet in the early stages. But for Jace, you want to make sure he can get this lead.
And here we are. Game 2. Game 1 controlled. It was clinical. It was calculated. The vision, the macro, flawless from the side of T1 and RNG. They threw some punches, but they just did not land. This time around, much more explosive.
So Wei is actually running phase rush on the Sejuani. Didn't go for the aftershock. Wants something that can get in and get out alongside that blue spike. Ranged bot lane for T1, so RNG warding that middle brush. Looking for all-ins on that level 1.
So the phase rush is something we see a bit in the LPL, specifically into very slippery people, like the Viego, like the Akali, because you get the opportunity to try and chase up and see if you can keep chasing until you actually get that kill. But we'll have to see if he's going to find those opportunities. But certainly when you look at this, I think you're right, Cadril, like, this is going to be a brawl. This feels like it's going to be so many skirmishes all over the place as each side tries to get that early lead.
And before we get into the laning phase, and potentially even this level 1, Prime Gaming is giving away 150,000 RP to Super Lucky fans every single day of Worlds. Head over to PrimeGamingWorlds22.com and enter, and make sure to put in today's secret code to get bonus entries. You can see it in the graphic there. In the meantime, though, keeping our eyes on these first few levels. Again, little things, getting level 2 first. The smallest thing can make massive differences in these laning phases.
Both junglers pathing top. Owner recognizes that Zeus needs the push in this matchup, so he wants to slow stack waves and poke the Fiora down. While Wei is going to go up there because their 2v2 is quite strong. Fiora Sejuani incredibly powerful at things like level 3 and level 4, only get stronger towards that level 6. There's a hook from Ming already.
Good poke. Not quite able to fully stack the plasma from the Kai'Sa passive, but still overall solid early trade. Expect Carry and Guma to hold on to the push.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly how Wei goes here. You've already moved up towards blue buff. He's going to try and clear that one out. And I'd say immediately try and go topside. Breathe should be in a decent spot here where you see how the wave is set up to actually try and hold at the moment. Like, it will be slow pushing into him, but may actually be able to get in towards that topside quick. Going to go towards Grom first, though, so maybe a little bit slower and actually getting in to help Breathe on top end.
Look at that level 3. We'll see if he leans towards that top side. Zeus trading really aggressively. Nice W there from Breed onto Zeus to stop the shock blast and land the slow and the damage. A lot of trading mid. Of course, it's melee matchup. Akali can innately be a little bit favored in terms of getting the push with her Q, but this could just be a dead Jace. Owner's not here to cover.
They got the setup. How many stacks? Already close enough to get the stacks down. Trying to follow up a little bit more. Leaping forward. Zeus now flashing out to safety, but here, onto the Viego. It's too little. It is too late. First blood for RNG.
That was so well played by Wei. He skips the blue and just barely manages to sneak past Owner, who'd gone to check to see what was happening in the top side. So Wei just barely manages to catch T1 unaware and punishes Zeus for it.
That is a massive play there for RNG. Wei goes for the fastest level 3 in the game. Gangs top. Owner has the spite. Wei does as well. We'll see who picks it up.
Get it. Go plus on stacks, waiting, trying to get it. He will. Match now. Owner on the retreat, but already stacking. Here comes Breathe in the meantime. Owner running. But it looks like they're just going to retreat. Do not want to overcommit to the play.
Faker on the way, and Wei not having smite means that Owner should be able to secure the crab, but the action's not done here. We'll see if Wei wants to queue over. Zeus has no flash, but there's no vision. But with the mist, they'll know that Viego's over the wall. Wei will take the base, put the ward down, spot out Owner, but great pathing from Wei. Owner may be thinking, he's saying in comms, Wei might not just do 3 camps in the top, but he did, and Owner was just way too late to respond. He's coming into River now, but Wei just sneaks past him, that he doesn't have the vision. So Zeus thinks that he's safe and gets caught off guard.
is so well done by Wei there. Barely able to sneak past. And I mean, this is what we wanted to see coming through from Wei, right? Getting out onto the map early, affecting the lanes for RNG. And the fact that you actually managed to get Zeus with both Flash and his TP now down just means you go for a repeat on that top side and make it even more vulnerable for T1.
And we talked about how high stakes the early game can be in a game like this. And that's a play that exemplifies it so perfectly, because that is the difference of 15 or 20 seconds, 10 maybe even, of getting there first, of getting there before Owner, finding that angle. Now we check in on the bottom side of the map, and as expected, Uma and Carrier holding on to a little bit of a lead, although Gala, farming back pretty well, should just match this as the wave finally does come crashing in. So quiet for now. Level 6 for the Sylas, or for the Akali. Will be a catalyst for more action, but keeping our eyes on the junglers as the lanes are relatively full.
Wait.
Can proc phase rush here and just try to zoom out to safety? Might just have to do that. He's now one very fast Poro rider. Faker trying to sidestep. The stun already now coming in. Xiaohu, where's the fog gonna go? Locking it down. Faker, he's trying to flash over the wall. Where's the response? They don't want to risk burning anything.
Sejuani incredibly quick with the Lucidity Boots and the phase rush. Owner has flash, but Ming is here.
Not done. Here comes the portal. Arnagna forced the flash out, and RNG taking so many small advantages across the map.
No flash to follow over, but again, RNG using the push that Gala and Ming have on this bottom side. You can see the difference when RNG actually have some control over the map. They're trying to get in the face of Owner and punish him for that game one.
So let's take stop, because RNG now have the push in top. Breathe has flash advantage into the Jace and is getting the push. Wei is up in experience over Owner. Xiaohu now has the advantage as Faker has no flash, and bot lane's in a pretty good state for RNG. Ming being able to lead the lane, and with this ranged matchup, not too far behind just yet. Gala as T1 are stacking these waves, and gonna get only harder from this point onwards, because when Wei takes over at level 6, could be some free kills in these solo lanes that Owner needs to cover. He's moving his way up towards his top side, but he's level 3 at 6 minutes in the game. He's very close to level 4, but he's dropped a lot of camps to look for this play. Breathe has the flash. Zeus has a decent wave in terms of slow stacking, but this will push into Breathe. I think he's happy just staying back here.
On the experience chart, Breathe now walking away. Trying to step back here. Good auto attacks, but they don't really have the follow-up. Breathe holding on, it looks like, to the parry. Knows that he's fine and just walks out.
There comes Wei, though. This is what they're waiting for.
Level 5. Can move in. Can they find the stun on a single target? That's 1, 2, 3 stacks going on to Zeus. Looking for the 4th. Looking to lock him down. Catch it in midair. It's a freeze-frame moment. It's a 2v2. The Grand Temple has been issued, and T1 cannot answer.
RNG topside playing to perfection there. Breathe holds the W for so long. Wei comes over the wall with the blast cone and arrives just in time. Zeus has no flash. Owner has no flash. The level up from Fiora. 3 kills to the RNG topside. This is the bounce back they needed.
You knew when it was T1 and RNG that it was going to be a banger. The fact that RNG managed to finally defeat T1 in an international best of 5 of MSI, and now coming into World, they want to see if they can repeat it, or can T1 show why they were dominant against this team for so long.
And already we're ready for another 1v1 in the mid lane. Xiaohu taking away the perfect execution. Can we take a look back at this clean play from RNG?
So Breathe doesn't riposte the stun, but Zeus misses the shock blast on the stun. If he connected that Q, I think Breathe would be way too low to fight this in a 2v2. Blunder there from Zeus. Punish from RNG. Breed's looking for level 6 on the wave. He's asking Wei to even smite the creep, so the kill actually levels him up, so he flashes forwards. Movement speed from the ult. Starts proccing the vitals. Good turn there by RNG. Mistakes by T1.
And gentlemen, we were ready for action across all 5 lanes. We were ready for plays across the board, because you have 10 world-class players in this matchup. Now we see the 1v1. Xiaohu getting cheeky here, not going to push for anything else, but topside has been everything in these games. Wei versus Owner in the jungle, Breathe versus Zeus on the top side, it's everything.
But this was the top lane gauntlet, right? When you look at this side of the bracket, it's absolutely insane, the talent that is up there. And when there is that discussion about who is the best top lane in the tournament, Zeus has proven it in game 1 that he's able to get the upper hand against Breathe, but this time around, RNG are trying to give that helping hand to Breathe to see if they can take back that title from Zeus.
There he is again. Zeus has the flash though, so he should be alright. Breathe holding these waves as close to his tower as possible to make sure the Jace is vulnerable, to make Owner have to respond. Bot lane in isolation going well for T1, but it looks like RNG want to force this Herald. Ming moving through mid this top side. T1 bot lane ready to match. Faker incredibly low, but he has the ultimate advantage over Xiaohu. T1 trying to force their way in.
T1 with the man advantage though. Brought the whole bot lane up. Guma already focusing on knocking down the mid wave. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the objective. Gala, of course, has the mobility of the ultimate. Can try to get into a fight. T1 already retreating, knowing they do not want to overcommit. They remember the Herald in game 1.
There's decent poke from T1, but as you say, once Gala ends up coming up here and none of that poke landing, RNG are free to start it up. They're very worried about a quick turn going on towards T1, so they'll just back away instead, look for the cross map and pick up the first dragon.
Cross map coming in, like you said, will always favor the Herald naturally, so RNG are probably pretty happy with this trade. Wei can just clear his top camps out as well, and I mean, will we see a Herald top again, similar to game 1, where getting your top laner ahead is everything? Wei has a couple of options. Number 1, place it top and get Breathe ahead. Number 2, place it bot and get Gala back into an even state up against Gumayusi with this CS deficit.
Yeah, I'm wondering if their RNG are actually trying to set that up pretty quickly, right? You saw Shehu cancel his reset. He's going to push in mid, get that crash. Should be able to then TP back into mid lane and maybe look to see if they can contest next wave mid and immediately move up towards this top side.
You could also place it mid, but I mean, you will never really get the tower with so many melee champs, right? Your only range champ is the Kai'Sa, so it's not like you can force them back unless you're threatening a dive. Threatening a dive top seems a little bit easier. Like you said, if Xiaohu can get that move, he's going to base and TP back in towards mid now, we expect. So this gives a window for T1 to have mid lane on their own first as Faker hovers in the river. Breathe, he's going to face check here.
Walking forward. Does a riposte, is going to block the shock blast as well. That's a nice little bit of extra. So we'll walk away there, but you can see Owner feels like he has to cover the top side because if Wei is there, it could all fall apart so quickly, especially with the Herald in his back pocket.
The dangerous part for RNG in trying to use this Herald, though, is the fact that Faker still has his TP. He was able to walk back to lane, manages to match the push from Xiaohu. So if you end up having this push come through from RNG, it does give the opportunity for Faker to still match with that teleport.
Wei is not leaving this top lane. He's now looking for a lane gank onto Zeus. If he lands that ult, he's as good as dead. Breed's pushing him back so that Wei can move up in the brushes. 1v1 mid.
For the 1v1. Xiaohu trying to dash safety, but Ming is here, and it is not! A 1v1. Faker, though, so quick to get out.
What happened to the Nautilus ult there? It looked like Ming channeled it because Faker did so much distance with his ult and flash. I think it just cancelled on the spot. If that followed up, maybe Xiaohu could have looked for the kill. But anyway, RNG focusing top.
Wei coming up.
Going to be looking here, going under the towers. Ace is alone.
Perfect mark location to try to finish the job. Grand challenge, 1 reset, already healing up. Owner stepping forward, but there's no follow-up. All he can do is clear the wave.
I mean, this is heartbreaking.
Owner, another stun. Has the ulti, desperate to try and find a kill, but playing with fire to even step up there.
I mean, RNG are still going to be able to push in here. Owner does need to be careful. Looks like they will back away, but again, more kills to Breed, more kills going towards that top side for RNG. And as you say in mid for the depth charge, if you end up out of vision, it drops depth charge. There is a cast time on it. Unfortunately, Ming just wasn't quite able to get there. And now Owner backing away, beaten, battered, and bruised. Owner not having the game he had in game 1.
Yeah, if they lost vision, that makes a lot of sense. So Faker just about gets out, and RNG basically saying to T1, anything you can do, I can do better on this top side. 4 kill participation for both the top jungles. This one again here, because Faker Xiaohu trading really aggressively. Level 8 to level 9. Xiaohu has the E to cancel Faker R2, lands it. Does he lose vision here, I wonder? I don't think they lost vision. Xiaohu was there, it just didn't cast off in time to gap close onto Faker, but then the dive comes in. They manage to kill Zeus. This top side going in favor of RNG so heavily now here in game 2, and Breathe, a player who's, this is his first World Championship, this is his first international event, so Wei making sure he feels comfortable.
I mean, even when you look at Wei as well, I mean, this guy had a meteoric rise. Going to be in the mid lane as well, moving across from E-Star immediately onto RNG and suddenly thrust into one of the top teams in the LPL. I mean, this has been a guy that has had to step up to play with some of the best people in the world, and he's done a phenomenal job in becoming an incredibly strong jungler as a result as well of kind of being under the tutelage of a veteran like Shen.
Yeah, RNG have never really failed to slot in superstars. When they feel that they're right and they manage to succeed under this historic organization, they stick. Players like Gala as well.
That's the stun, gonna get the E follow. It's gone, where's the... No follow. He's not gonna chase, they're not gonna over-push, they don't want to over-commit.
Still have the Herald. I wonder if they're going to drop it. Yeah, they are. So they are going to go for mid plate. The problem we have here is T1 can collapse really quickly. They have bot push. Faker's going on the Xiaohu.
Back Xiaohu, they burst down Xiaohu. They get the reset and they will find one. Owner taking away the body is now the Silas can leap into away, but the chain's not connecting is big. Can reset now, wants to continue, wants to keep it going. Owner looking for redemption in the early game, trying to take away, but if the tower is too much, he cannot dive. But Wei playing like a magic. On the edge, he knows he's overcommitted. Owner caught in no man's land. Barrier tries to save his jungler, but it is not enough.
It's never a 1v1 when you're facing RNG. There's always more people on the way, and Ming once more with the roam, able to get the success on the depth charge this time.
Frustration setting in here for T1. RNG always first to the play. Ming will get a little bit chunked out there by Carrier. T1 have this bot push, they have this lead in bot lane, but they can't transition it into anything. Ming is always dropping waves to make sure he is first. Breathe is first from top as well. Owner going way too deep onto the enemy territory. We'll see if Ming looks for something here as they're looking for this last plate. 10 seconds left.
Faker first on the roam. has used the Scryer's Bloom, see if they want to go for anything else here, and really it's just been on Gala and Ming to survive. The only place where T1 have the gold advantage right now is this bot lane matchup. Big lead individually for Guma, but have to try to find a way to leverage it because you've seen how far ahead Wei and Breathe are.
And it feels like it's going to be the Dragon that they try and use it for, right? Gale Force already completed for Gumayushi. It's such a big spike for him, so if they can immediately move over, maybe that's where they can try and use that advantage. But, I mean, just look how big Wei is. 1.5 items already completed at the second Dragon spot.
Does RNG contest, Breed spacing. He has Unleashed Teleport as well. Zeus is going to match him because he knows he needs to be ready in case RNG pull the trigger on this Dragon. Kahu's getting midway mid, Gala fishing around, RNG slowly walking up. No vision though, no TP flank wards. Wei just queues over with no flash, and T1 are just going to give it up right in their face. Gala's moving up. Faker's on midwave.
It's so hard. Carrier doesn't have his ultimate. He has no great team fighting tools. They just walk in, they take everything they want.
Wow.
They had no vision on Breathe. Breathe had reset and had already started to move down towards the bot side, and that's why T1 weren't sure if they wanted to commit the TP from Zeus or just let him get back up to the top side and try and catch that wave. So without that information as to where the 5v5 of RNG was, they back off.
Pull back, handshake. Hard to use the feathers. Ulti now coming in. Faker trying to outmaneuver the play, but it's just so hard. The point and click stun. Still Faker.
No flash.
Should make his way out here. Clean sidestep. What?
Manages to dodge away from the Sejuani QW combo, keeps himself alive. Ming had to blow the flash, sorry. T1 really trying to force this bot tier 1. Would be first tower of the game, but a lot of things happening on the map. Breathe and Zeus return to this top side. T1 think they have a Dragon. RNG just seal it right in their face, but they focus on bot push. And I think they will be able to get this tower with Xiaohu TPing back mid.
I mean, it could even be the Rift Herald, right? Breathe has already started that up after pushing in on top side. Zay is playing this very safe, knowing that Xiaohu had that TP advantage. He's not actually able to contest that top wave, so they will just move in over towards the Rift Herald. T1 respond with the turn on bot in.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about dropping waves, Ming just left bot lane around 10 seconds ago and ran straight towards top. He knows that tower's dead. There's no point contesting 2v2. Make sure you cross map, and they will pick up this Herald. I think this will go towards mid, I imagine, but that tower's incredibly low. Could be something that Gala decides to pick up if they get a mid push. But yeah, Gala's been the one struggling. Bot matchup's very difficult. Ming's been constantly leaving him, but to their merit, top side is very far ahead.
Yeah, I think they're going to put this in towards the top side with the Rift Herald, but they do have to be careful because look at the T1 members. They're already moving a lot of players up to this top side, aware that RNG probably want to make a play, especially with Xiaohu leaving mid lane.
See what the option is going to be. Breathe stepping forward. Owner and Zeus in the area, but Carrier ulti back up and available. Have to be careful not to over dive here as for now. T1's bot lane moving into the mid lane. And remember, they're so strong at this stage of the game.
Yeah, this is the point where we'll see the lanes shake up a bit. T1 putting their bot lane mid, contest mid push. Therefore, RNG will match with their bot lane. Faker goes down towards bot, so Xiaohu will match. But he has a lot of time here, Xiaohu. He can wait until this wave gets to the tier 2, so maybe RNG can look for a mid tower here with Faker showing bot with no TP. Pings are coming down from T1 saying we need to defend this. Zeus has the TP, but is it really worth investing on this mid tower? But it looks like RNG will just back away. Xiaohu going back towards bot.
And that's the thing, is the back and forth here from RNG pulls T1 into mid lane. So now they're actually going to use that play top lane. So nice job from RNG drawing T1 around the map and now getting that numbered advantage that they needed.
Moving up. Owner in the area again, matching the 2v2. Still hard to pull off the dive here. Zeus has weathered a lot of that storm now. Want the clips.
Need to keep our eyes on Gumayushi and Carrier's movement here. They can cover this top play if they keep this mid push up. Alternatively though, RNG could just drop the Herald and get it down when they're showing on mid wave. So Carrier bases, Gumayushi's on his way up. Ming is moving up too.
Got flashed out.
Good flash there by Zeus. If he got hit, I think he was as good as dead.
Pressure though, again, continuing to mount, keeping Owner on that top side. Luckily has the Krugs to farm up for now, but you can see 3k gold deficit, Dragon's Tide. T1, when they had this kind of lead, the composition they had in the previous game allowed them to choke out all control. RNG don't have the same luxury. Still have to fight for these advantages, still have to try to find ways to press their individual leads. Not nearly as easy for them to just drag T1 across the map.
Yeah, and I think, again, you're going to have to see this Rift Herald being used before the next Dragon come up, so it makes it very difficult for you to try and bolster both those objectives and try and pick up one for yourself. But at the moment, T1 doing a great job of contesting side lanes. Zeus.
Grand challenge issue. 1, 2, and 3 standing against the wall, but he still might just get taken down to the skies. Thundering blow. Where's it going to go? It's just not enough. He's standing. Oh, they're auto-attacking. They're dueling. He flashed. And I'm not sure why, but it doesn't matter because Breed taking the air from the lungs of Zeus.
A bit of a questionable flash, but you to take those solo kills. Zeus on the Jace, and now Faker looking for Xiao, who will dash away. Massive kill there for the RNG top side, because that'll net them at tier 1. It might net them at tier 2 if Wei pops the Herald down here. Owner's on his way up, but Wei decides against it. They get the push, and they're going to back away, or are they just going to help the push to make sure Owner can't find Breathe?
And again, we cannot sing the praises of Breathe enough. Blind picked the Fiora, Zeus picked his signature pick into it, and he is still finding such massive advantages. Individual 1v1s, when we talk about it, Faker now stepping forward, dashing through, looking to go back in, looking at the healing, Faker running, taking his soul coming low, no, in style. He barely manages to escape, but Faker walks away.
It's such an honor to be able to watch these mids go toe-to-toe from mid lane to bot lane all across the map on this Sylas Akali. Neither yet to fall in the 1v1. Faker really close to dying there.
You can tell how much this means for both these guys. Xiaohu, the first time he made it to Worlds 2017, he gets the semi-finals, only to be smacked back down by Faker. And now, finally been able to beat him. He wants to see if he can do it once more, but Faker, this guy's hands, after how many years of playing League of Legends, are still just so insane.
Yeah, dodges out from that kill in mid from the Sejuani. Nice sidestep. Here's the Herald from RNG to get this mid tier 1 that they've been looking for. 2 towers to 1 right now. Faker will take a base, and he has the TP, and with these compositions, flank wards can be everything. All of these champs can do so much from a flank. RNG will pick up this tower.
Stepping in. New York alive with the sounds of RNG, but T1 fishing for a kill, trying to get something done. The resets for Owner are going to be everything. They want to burst through him. Gallagher damage. What's he going to do? The plasma stacks. Oh, he's ticking, he's burning. The ignite, the plasma will not be enough. They get the TP out. They walk away, they take the dragon as well.
Yeah, RNG don't want to overcommit there. Wei is on the dragon. So Faker TP's in and gets out, but Wei's not done here.
Wei going forward, Kuma slowed, but not locked up. Good Gale Force to take him to safety, heal as well.
I mean, nerves of steel there for Gumayushi. Pops the Gale Force rather than popping the ultimate to keep himself safe, so we'll still have that one if RNG try to jump in onto him, but I think we're going to take it back a step. We're going to slow it down a little. The fact you don't have Dragon for a little while, Baron isn't really capable of being taken for a bit. Now it's going to be a case of the slow game. Push insides for Xiaohu, push insides for Breathe, try and get the last of these outer turrets down, and look to play out the map again once more.
Just as T1 did last game, RNG sitting in a very similar position with that top side, like you said, playing it slow. They have very heavy skirmish champs though, so if a fight breaks out or a pick comes through, then all members will run towards that lane. But what I want to say is that the consistent factor for T1 right now is this bot lane. Gumayushi has had a lot of flack this year. He struggled ever since MSI. He lost a lot of his confidence, he said. But now it's him who's the reliability.
He is slowed again. Another grand challenge, but it's just not fair. Wei and Breathe just bullying the top side of T1.
There is nothing grand about that for Zeus. That is just a disaster as Guma now mid.
Zero. Yeah, 0-5-0. He's going to lose his bot tier 2. He lost tier 1. He lost his top tier 1 as well. Wei just queued over the wall here. T1 trying to look for it.
Phase rush. Does he have it up and available? They're now trying to burn him down. Kuma already has the Lord Dominic, so not as tanky as he'd like to be, but Wei just manages to walk it off.
RNG just playing with so much confidence right now. They own every side of the map, and Wei can make plays wherever he chooses. Gets down Zeus, who won't really find his way back into this game as Jace, unless T1 can find a miracle fight. RNG holding the vision line with these heavy skirmish champs will always be able to decide when and where to take their fight, but with this Jace being 2 levels down, I don't think they'll have any side push to work with this game.
And again, you highlighted Guma before, and I think we have to say it again. He is the strong point on this team. His third item is going to be massive for T1 hopes in this game, because again, no matter how bad the Jace is looking right now, 0-5-0, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. If T1 can take this game, it will be inconsequential as we move ahead in the series.
It's all on Guma right now, and Faker perhaps as well, to see how much work he can get done. Gumayushi, 11 games on Xayah, 91% win rate. It's one of his best champs next to Aphelios and King. Struggled with the meta changes towards Lucian and things like the Sivir and the Kalista and the Caitlyn, but Xayah is one of his bread and butter champs, 2.5 items right now, and Gala is ready to match him on one of his signature champs as well.
And I mean, Guma's really stepped up at group stage as well. I mean, second highest in CSD of 14, fourth when it comes to goal difference. It feels like he'd kind of taken a new chapter coming into Worlds where we didn't see some of the missteps that we saw, and now we have to see if he can do it once more against RNG here.
A lot of pressure on him to take down Breathe, who's actually building towards a Frozen Heart. It's going to be a very tanky Fiora, not itemizing fully for side lane, but will help him on side lane, the Frozen Heart, but especially in team fights against the Jace and the Xayah. Xiaohu will get this tower. I don't know if he'll get out, though.
Xiaohu now has to try and run away. What ulti is he going to take here? Buying a bit more time. Xayah ult, of course, to get to safety, but they've still got so many cooldowns. He's still dashing. The Gale Force forward. He goes in. He goes golden. There's got to be no way. The healing will not be enough. Kuma getting more money, but as you highlighted already, RNG kicking this off. Ming just trying to protect, just trying to stop Owner from getting into the pit. They have to retreat here. Clean pick from the side of T1.
They just don't have the damage on RNG. Like, even with the Kraken Slayer and the Plasma procs from Gala, just not able to burst through that quick enough, and immediately they back away. Now T1 get the push in mid as well. They should be able to take this as well as the pick on bot side.
Signs of hope here for T1. They managed to find their second tower of the game. Breed pushes in top and will take the base, but smart call by RNG to back away. TP's coming in. Will be as good as they can get. Zeus no TP, Breed can now match him bot, and they should be able to play the map once again. But T1 need more than just a pick. They need a couple more of those to re-establish some control over the map. 50 seconds on the Dragon. I don't think T1 will choose to fight it until Gomyushi has that Infinity Edge.
Yeah, it feels like for T1, maybe you have an opportunity to try and get into a position where you can, set up ahead of Dragons now that you've got a little bit of advantage on the push here. So you can get vision, look for a bit of poke with Zeus, maybe a little bit with Gomyushi. Maybe then you can just wait it, but RNG are so good at turning on a dime with the likes of Wei and Ming looking for this and full vision on this bot side. T1, I don't think they can contest this.
So incredibly difficult for T1 now. If they can force a fight without Breathe in it, maybe, just maybe, they stand a chance. But if that Fiora's in the area, it's going to be nigh impossible to take it. Owner still stepping forward. Again, T1 looking to find these picks. Laying down this vision, trying to get control over the Drake. 9 seconds till it spawns, fishing for a way. Follow up there, but not nearly enough damage to find the pick. Gala now caught out. Gala dashing out to safety. Big ulti, but before the fight even breaks out, Xiaohu's now in the area. Breathe coming over the wall. Faker has to retreat. Call the ultimate stolen. RNG full control over the Dragon Pit. But T1, very slow play as they step forward. They burn some cooldowns, but ultimately get nothing in exchange.
They did get Xiaohu's TP, though. They're trying to see if they can threaten the tier 2 and top side with Xiaohu, but now RNG will turn back over towards the Dragon. They're aware that T1 can't really do this Baron without Gomyushi, so RNG going to slowly take back vision on this top side and make sure there's no trade for T1.
Yeah, T1 just fake pressuring their way in there. The proto belts from Faker to make Gala think twice about stepping up. He was never really going to commit in the first place. Has to lose his flash as a trade, but like you said, it stops top tier 2 from falling. They will lose the Drake regardless, but it's the 2-item spikes, the Shadow Flame, the Infinity Edge. These are the things that T1 need. The Last Whisper for Zeus, because there's so much armor on this top jungle of RNG. It's a matter of time until RNG decide to start up this Baron. Top tier 2 could be their next objective, or they could just wait for this soul.
But that's the thing for T1. It is so hard when RNG get control to actually face check. Like, who the hell on T1 wants to face check a Sejuani or a Nautilus here? Like, every single person falls in that case. So that's where you now need to get smart as T1 of like how you use your lanes to try and get some vision back, try and see if you can find a pick and disrupt the tempo that RNG have.
And it's something that we have to look at too if we see more compositions like this with such explosive side lanes. RNG have the luxury of a very tanky Sejuani, of a Nautilus, these facilitators for big plays, whereas Keria, yeah, certainly for not a very strong champion, cannot face check. Owner, he can face check if he's willing to instantly ult out, but it is not easy to do, and Breathe now stepping forward, just instantly taking away all of that vision, and Wei walking down Zeus, in trouble here, the stun now gonna fall. Excellent Thundering Blow to try to knock him back, still standing for now, flashing out safety, TP being used, knocking him back, Xiaohu in trouble. Where's he gonna go? Leaping out again, the ulti going a little bit wide here. Gala, Breathe, Ming splitting the team. T1 retreating back under the tier 2 tower.
But now they can move over towards the tier 2 and mid. They pushed everyone on T1 to top side, and that just means they get the play in mid. RNG are doing a great job of immediately dropping one lane and just playing off of 2 and catching T1 with their pants down.
It's beautiful 2-lane play, and now Keria has lost his flash. Zeus has lost his flash. RNG aren't gonna go for the Baron Force, just starting it up to see where T1 are, and yes, they're still around on this top side. They haven't taken a base just yet, but RNG forcing plays to find advantage on elsewhere on the map. Infinity Edge picked up for both of these AD carries. Big break points for them.
I would also say, just when it comes to TPs as well, Faker blowing his to get into topside means that now Zeus is in the death matchup again, up against Breed. He's going to be the one that has to try and contest these side lanes against them, or else RNG can pull the trigger on a pick, on a play, on a Baron at any point in time.
And I think when you're a Jace in this situation, as you approach 3 items, it's not the Fiora, it's the flanks, it's hitting the backline, maybe taking out Gala, maybe taking out Shadow, because in the 1v1, it feels so impossible. There's so much armor on the opposite side. Maybe Zeus can find that angle. He has the luxury of that poke, but it's so hard to draw those lines of scrimmage and lay down those shock blasts when RNG are so content to just consistently split up the map until they find an advantage.
Definitely has the TP to help band-aid that a little bit. Really needs the Cyrildas, and I think the Jace is ideally just going to try to push out waves, get the Cyrildas group up, and just start poking down RNG so T1 can start stepping up and getting a little bit of vision control. RNG now going into this top side of T1, who will not try to fight back. They just need a little bit of sneaky vision around this Baron.
But again, look how good you're playing this for RNG. If you look at the minimap, you've got Wei, who's just decided to creep into the outside jungle. The second he gets out of vision, well, that's when you get the movement in here onto the top side, and that's why T1 are finding it so hard to contest the vision that's coming through for T1.
Baron started, I believe. No, RNG started and back away. They're just kind of pulling T1 around, and I think you highlighted it there, that they're waiting for Breathe to pressure bots. So T1 have a window to look for Xiaohu with no flash.
Going to overload the side lane. 4 members committed here. Xiaohu needs to find a way out, needs to find the angle for the perfect execution. Dash 1, and now immediately leaping out. He's trying to get out. He cannot do it. That's the pick, but it's already started the mid lane. They're out for blood. Zeus, the weakest member of the team, now knocked down.
No flash on Zeus. Good response there from RNG. Here comes the mid push. T1 all have the base, and when they arrive back to base, RNG can peel towards bot. They can peel back towards the Baron. RNG constantly matching T1's plays. Picks for both sides, objectives for RNG.
And it's actually a good play for T1 to try and make this happen, but RNG are just so good at finding those opportunities, as we said, with Sejuani, with Ming, and the fact that Gala can instantaneously follow up with the Killer Instinct as well is clutch. Now, though, with the Dragon in a minute, this could be different for T1.
Exactly, Dak. 50 seconds on this Dragon spawn. T1 trying to get as much mid push as they can so they can put a little bit of wards down, see if they can get some vision on RNG before they walk in, but we're going to check the replay here quickly as Xiaohu is the one who gets caught out.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohu, he did his job, right? Tries to stay along as live as possible, doesn't really actually end up blowing too much, and this doesn't even blow the stopwatch because he knows they're going to be looking at the Dragon fight next. But Wei immediately gets the pick onto Zeus, Gala in with the Killer Instinct. There's just no way you can escape away from that as Zeus.
Good flash to get the lockdown. Zeus just kind of laughing this one off. See if his confidence is hurt going into Game 3 and Game 4 in playing this Jace and being able to dominate the lane, because he's had a very, very tough one. RNG back towards his top side. 10 seconds on the Dragon. Midwave pushed in by T1. And they're going to move in. There's the ult.
Fishing. T1 able to walk away for now. Zeus waiting over the wall, looking to lay down that poke. Decent chunk out of Xiaohu. Not enough to dissuade any further action, though. RNG not too concerned about T1 trying to take the Baron now, instead turning their sight towards the Soul, but will it just be a trade of major objectives?
Smart by T1. If they can rush this one down, then this will be a beneficiary for them, because they can start to look for towers. They don't really care about Cloud Soul. Doesn't help too much in combat. They're going to burn it down. Ways on the way, but I don't think it's time.
1K getting lower. T1 to get the Baron, but can they take the fight? Here comes Xiaohu, stolen the Rotten ultimate, now leaping under the backside. Xayah locked up a Guma.
Look away!
Guma as they fight in, they have to do it. Guma now moving forward, way on the backside. T1 pulling back to retreating. It's masterful for now. Guma standing strong. Guma still with all the up and available. If anyone could turn it, it's him. And RNG are pushed back. They cannot afford to fight into the Xayah. They have to walk away. They have to concede the Baron. They will not get both objectives, and T1 are out for blood.
T1 hold their ground. They make a play, they make it decisive, and they get out, but they do not stop without taking a fight in the face of RNG. They are not afraid to push them back, and they will base and catch these creeps. Soul to RNG, Baron to T1.
That was a game breaker right there. If T1 lose it, look at the minions in the base. RNG immediately rush the base, and they can end the game. The fact that T1 stood proud, stood tall, and took that fight is why they're able to hold on to this game.
And we'll see what they can get with it, because now they're going to slowly start to push out these waves, recuperate, group up once again, and try to poke them out with this Jace. There's only a top tier 1 that they can look for. Pushing towards tier 2 seems very difficult in the current game state. RNG can collapse so quickly with this amount of move speed out of combat from the Cloud Dragons, and with the gap closed from their champions themselves. Looks like a mid-wave contest here. T1 going for a 4-1. Faker loses out on the side lane to Breathe, I believe, with the Maul. So Zeus is there to Shadow, playing on 2 lanes here. T1 pushing in mid, moving towards top, looking for that tier 1 top. Still objective bounties up for them.
Again, as we get further and further in the game, important to keep track of the items, the power points on each team. Yes, topside's still strong, but the later and later we get, the less important way is going to be in terms of damage. It is really, it feels like the Xayah versus the world when it comes to DPS output for T1.
RNG, though, are still looking to make this pick. They know that the T1 committed a lot to the top side, but I wasn't sure if they're going to go for the bot lane wave instead, but it can't quite catch Faker before he gets the reset. But you can see RNG still trying to move around the map, keeping T1 on their side.
So this Baron is just to slow the game down. It's just to slow the game down until the Elder Dragon spawns. T1 can't look for objectives because RNG are too strong. But in the face of such a big gold deficit and Dragon Soul, T1's last chance will be this Elder Dragon. If they can secure it, win the fight, then they're all of a sudden back in the game, and they could even maybe end it. So they're just constantly contesting these mid-waves, pushing RNG back, buying their time.
And that means you have to hold on for the next 3 minutes as well. You've got 40 seconds left on that Red Bull Baron power play, but RNG are waiting for that timer, trying to see if they can find those picks and then continue to threaten the side lanes, continue to push T1 back and make sure they can't contest this Elder Dragon.
Elder set to be everything. Set to very well be the final fight in this one. T1 fighting back, it's incredible. When you think about the amount of players that have come from the T1 ecosystem, Faker, but every single player but Keria, playing their entire career on this team, on this organization, and the fact that they are all so confident to play such a high-stakes game of League of Legends, where every small decision has to be made so incredibly quickly. And you can see RNG now firing back, looking to lock up Faker, looking to take him out. He's leaping back to safety, but they will find him. They will hit the CC they need. Meanwhile, on the top side, Tier 2 is being broken, and RNG firing back.
T1 get the bot Tier 2, RNG match, but RNG have to pick. All of T1 need to base here and try to defend this top side of the map, but Zeus is staying around. Still have the buff. No, the buff actually expired. He's TPing to the base now. Cancelled his recall, but he's on the way back. RNG looking for this mid-inhib respawn. We'll see if T1 take the fight. They see Xiaohu on bot, but he has TP of his own.
Xiaohu in that bot end means that he won't be able to get this wave on top side. He won't be able to contest anything else, but RNG will get that mid inhibitor at least for themselves. 2.5 minutes until the Elder spawns, which means we've got about 3 to 4 waves that RNG can look to play off.
The idea there for T1 is just a cross map. Baron buff's about to fall off. RNG want to take your top Tier 2. Let's take their bot Tier 2, but Faker gets caught, so that exposes mid-inhib. RNG again coming out ahead with that pick. 2 minutes left. T1 need to start pushing out these mid-waves again. RNG needs to keep matching, and bot side vision is absolutely everything. There's no cross-mapping when the Elder Dragon's up. Baron will be up at the same time, but you always favor the Elder, especially with the champions in the game. You can just dive them on the Nexus towers, dive them on the inhib towers, and look for an end.
And that's why I don't think RNG are going to start up this Elder as soon as it comes through. We'll probably see quick resets that are already starting to come through now, and then RNG just stay on the map. They keep pushing T1 back, keep them in their base, make sure that they actually can't contest this as it comes up. And if T1 have to try and pry their way into the darkness on this bottom side, into the Sejuani, into the Nautilus, that becomes incredibly difficult for you to actually try and contest the Elder Dragon.
Exactly right. RNG need to be there first. They need to be ready when T1 want to walk in. Most of the times, T1's going through mid and then finding their way into the objective, but RNG need to shut them down. Giving over the Raptor there. I wonder if Xiaohu's close to an item, something like the Shadow Flame on base. Has the TP to get back into mid. Gala with the GA should help him in self-healing, but he will probably want to be diving. There's a Shadow Flame for Xiaohu. Top push for Breed. T1 could look for a pickup here. Worked on Xiaohu earlier on, but Breed playing with respect, likely to take a base here.
The big thing though is look at the vision that's already been pushed in here by RNG. 1, 2, 3, 4 wards that are already there. And now with the resets coming through from RNG, it becomes incredibly hard for T1 to face check into this bot side.
Also TP advantage, Zeus backing just a little bit too late, did not have the empowered recall, instead forced to use the TP to defend the base. So again, so many small advantages going to start at RNG. This stage of the game, the vision very much in their favor. 35 seconds to the Elder, this is everything.
Gumayushi just based and picked up Bloodthirster. This is a 6-item Xayah. He can do work in these fights for T1, and he can show up big in this important best of 5 to keep them in the lead in the series. They're looking for something towards topside. Red buff spawning. They want to give it over to Guma. Give him absolutely everything for this Dragon, but RNG are going to steal it away.
Take the red. And everyone on RNG has their eyes on those Xayah cooldowns. The ulti, the flash. If they can take a few of those away, the fight is so much easier for them to win.
RNG just want to pressure top. They have both their solo laners here pushing into Zeus, pushing into Faker, so it's just a solo lane match with TPs. It's a 3v3 around this Dragon, but the wave has died. Everyone's coming towards this Dragon. RNG have started it up. T1 looking for an angle.
T1 won't be caught sleeping at the wheel, but they're going to be forced to make a decision soon. They don't have the TP advantage, and already there's a Sylas on the top side. They know that they have to force this objective.
TikTok.
Or the game will fall away from them. It's a slow take on the Elder for either side of the stage of the game. TP now coming in. We're looking for the full-on 5v5. The pullback defenders are already down. If they get to the backside, if they get onto Gumi, it could all fall apart. But already, the ult is massive. The hostile takeover is big. Trying to go on the backside. No! No, T1, how can you make this happen? You are absolutely slaughtering RNG. T1, when it matters, they stand, they deliver, and breathe all the lead. T-Built will fall away as T1 take the fight.
With 3 members of T1 still standing, they will turn towards the Elder Dragon as New York erupts, and T1 find the fight they need against RNG.
What a miraculous fight. Faker buying time. Gumayushi untouched. Keria falls towards the end against Breed, but T1 cannot close this game out. They're gonna get an Elder. They're gonna move towards this Baron as well. RNG might have thrown it all away. The golds will be even now. Yes, you have the Soul, but two huge major buffs over to T1. When they reset and come back out on the map, they're gonna force their way through the base.
And the confidence from T1 there to run through the jungle, know that RNG are on it, because they spotted Xiaohu and Breeze on that top side. They knew that they would not be contested moving through here, and that's why they could force the fight that they needed to turn this.
It turns into an absolute mess, but let's watch Wei here for a second. Misses the ult, actually. Gumayushi used it. Hook hits Keria. Wei goes in, but the Berserk buys so much time. I think it hit 4 members. Fiora had to use the W. Zeus gets the kill with Owner onto the Sejuani, and it's Gumayushi's untouched. Full free hitting. Faker buying time, zoning away the bot lane of RNG. Initially 4 kills over, Keria falls, double kill to Breathe, who manages to pick Zeus as well.
And Gumayushi was the man doubted on T1 coming into the World Championship. It was all about Zeus, it was all about Faker, it was all about the top side. But he stepped up when T1 need him most, and now he will need to do it again.
Oh, Gumayushi is back, baby, on the side, on the comfort. Almost 6k damage. What? Zeus was 0-6 before this fight. He finished 0-7, but he still managed to do 5.6k damage, and T1 have the Elder Dragon for the next 1 minute. They have the Baron for the next 2 minutes, and they've got their eyes on this mid-tier 2. Wei, though, is he looking to proxy waves, or is he looking for an engage? They have Elder Dragon.
Hostile takeover. Now retreating. Wei still hiding behind them, waiting for a window, waiting for an opportunity, knowing that the siege is still pressing forward, but T1 now stepping in. Wei trying to cut the wave while trying to make sure that they can't keep the siege. RNG holding on, standing strong.
25 seconds.
Looking for an angle onto the backside. They're all dashing out. Wei. Passive now fading away. So much squishier. T1, the death ball, barreling down mid lane.
Wei's just trying to be the scapegoat, trying to draw T1 away, make sure that they can't get their waves in place, and looks like it might have succeeded. 30 seconds left on the Elder Dragon. T1 will back away, but that's so much gold that have gone over towards T1.
And there's more standing gold as well. That top tier 1 is up. T1 was pinging it, but it looks like they're going to decide on a reset instead. Edge of Night picked up there for Zeus. Guardian Angel still on cooldown for both Gala and Breed. So RNG, hold on. T1 have clawed their way back in.
We're starting to get to the point, as you say, where it doesn't matter. Everyone's hitting late game build. 5 items for Zeus, nearly at his GA. Xiaohu!
Xiaohu running and cut down! That was the end of the Elder Dragon. There was a couple seconds left. They get the kill. That's 60 seconds on Xiaohu. T1 have Baron buff for 50, and they're barreling down mid. Breed's gonna base. 5v4. We'll see if T1 decides to force the Nexus.
They need to keep the wave alive. If this wave stands, they can do it. It's a super creep in the front, and T1 are marching towards RNG's base.
Breathe and Gala. The Soul remaining carries. They have to make a miracle. The angle has to be perfect. T1 ushering in this wave. Ready to end the game right here. Keria standing behind him. He has the hostile takeover. The ult still up for Guma. I just don't see the angle. Now they're stepping forward. Owner finding the lockup. Ming now taking out hostile takeover. Going to zone Gala out of the fight. He can return with the ultimate if he wants to, but it might be too late. T1, no lockup. Owner now being knocked down. Hostile takeover gone. Have T1 overstayed their welcome. One tower going to fall. T1, what is the next call? GA already coming out. The knockup hitting multiple members. Keria getting locked up on the backside. Wei stepping forward. Breathe down. But no, Gala. Gala's still standing. T1, they take him out. They take Gala. RNG. But it's Breathe versus the world.
Xiaohu's back, he can still hold on. He takes the ultimate from the Xayah, but can it be enough? Xiaohu, you need to save RNG!
EV1, he goes up, he comes down, but it is not enough. T1 go up to match point.
What an outstanding game for T1 there, crawling their way back from such a deficit. The Soul, RNG had full control of this game until that Elder Dragon fight, and it's Gumayushi who puts T1 on his back, puts Zeus on his back, and carries them to a Game 2 victory.
T1, when they're right on the brink, once more find it against RNG. That magic that kept RNG in their place for so long seems to be back as we now look at a 2-0 series for T1.
I'm just blown away by how confident they were in making those plays, because when you're at that kind of deficit, it's so incredibly high stakes. The confidence to move down to contest that Elder, knowing that they could do it, because if you stay for 10 seconds too long, if you leave 5 seconds too late, you lose an Elder or you lose an inhibitor, everything can fall away. But they looked like the more composed team despite all the leads that RNG were able to build.
It was messy. It certainly was messy. We expected RNG to hold the vision line a little bit more, but they invested solo lanes towards top to threaten an end to make T1 sweat a little bit, but it ended up in a battle lines drawn 5v5, which I don't think RNG wanted.
And that was the big fumble. I mean, the fact that they end up committing 2 members to top side means that T1 go, cool. Well, now we can just face check into this because we have the numbers advantage, and that's what allowed them to set up for Dragon, to set up for Gumayusi to carry this game.
What blows my mind the most, on a lighter note, is we literally just watched a 2019 game of League of Legends. Yeah. It's 2022, and that was exactly overloading side lanes, being willing to sacrifice objectives, trying to trade up, trying to find these picks. That was a masterclass from T1, incredible stuff. Of course, if this historical showdown isn't enough League of Legends, there's a new episode of Rift Reaction waiting for you on Spotify. Hosts Emily Rand and Travis Goffard, who've got Gafford. Wow, pronunciation's a struggle today. They've got the latest league news and listener reaction, so give it a download and join us over at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so very much, Draco. So I thought we were going to 1-1, but T1 will not be denied their comeback in that game and an opportunity to push the series score to 2-0.
Never doubted them.
Oh, he absolutely
No,
doubted them.
He's
For all of you
like
at home who are
biting
wondering.
his nails, like it's like super cold in the green room, and I'm sitting there shivering. He's shivering just as much, like vibrating
I'm
with energy.
angling for a game 3. We just replaced the mini map with a chronicler cam.
No,
That's what I want.
Don't do that to me.
We need a heart rate monitor for you.
I am still recovering, because what a game.
What a game.
My.
What a game. What a comeback it was for T1. And I think that's what we want to build to, right? We have to talk about everything that RNG and Wei in particular did right, Emily, in his early jungle pathing to put RNG in winning position.
Yeah, so this is going to speed through. He basically does the path that will get him to level 3 the most. He goes red, birds, and then Gromp to get level 3, and then immediately recognizes, oh, where he's going to go. We talked about how much jungle interference these top laners might have. This is so important for setting Breathe ahead. The fact that he does not get spotted by Owner, who's actually going for an invade here, and then basically sets this lane up so that Breathe was such a powerhouse and they could revisit this multiple times.
And it was so incredibly important because they go blue side and their first pick is Sejuani, right?
Yep.
So as soon as they locked in Sejuani, I'm like, okay, they're going to go Salas, they're going to go triple melee top side. How much can they get done? It's so much pressure on Wei, and they were able to get a tremendous amount done in the early stages. Wei was playing an incredible game.
And I just think that that top lane point is so important because at the beginning of the day, we showed the jungle proximity for both of these top laners. They very rarely get visited. So when that visitation happens, for it to be as impactful as it was here is huge.
It also showcases that RNG actually being able to punish Zaze is some that no other team that's far in the tournament really has been able to do at all. And they don't just punish him once, 2 or 3 times. He ended up dying, what, 7 times in the end? Really, really good targeting from RNG.
I mean, I think they did an incredible job, and they really abused the fact that he wasn't actually playing Phase Rush, right? Yeah. He did end up going Conqueror. I'm not sure that we would have even seen Stridebreaker had it been Phase Rush, so it felt like a tech specifically towards that. They consistently punished him in the side lanes, dove him again and again. Oh, this one was really greedy from him, and it really did start to feel like, okay, this game is getting out of control, but like Gumayusi on the other side really was kind of always the hope for T1.
But it speaks to how often and how used to being ahead in his lane Zeus must be. We showed his laning statistic. First in every single category for top laners coming into this best of 5.
And going into the tournament, that was what T1 relied on. T1 did not fight wins if the top half of the map or Faker struggled. And that's why I was very nervous when I saw how well Wei and Breathe played on the top side of the map.
Well, it's super interesting too, because then where is this going to come from? Well, as it turns out, they picked this bot lane, and in particular, the Xayah for Gumayusi. It's a pick he's incredibly comfortable on, obviously, but then also it's a good matchup into this lane, right? So Gala was, even though he had some moments kind of in team fights, he was never able to be able to stand up to this Xayah, especially when it got to late game, and RNG could no longer split the map in the way they wanted to and had to contest T1 objectives.
Chronicler, what would you have said if I had told you 4 weeks ago that in a best of 5 between RNG and T1, it would be Gumayusi, who gets 1+ OP player of the game, goes deathless, and hard carries a massive late game comeback team fight to put them up 2-0 in a series?
Gumayusi has died 4 times this Worlds, and all of them were in the Fnatic game.
Wow.
He has not died in any of their wins, and Gumayusi, obviously, coming into MSI specifically, was the best AD carry within the LCK, but he kind of lost that throughout the entirety of the year.
Absolutely. I mean, Guma was fantastic this game, but to me, this team fight was Faker. This was Faker getting in the backline. He instantly deletes the GA off Gala and then completely zoned Gala out. Gala did like 800 damage or something like that in that fight as a full build Kai'Sa. He was completely kept out of the fight, and the equality made all the difference.
And what you see, and what I think this really highlights, is T1 at Worlds, right? Like, they just turn it up like very few teams are able to do, and the fact that their bot lane is now, again, a source of consistency makes this team much harder to deal with.
Not only does it highlight T1 at Worlds, but it also highlights, and I'm sure we're about to talk about side selection in a minute, but like so many people looked at that MSI win for RNG, and they did say, because of the way that the sides work out, RNG had better answers, right? This game, to me, proves that, especially with the Xayah for Kumayushi, that they absolutely know what they can do on the red side of the map as well, which just adds another facet to how strong they are.
There you have it. With the side select in their favor, RNG elects to stick to blue, which I think for most of us was our assumption, but after you've just taken a loss, I mean, on both sides, to be fair, again, you're probably pretty in your head about, we thought we had the answers.
Absolutely, and especially when everything went so well for them for so long, right? Like, if you don't win this game, it really starts to feel like a 3-1 or 3-0 for T1, right? You know, it's one of those situations that it's hard to imagine the early game going better if this is your read for the best blue side draft. So I do think we're going to see a pivot. I do think we're going to see them try, a different style of composition. But it's rough when your prep goes that bad.
All right, you're already going where I wanted to go, which is, how much of a departure from this do we see from RNG on the blue side? Is it really a flip of styles? Is keep 4 of the 5 and identify the one piece that we feel like could have been improved in this game?
Wouldn't be surprised if they keep it very similar, but instead just ban the Xayah.
Yeah, I think RNG in a draft that I think is quintessential RNG, they want the ability to play the side lanes, and they want late game team fight answers, right? So in that case, I do expect them to hopefully go for something where they can stand up to a 5v5 against T1.
Hold on, I do want to ping you again on the Xayah pick, though. If he's deathless on any pick in all winning games, does it really matter what AD carries on?
Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Why are you asking me? Like, I think so. I think the Xayah was really big. I think banning it is good.
It is your job.
I'm still recovering,
my job to ask you.
I want to be honest to you. I don't want to lie to you.
I just want RNG to have a winning 2v2 bot.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's what I want from RNG.
That's what we're targeting for RNG to bring us to a 4th game and extend the series. As we go to break, check out RNG's team anthem, Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart, as the song that represents their playstyle on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Give it a listen. We'll see you back here for Series Point right after this.
Move in, and they find the stun on a single target. That's 1, 2, 3 stacks going on to Xayah's looking for the 4th, looking to lock him down. Catch it in midair! It's a freeze frame moment! It's a 2v2! The Grand Tower has been issued, and T1 cannot answer! DP now coming in, we're looking for the ball on 5v5. The pullback feathers are already down. If they get to the backside, if they get onto Gumi, it could all fall apart, but already the ult is massive. The hostile takeover is being on the backside. No, T1, how can you make this happen? You are absolutely slaughtering RNG, T1. When it matters, they stand, they deliver, and breathe all the lead. Team build will fall away as T1 take the fight.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bring me the next shiny new thing. Bring me the
welcome back to the Caster Desk for Game 3, potentially the final game in a throwing series between RNG and T1. And after that last match, I'm sweating for RNG. Doug, I don't know how you're feeling, because T1 is the only team to win after having a major deficit.
Off. It's just, it's not pretty.
Dude, they had a major deficit for more than half the game, and they still won, Doug.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, they blundered at the end. We all saw it happening, right, where Outer Dragon was coming up. It was the biggest worry for RNG, especially if they weren't able to kind of keep control of T1 in their base. And to T1's credit, they did a fantastic job of basically calling the bluff and running in there, getting that fight, and Gumayushi seeing that pop-off moment from him. It was incredible.
And it's just so incredible because, again, both of these teams did not have the cleanest runs to make it thus far. T1 almost didn't make the finals in the LCK. T1 is a team that obviously once they get to the international stage, you believe in them. They have the history, they have the pedigree, but road here, less than pristine. That said, the performance at Worlds, immaculate.
It really has been. Great group stage now, already 2-0 up here against RNG. Incredibly difficult game to come back from, but they managed to do it. I wonder if either team will shake up the draft, though.
But I gotta say, for RNG, they're also a team that didn't look like they were gonna get here, right? Failed to EDG, then Nerdy get reverse swept in the regional qualifiers, and now they have to silence the doubters once more. Can they bring the reverse sweep against T1, or will it all come crashing down in this draft?
Does T1 think that Sejuani's a problem, or are they happy running it back? You can look at that game and say, well, if Owner just went straight top to cover this wave, then maybe they could turn the 2v2 and the champions weren't the biggest issue. Could also just take away that Sejuani to stop this 3-man melee kind of skirmish-heavy top side that's just so fast-paced and so hard for the Jays to deal with. Or if they have a better answer into the Fiora. The Jays struggled, but in teamfights later on, Zeus was doing incredible amounts of damage.
I'm still incredibly surprised to see this Graves ban coming through from RNG, though. I feel like that would have been a pick that they would have wanted themselves. So it feels like RNG still at least going to stick to the same bans list as we got last time.
And I think what's terrifying for RNG is every draft from now on has the potential to be your last draft. We've already seen that T1 are an incredibly flexible team when it comes to bringing out creative picks, and that's a terrifying prospect because they can bring out a composition that RNG have not seen yet. They can show them something new, and RNG are the team that have to leave everything on the table every time they load in Champion Select.
There's the Camille ban. We'll see if Sejuani is a first pick. Aatrox is the no-brainer ban here for T1, but maybe their answer is, you know, if they get Aatrox, we can play Fiora into it, get the Sejuani ourselves, but I think Aatrox makes the most sense. No, they're going to ban Fiora. Oh. Wow, so is RNG just going to get an Aatrox here and T1 play something like Jax?
I mean, that has to be it, right? I mean, it feels like for Breathe, getting the Aatrox is a little bit of a miracle here, and maybe it's a miracle that RNG need to try and pull them back into it. You can see there's a lot of questions going on, though. Like, there has to be an answer here for T1. It feels like they're trying to show that they have some champion prepared for the pick.
Is it going to be Jax Sejuani? Is that going to be... Oh, it's Yone! It's Zeus's Yone with the Sejuani. We thought about the Jax because of all of the Jaxes into Aatrox, but Zeus's Yone is locked in.
And I'm a sucker for this champion, but this is something you brought up at the start of the day, Cadro. I got to give you credit because you put it on our radar. You said there's a lot of stuff we can expect, but the thing I've got my eye on, the thing I'm waiting to see is Zeus on this Yone.
Yep.
Champion has the incredible power, incredible snowball. Once he gets ahead, 1-2 item spikes, he is a massive threat.
If you cast your mind all the way back to, I think it was Bro versus T1 is when we first got the taste of Zeus's Yone. It was Keria Lee Sin, I believe it was, with Gumayushi on the Senna. Yasuo, Diana, Yone was the top side they were playing, and he demolished his way through that game. But it's a very comfortable champion for him, a pocket pick. There's the Vi from Wei into owner Sejuani.
Is it Xiaohu's Galio? Are we finally going to see the Galio coming through? Doesn't look like it. Please don't go Azir. Don't go Azir. RNG, but
it's cursed.
It is cursed for RNG, but okay, looks like it is going to be the Silas. Immediate answer for Faker on the Akali. So again, we're probably going to get that Heimerdinger ban coming through.
And compositionally, we have very similar looks for both sides. You've got these strong snowballing side laners. You've got a jungler who can help facilitate early action. Need to see how the bot lanes for both sides round out these compositions. What either team wants to take away. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Renata hit the bench this time around, but it could open up one of the 80 carries that RNG opted to take off the board in the previous game.
Yeah, Philios is another champ that will be really high priority in these 4-5s. They're playing Sejuani support themselves, themselves here, T1, so they can play an engaged support instead of things like the Renata. So I don't think Keria will be very hesitant to play things like Leona Nautilus if it comes to it. We'll see if he opts into it. We haven't seen too much Thresh yet. We'll see if that gets picked on later in the draft. Their solution ban, I think Aphelios is a no-brainer here for RNG. I think banning Heimerdinger doesn't make too much sense because they have such a heavy AP mid-jungle.
Yeah, I mean, look, I actually think taking the Aphelios and the Thresh here would be super good for RNG, right? You get great positioning for your Aphelios, you got decent peel, then cook for the likes of the Yone and the Akali, maybe you can help out, but we'll have to see exactly if that is going to be a game plan. Maybe even get Ming going towards something like the Tam Kench, to be honest. If the Thresh is going to be banned away, maybe it's the TK that they want to go for, make sure they've got that safety from the dive that T1 are going for.
Yeah, good Thresh ban there. I think T1's comp is really good at looking for picks, and I think Keria wouldn't hesitate to lock that in on 5, so this helps the blind pick here for RNG. Tam Kench makes sense, because they can play Jinx, they can play Aphelios, they can play anything here on 5, they can even play Sivir worst case, so I think T1 are very happy just blinding this Tam Kench. Now, do RNG play a Braum lane or something along those lines to deny the Tam Kench? They go Ezreal Karma to get the push. They have a couple of options here.
I think it'll still be the Aphelios though, and then it does become a big question mark about what you want to go for. I think the Braum could be really, really good. We've also kind of seen things like Ming's Alistar have also been great as well. That could also be another option.
Will he play Lulu, do you think? Is that something Ming would lean towards? Doesn't strike me as a huge Lulu player.
I mean, he played a lot in the regular split, right? And it's something that can definitely help out with this Aphelios. Could deal with a lot of the threat that T1 have, but he has favoured these engaged champions whenever he gets the chance, and it looks like that's going to be the plan here once more.
Ming loves his Leona Nautilus, doesn't he? He loves his engage, as you just touched on. But have we got a curveball?
This is what we wanted to see. T1 have already thrown a few. Soraka not going to be big. The silence is massive against the Yone, the Akali, the Tam Kench. Huge potential to take over the lane phase. Of course, vulnerable champion individually, but in fights, so incredibly impactful.
It does mean, though, the Ming won't be as effective when it comes towards these early roams, and that's where he's kind of been working with Wei in these early stages to try and get things rolling for RNG. So it will come down to, it feels like, a lot of this topside brawl between RNG and T1 once more to see who will come out on top of Game 3.
I'm surprised we see a Varus coming out here from Gomushi. I thought Jinx would be more his wheelhouse, but I suppose they want set up for the Soraka and follow up for these divers of T1.
I think it's also, as you say, like just having that lockup coming through from Chains of Corruption. If you hit onto the rest of the team as they try to follow up on Wei's engage, it's so easy then to try and follow through, but we will have to see. This is going to be another brawl.
It is, and it's the same thing from Game 2. Top side will be the focus for both of these teams, you expect. The Tam Kench will get pushed in by the Soraka lane, and I think bots will mostly be in isolation unless either lane is over-pushed. We're going to have to keep our eyes on top side to see if Owner can repeat what Wei did with the Sejuani and melee top. I think RNG will be very quick to defend and breathe on this Aatrox.
T1 looking to clean sweep RNG. A historic rivalry. It was 5 games at MSI, but right now T1 holding a clear and palpable edge. Despite that, the LPL fans ready. They want to see more. They want 5 games. Pressure on for both sides. This very well could be the final game of the series. RNG betting everything they have here. They get the Aatrox. They've got the Soraka. Now all they need to do is execute. Here we go. Game 3, T1 versus RNG.
Are we going to get any level 1 shenanigans? Owner is running the phase rush as well on this Sejuani, similar to Wei last game. A lot of melee champs that he might need to escape after landing his combo. The crowd is going nuts for both of these teams, supporting their regions. LCK up against the LPL. T1 currently 2-0 up. We'll see if RNG can reverse sweep. T1 has never been reverse swept at Worlds before.
And for RNG, this is now starting to look like once more that the spring curse is real for them. Looking great in spring, winning MSI, but summer in the LPL has always belonged to the likes of EDG, and now sitting 0-2 down against T1, they got to see if they can muster everything they can to get us back to that Game 5.
And you talked about it before, Dag, how RNG has finished every single place at Worlds except for winning. They've lost out in groups, they've lost in quarters, they've lost in semis, they've lost in finals.
2 T1 and
2 T1, but they're yet to find a win.
And gentlemen, at the bottom of your screen, a total aside, you'll see a very adorable emote. Make sure to grab the exclusive Very Nasty Much WoW emote from Prime Gaming by connecting your League of Legends account with a Prime account. So we now shift our attention back towards the bottom side, because again, the last game all about top side, but Guma changed that narrative, changed that story. He was one man versus the world in so many of these fights, and we'll have to see if he can do the same again. Meanwhile, in the mid lane already, aggressive trading. Same matchup as the previous game. Both players gaining confidence in the 1v1.
Yeah, and from seeing this matchup multiple times, it looks like it's Akali favored early on, and when Sylas can start pushing back, he's after first base. Faker was doing a similar thing last game. Nice E from Guma there to get some good trades onto this Soraka. The Soraka will need a few levels.
Xiaohu now stepping forward as well. It's gone abduct on the level 1. Faker, though, extending the trade, has the empowered auto.
Didn't get it.
That could have been pretty devastating for Xiaohu. Probably going to see a lot of jungle action around this mid lane if it is so back and forth and you're starting to see these early trades going heavily. But, I mean, at the moment, with push on bot side, with push going in favor of T1 on the top end as well, Owner going to have a good amount of access to how he wants to try and play this match.
Debating where they're going to go, what the option is going to be. Level 3 is going to be crucial for both of these solo lanes here once the full kits are up and available, so you can come out on top of the trades. Yone, of course, notoriously very obnoxious to lane against.
Yeah, the Aatrox needs way more points in Q. It's such a long cooldown at level 1. Needs around level 4 or 5 to start being able to trade back against the Yone just because of raw cooldown. So T1 managed to get a little bit of bot push, fighting back against Gala and Ming. Wei is around mid here. Faker, not sure if the W or the Shroud is on cooldown, but here he comes.
Comes the Q. Walking into the Shroud, waiting for his jungler to arrive. Just waiting. He has so much time from the Shroud, and now they're committing to the fight. They want to get a Xiaohu flashing out. Faker flashing out. Wei in the area, though. Wei wants to finish the job. Circuit flip over the wall. Raptor pre-aggroing. Little auto attacks. Little chickens trying to knock him down, but it will not happen. Xiaohu stepping forward is a big risk. Faker going over the wall. It's a massive escape.
Does he have the execute? Time is ticking. He needs to get towards this tower. Wei doesn't have flash.
Tower, trying to get away from it. Faker.
Whoa!
I have never seen a player die so well.
Really good execute there by Faker. The Raptors didn't actually turn on him very quickly, so he managed to live on such a low health bar, denies the first blood from RNG, and manages to TP back at the same time as Xiaohu, who was chasing him down.
Also gives Owner a bit of access into this top side as well, so he'll be able to take the Rift Scuttle, knowing that he's got a little bit of an advantage, being able to take that, but really well played by Faker. Holds on so long, waiting for the Sejuani to come through, and every single time Wei and Xiaohu try to predict it, they miss, and Xiaohu just barely getting back to his turret. And then I thought this was going to be Revenge of the Nuggets, but it's not going to be the case. Faker manages to escape away with that one just about.
Yeah, they didn't get any auto attacks in. Blast cones away from the Vi Q, and no flashes on the RNG mid jungle means there's no way they can finish him off. Execute comes in, and Xiaohu is forced to base and TP back. Waves coming into Faker. Owner doesn't get the kill on the Xiaohu, but both mid jungles blowing all their summoner spells.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side, you saw Carry and Guma holding onto the push for a little bit in the early levels, but as there are a few more levels into the belt of Gala and Ming, they are able to crash that wave in. Guma not there to collect some of that CS, so going to continue to build up that bot side advantage. Looks like we might have missed out on some of the aggressive trading. Owner returning to top side, looking for this lane gank, and at the start of the day, Cage, well, you said it, like clockwork. Owner 3-4, he comes top side, he looks for a lane gank.
He's done this a lot in the LCK, level 3-4 lane gank, top, we'll see if Breathe dies.
Infernal Chains there, now going to go back here. Breathe, stun now coming out, he's under the tower, but they just cannot finish the kill.
They're helping crash the wave there. Breathe was quite far up. He wants to hold the wave near his tower, but in the end, he's forced to flash out. T1 get the crash. Zeus gets the base off. I'm not sure if he has Berserker Greaves in base. We'll have to see if he has enough gold for that item, because that's a big spike. No, he doesn't. Boots double dagger. It's going to sting a little bit, but still gets the wave in.
You see, though, Wei is starting to move up back towards this top side, though. Zeus still has his flash. It was only Breeze that was burned, so maybe we can get some help from Wei up towards Breeze in that top side, but it is going to be a little bit of a difficult situation when Breeze isn't going to be able to follow up as easily as you'd like.
Definitely can be. XP lead, you can see going to Breathe. Still able to TP back, still able to get a lot of that. Zeus holding onto his TP for now. Could be an advantage as you look ahead towards the objectives. Bot side pushing in here, and Guma and Carry are doing what they can to hold on to the advantage, but so hard against Gala, so hard against the Aphelios. When he has the Infernum, the blue gun, up and available.
Yeah, has the Noon Quiver as well, so he can push this in whenever he wants, but he's leaving the wave on his side because jungle's top, right? There's no real need to start pushing these waves out. They only have vision in Tribush, and T1's jungler is around the bot side of the map, so they're just going to let these waves crash, stay under their tower, be safe until waves down towards bot, but he's looking at top side right now.
Yeah, I like the way T1 are playing this slow, though. You know that at the end of the day, you're kind of waiting for the likes of Rift Tower to come up so you can use the fact you have push in 3 waves. Looks like Wave's just going to be up here to help with the wave crash, similar to what Owner was doing, but Owner trying to make a wraparound play, might visit this top end.
Their Q landing. Zeus is going to walk out on that one. Wave will crash, so successful play on the top side for RNG as Xiaohu and Faker just continue to trade in the mid lane.
They're always trading. Last game was the exact same, just permanent trading. Every time you walk up to the Rave in this meeting matchup, Sylas can do this.
Full committing. Ulti up and available. Faker, where is he going to go again? He's just waiting as long as humanly possible. Now the full committal. Xiaohu, the interrupt coming in from Owner. Breathe coming over the wall. He has the ulti up. Dark and Blade, one cat can connect. Owner now caught in. Infernal Chain's going to pull him back. And that is it. First blood for RNG.
Beautiful combo by Breathe onto Owner. Carrier could look for the flashing knife Q here.
Trying to finish him.
Oh! Sniped down. Guma and Carrier make
make themselves known in the mid lane.
T1 say anything you could do, we could do better. Moving Gumayusi up gets the kill, but again we go.
Oh, the sidestep! Look at the way he moves, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. No, they're turning on the way! How can he do this? The TK is just so damn strong! He goes!
Keria and Gumayusi come from bot. They get towards mid. 2 kills over to this Varus. Incredible series by the bot lane of T1. Extremely quiet since the end of spring, since the end of MSI, but they're stepping up here. Breathe has no flash.
Waiting, misses the first Q. That's going to be big. Buys him a bit more time. Stun now going to connect. Zeus can take his time. Going for the style. Finish. Swords hitting left and right. Breathe no way out of this one. Trying to heal up a little bit more, but no. What? Wait, does he? No!
It looked like Breathe might have just barely got in over the back of that, and T1 now picking up several kills off the back of that. The news though around bot side though, 2 kills for Gumayusi is great, but 2 plates went to Gal in the meantime as well, so sitting basically even on that bot end, but the top side big win for T1.
So many skirmishes, 3-1 in kills, salvaged by the bot lane of T1. Like you said, they lose a little bit for it, but man, do they do it in style. Xiaohu goes for the all-in onto Faker, actually sees Owner as he dashes forwards, thinks he has enough damage for the kill, baits in Owner, and Breed's combo here pretty much perfect. Lands the Q1, W's on the phase rush, Q2 to knock him up to make sure the pullback, lands the Q3, but here's where the T1 bot lane comes in.
Yeah, I think Owner actually stopped the Kingslayer from Xiaohu, which is why Faker didn't go down. Then as you say, flash forward, auto, and T-Tars in the shaft.
You can't do it to him.
It's dirty.
Right,
but it's beautiful.
Right in the back, and then an incredible outplay afterwards, but we got to go back to live because the Herald's been started up. It's 8 minutes, 45 seconds into the game. RNG don't look like they can contest. Gala is all the way down towards the red buff. Faker doesn't have the TP. We'll see if RNG opts for the 4v4.
Nothing for them to do here. No fight for them, but Zeus, 3 stacks up and available. They could look to commit on to Breathe. Instead, just going to back away. They got what they came for. They got the Herald, and we are off to another stellar start for T1. Terrifying, terrifying team to be matched up against. And again, credit to the T1 bottom lane. Every time we say it's going to be about the top side of the map, the T1 bottom lane beg to differ.
Is Keria just covering Faker here, or does he want to dive bot? Gala has summoners. He's TP'd here with his spell book. Looks like he's just covering for now, but here comes the W to get the slow onto Gala. See if they can commit to the full dive.
Faker does manage to land it. Big damage now coming into Gala. He's going to get the healing off the Sever. Mult flashing out to safety, trying to finish the job, but Keria there to eat up Faker. Gala, it's nearly flawless play, but they're just too damn strong. Faker, the shield is going to fade away. Keria, the shield is Gala! Oh, being on the chase now as well, but they've locked him down. What is this? It's madness on the bottom side. T1, are they able to find a kill on the Ming Xiaohu now as well? It just does not stop. This game is a bloodbath from RNG and T1. Game 3 has exploded, and we're not done yet.
Top dive coming in. Owner has the ult. Zeus does as well. Breathe lets the wave crash. Looks like he's going to clear it out, but he's not safe just yet. The Sejuani's hiding in that bush. Breathe.
Breathe might just be his last breath. Here and there is the Yone. Finding it. Breathe still healing. He's too damn clean.
That was so clean from Breathe. We'll see if he can stand on this tower. Xiaohu has the TP, but he's pushing in bot. The ultimate will fade away. Keria finds way on the dragon. Owner has Herald. See if Zeus goes for the Q3. Dashes away. Herald's procced.
Again, Dark Blade up and available. He's waiting. He knows the second he shows his cooldowns, the second he uses that first Q, they'll know exactly where the next one goes. Zeus zipping through it, diving through it, trying to finish off the job, and they will be able to do so. Leaping out, but gets taken down in the end. Owner going to try to finish this tower.
1-for-1 in the dive. Xiaohu's TPing in. Owner has to flash, but I don't think Xiaohu can gap close in time. Herald falls. Xiaohu catches the wave. So much fighting across the map. T1 forcing bot, T1 forcing top, RNG responding on both sides.
Exactly, that's why draw your eyes to the top of the screen. It's still so close when it comes towards the gold, because there's been trades for turret plates, for kills back. Across the board, this game is still within touching distance, especially when Breathe is able to turn around these dives, same as RNG did on bot side.
Keria has the sweeper. They're in the next brush.
Ming stepping forward, looking to lock him up, trying to lock down the bars. The silence going down as well. The top cage can't eat him. He's trying to run for his life. Guma flashing out. Guma taken down. Gala finds the kill.
The Tamkej eat was around 5 seconds until it was back up. The second wave flashed in there. They were so close to having that play backfire and losing out on the kill, but they managed to pull it off. They don't turn it into an objective. No dragon up yet. They can't push for plates because Faker hovering towards this bot side. Xiaohu up towards the top side of the map. Good pick there by RNG. Really good kind of awareness of the Tamkej ult CD.
And at this World's Championship, we have seen T1 and RNG be the cool, the calm, and collected. And now they are coming out swinging haymakers left and right, and I am all for it. As again, we're getting heavy trades for RNG in the top side, but we have to keep our eyes on things like the Rift Guard that's going to be up in 3 minutes, the Dragon that's going to be up soon as well. It feels like whoever is able to take these fights at these neutrals is going to be able to blow up in this game.
So much pressure. It's so tense because you know at any moment a fight could break out or 4 people will show up on the bottom side seemingly out of thin air. Just all in each other. Ming waiting over the wall. This is a bit precarious because the Tom Kenshin now coming and follow up. Ming caught in no man's land. That's the stun. That's Paul Carrier doesn't quite make it over the wall. Does still get the tongue lash though. That's the stun. And it's more than enough, but now they're looking to get a little bit more. Xiaohu caught out here. Stack first on that one. Flash out to safety. Find the area. They will not pursue for anything else, but Ming caught sleeping.
Had the sweeper over the wall there. Owner saw Ming, but there was no reinforcements ring and no flash either. Gumayushi will translate that into a plate. Xiaohu has lost his flash. Wei knows that Gala's going to be dove and they have no flash on him. TP ready for Breathe if they want to commit to this dive. RNG have a response. The Soraka ultimate is up as well.
Soraka ultimate up. Guns way worse in the dive than they were last time, but still strong overall. That's the ulti. The Gale Force out. He still gets hit. But there will be no follow-up. Massive damage coming in from the bars already. Meanwhile, on the top side, the 1v1, Zeus snapping back on the Soul Unbound. Neither side able to get much in the trade.
And this is where, again, we're seeing T1 trying to put the pressure on, trying to see if they can be the ones that start off these dives. And at least so far, they've been a bit mismanaged, but T1 still now starting to get control. Look at the amount of vision they have on this bot side. They're just trying to continuously play around Gumayushi now.
This is so frustrating on the top side, as you see as well, for Breathe, because constantly being hold that thought. Spotted out.
The blue smite didn't stop the base. He just got the recall off in time. Gumayushi barely escapes with his life.
And that is the difference of half a second. Wei loses the ult cooldown too. That is devastating. But now Xiaohu connects on the chains. Crown gonna fade away.
Breathe
on the top side. Owner.
Oh, he's dead.
Looking to find the play. Breathe. He has to try to find a way. That is when there's just too much CC. Take it out. Zeus finds another kill.
Even through the Soraka ultimate, T1 gets first break on this top side, and RNG no response. Wei not there in time. Xiaohu not having the TP. Soraka ult doesn't do enough. Breathe falls.
And T1 are just doing a great job of cross-mapping, right? Every time you see Wei or Xiaohu moving somewhere on the map, Owner's going to the opposite side. They don't get the kill on Gumayushi. Immediately, Owner gets a response on top end. And now Zay is 3-1 on his pocket pick in this Yone. Massive in the side lanes. And Breathe was looking like he'd caused a miracle by getting this Aatrox in the top side. But it's no longer the case. He's in so much trouble in comparison to Zeus.
And bless him, he's tried his best. He managed to go for the 1-for-1s, but Wei has kind of abandoned him since that first kill up towards the top side. He's just been playing around mid-bot most of the time, trying to match T1's plays, and Owner has been finding these windows, finding these angles to dive, Breathe. Managed to trade 1-for-1 earlier on, but this time he falls. Herald spawning in 5 seconds. Owner is in the area, and no tower behind Breathe means he might just die again. The jungler of T1 collapsing on this top side. Faker is around as well in the mid-map.
Finding the pick would be massive before the next big objective. Faker not going to pursue for anything else. Breathe holding on for now. But on the bottom side, Zeus already pushing in. More and more gold going to the back pocket of this Yone. RNG, though, starting the Herald.
T1 make these plays to force RNG to one area while they're doing something else on the map. Bot tier 1 will fall. Zeus has the TP. If T1 want to take this 5v5, they can take it. Here comes the TP.
Getting ready to kick things off. Zeus no ultimate up and available, but he might not need it. Carrier standing on the front line. The silence from the Soraka. Important to track. Gala perfect guns for a fight, but T1 aren't going to give them the fight. They use the TP just to get them off the Herald. Meanwhile, they've already broken bot lane. Purely positive trade for the side of T1.
It's just smoke and mirrors, isn't it? But now they're engaging.
Locking up Breath, Breathe. That's going to be big Wei now stepping forward as well. Sejuani now making it out to safety. Devoured. That denies the buy. The stun going to follow up. Over the wall comes the Yone. Big in the midst of the entire team now running, trying to make his way out, but the Aatrox will fall. Gala, the last man standing. The fancy footwork, not enough yet. Tower laid down, perfect guns to try to turn the fight, but for now, T1 massively ahead in the exchange.
Huge team fight there by Faker. Manages to find 2 on the back side of it. RNG didn't have a lot of space to work with. They were stuck in this choke, and T1 chased them down. Zeus gets the initial kill onto Wei, and Faker kills the solo lanes of RNG.
Also, as you say, Kedge, the smoke and mirrors. I mean, Owner's sitting there kind of poking, prodding, waiting to see if he'll engage, but it's Carrier from out of vision who gets on towards Breathe, completely catches them unaware, and sets up then for Owner.
And this eats from Carrier. Waits so long to save Owner. Zeus flashed over, gets killed away. Now watch Faker in the 1v2 up against these solo lanes. He has so much space to work with, so many targets to choose from. Gala takes down Zeus on the backside, so many shurikens. Faker kills Bree, dashes on the R2 onto Zhao Hu. Gala manages to get that shutdown, but incredible team fight there from the T1 mid laner.
And from Zeus as well, right? Like being able to zone Gala away from that fight, make sure he can't play in with his team. And Wei, I mean, that's the look of a defeated man on that stage.
It's a hard situation to be in. 4K down in an elimination game. Match point for T1. They are not taking their foot off the gas. They're looking to break open. Oh. That's the Soraka caught. The follow-up going to come through. Should be an easy kill. They can't quite finish it. Arrow now going in. Will not connect onto Ming. Standing strong for now. Wei looking to cover his bottom lane.
Gumayushi's ult on cooldown there. Didn't have it up to follow up, but the dragon's up and Ming needs to base, so this should be a free objective for T1. Their first dragon of the game, 17.5 minutes in. Very far away from that soul point, but we'll slowly start to stack them up. I feel like the last few games, what we've seen is Baron dances into dragon, and I think starting to stack these up now will benefit T1, of course. Keria
caught out, good damage. Xiaohu coming off to the side, gonna steal the Var's ultimate, gonna look to lock up Kuma, but he whiffs! It's a massive whiff, and it costs him so much to play, disappearing. Faker hunting for more. Wei now has to go, and he has no choice. Breathe on the backside, now running for his life as well. T1 taking another exchange, and another ult goes wide. RNG cannot find a target.
Xiaohu tried to predict the flash on Gumayushi with the Chains of Corruption, but again, Guma, with the nerves of steel, holds strong, and it means that they can turn that fight, get the pick onto Wei, and once more T1 putting their foot down on this game.
Yeah, hope is slowly fading here from RNG. The skirmish is never really going in their favor. It's not over just yet, but they're incredibly far behind. They have no agency in side lanes. Their front line is incredibly weak and so easy to burn through for T1. Their last hope right now is Gala, but it's here where Xiaohu tries to find Gumayushi. The initial sidestep on the E was great, but I think, like you said, this must be a predict flash here because this is incredibly wide. I think it was just movement, actually. I think Gumayushi just dodged it, and Xiaohu thought he kept running in a straight line. Wei has to go in and dies.
And for RNG, a team that has 3 MSI titles to their name, it has been the World Championship that has eluded them for so long, but now up against the most successful organization that League of Legends has ever seen at the World Championship. It feels like RNG just don't have enough. Their side lanes are running out of control. Zeus is having full control. Faker has full control with the advantages that they've picked up. And now RNG can't contest the map as easily as Guma will just get to siege against Gala and Ming.
We heard it at the top of show from the analyst desk. Faker has never failed to finish lower than semifinals. It's always been semifinals, finals, or a win. And he's looking to keep that legacy alive. So much healing reduction actually on the T1 lineup from the solo lanes means this Soraka and Aatrox will struggle in fights.
And on this day, exactly 5 years ago, RNG beat Fnatic to make it to the semis. That was the last time they saw a semifinals of Worlds. T1 looking to make them wait one more year. Herald set up in the mid lane, pressure on for both sides. Everyone on RNG knowing that a single misstep could cost them. Breathe on the flank. The gate goes a little bit wide. They're trying to lock him down. Xiaohu now stepping forward. Keria off to the side, now trying to make it out. Kuma still standing on the back line, and in goes the Yone. The damage is massive. The Soraka healing, will it be enough? But no! The Aatrox falling down. Gala, can he be the difference maker? He takes down the Herald. They're on the retreat, but here, oh, Keria still stands. He goes golden. He does it with style. It's a slaughter. It's a wipe on RNG. T1 clean house. Zeus falls, but RNG didn't have the damage to deal with the skirmish. T1 just run them down.
T1 are decimating RNG in the best of 5. They're showing that MSI was just a glitch, and they will continue to control and dominate the matchup against RNG.
What a team fight. It was just absolute mayhem in the mid lane. So many melee champs on top of one another, but it's Gumayushi that stands strong, and it's Keria's Eat that saves the initial engage up against RNG with the Sylas stolen ultimate of the Sejuani. As RNG was thinking about a Baron there, I wonder. But they choose against it. T1 in the vicinity.
T1, they spent so many years rebuilding. How many different rosters, how many different lineups have we seen them show up to international competition, trying to find the perfect 5, the perfect fit. But in a series like this, you can't help but feel like they are closer than ever to that final form.
And you have to wonder if Zeus was just the final piece of the puzzle. Kana really struggling at Worlds last year. Now they slotted in this rookie top laner who's been having a stellar year. Being considered as one of the best tops in the world in your rookie year is definitely one of the biggest feats and achievements that you can get.
Well, we're about to find out, right? If Zeus wins this game, he's going to be going up against 369, the other person who can test him the most. So that is potentially a date with destiny that we might see Zeus take that title once and for all, but T1 have to close out this game, make sure that they're able to continue this push through the 3 lanes. Faker on top side, Zeus on bot, and Keria is fishing every single time for wave.
So 1-3-1 setup here from T1. Faker's TP is just about to come back up. They're moving their mid lane push into bot, but there's no wave just yet. Dragon's up in 40 seconds, which will be the exit objective, but they want to force here a little bit. Wave not scared though.
Stepping forward, taking a lot of damage here. He's just getting shredded! Gumayusi damage is out of control. He's just so far ahead.
T1 pushing down here. Will get this tier 2 that they looked for. 30 seconds on that Dragon. I think they can take a base if they want to and come back out to take that one down, but game 1, really T1 favored. Game 2, incredibly close and RNG favored, but game 3, looking like T1 is just demolishing them. Wave falls. The E's from Keria was great to allow Gumayusi to free hit, and then it was Zeus with the E who's just cleaning around with Faker. Keria tanks the brunt of the damage and continues to do so, and this double knockup was just insane onto the bot lane of RNG. They're forced back, and even under tower, T1 just keep going.
And usually RNG isn't a team that would just be wiped out, isn't a team that would just give up, but
Zeus off on the side, Xiaohu getting knocked down, but Zeus still standing strong for now, looking for the 3rd Q, looking to snap back. He doesn't have the 3rd Q to escape though. Gala can finish the kill instantly. That is the trade back, 1-for-1 in the end.
I mean, that's T1 styling on them as well. Zeus looking fantastic, will be the 1-for-1, but I mean, RNG, they haven't been able to muster much of a fight. It was the reason that they were able to get back to Worlds was because they were able to deny the reverse sweep versus LNG. Like, we've seen them come back from these deficits so often, but this one looks like the writing is on the wall as T1 again pick up another Dragon.
Faker in the darkness, breathing away in the area. Has the blast gun, still wants to go in, still wants a little bit more. He thinks he can one-shot him. Aatrox healing coming in clutch. Faker getting locked up. Can they finish the kill? Yes! Yes, he can! Perfect execution coming through there. Keria in the area. Now ready to deny them. Going for wave! Faker! Absolute madman. Going in, Owner coming in as well. Gumayusi locking him down on the backside. T1 looking to slaughter RNG. Looking to take every single thing away from them.
Faker has fallen, but T1 are standing strong. Xiaohu will be chased down here, trying to pick up the crab. All of T1 looking for him. Pings onto the Baron, though. That is just going to be an easy objective. Weighs down, breathes down with no TP. Ming is down. It's only the carries of RNG that can stop this, but I don't think they can walk in.
But how do you even try to fight back now as RNG? Your entire composition revolves around you flying face first into T1, and they are waiting there with open arms every single time. Baron will go the way of T1. And right now, I mean, the fact that they're bringing out things like this, Yone, Zeus looking fantastic into this Aatrox matchup. They brought out things like the Heimerdinger. You can see how much T1 has, the depth that this organization has in this squad.
And you can see how much has changed in 3 months from an MSI final that was neck and neck, that went the entire way, that went to 5 games, to an absolute slaughter. RNG had a chance in game 2, and T1 took it away from them. But games 1 and game 3 have been T1 from the start.
T1 has just been playing with so much confidence this game. Zeus willing to take really aggressive 1v1s in their bot side. Jungle ends up falling, but then Faker is the one going in 2v2, 2v3 up against RNG. No real fear in their eyes, and with this Baron buff, they're going to push down onto this top tier 2. T1 going for, looks like a 1-4. They're sacrificing bot lane because they know that RNG will overload and look for a pick. So they want to keep pressure on 2 lanes. Faker's pushing in mid, T1's pushing in top, and they can rotate between the 2. I don't think anyone will base from T1 and catch that wave because RNG is now backing away after picking up that tower. Zeus next to Faker.
Have to be careful, Gala forced to flash. Guma still with ulti up and available. All of his sums. RNG, this is such a difficult hold. So impossible for them to clear all these waves to match all of the pressure that T1 are putting down.
And it feels like you need Gala to kind of be the final bit that can maybe carry this. I mean, he has 5 kills. There they go.
Lock up, knockdown, carry, holding onto the ulti as long as possible. T1 not taking that as an opportunity to re-engage. Zeus over the wall, laying down a bit of damage, but leaping right back out.
I think RNG are trying to get the Tahm Kench eat so that Xiaohu's Sejuani ult can land onto Gumayusi as the next follow-up, but they hit Faker.
Hitting Faker, now trying to take Faker out of the fight entirely. Soraka healing already coming down. Keria leaping out of the Infernal Chains, double stuns. Zeus going in! It is massive! T1, blood in the water, they're ready to pursue, they're ready to end this game. T1 hungry for more. One last kill, a few more to follow. And it is not with a bang, but a whimper that RNG will exit Worlds as they are slaughtered in their own base as T1
look to bring it home. They are not satisfied with old rivalries and fourth seeds. They want #1. They want a shot at the best in the LPL. They want a semi-final, and they will get it as they face JDG in Atlanta, as they break RNG and cross the finish line in the quarterfinals.
A disappointing end for RNG, but a roaring success for T1. An incredible performance in the quarterfinals, bringing out their pocket picks, bringing out the plays they needed, and being able to fight back from deficits in Game 2. T1 are terrifying.
They really are, and the only game they've lost so far at Worlds was that Fnatic game in group stage. 3-0 up against RNG. I don't think many people expected that, given that RNG's form was looking pretty strong. Yes, they're the LPL's 4th seed, but they are the MSI champions, so maybe they put up a big fight against T1, but T1 just sweep them away. Game 2 should have been theirs, but T1 managed to crawl it back, and this squad is looking incredibly dangerous. Both sides of this bracket now, JDG and T1 both 3-0ing their opponents. It's going to be a very, very exciting semi-finals next week.
Across the board, T1, terrifying threat, commiserations. Their opponents on the opposite side, RNG, the dark horse, when they made it to this tournament, their history, giving a lot of people faith, what they saw on the group stage, but it was not enough today. Outclassed seemingly everywhere by the likes of T1. And again, now we look ahead, we look to JDG, #1 in the league, #1 in the LPL, sweeping aside Rogue just as effortlessly as T1 have swept aside RNG. But it is a final goodbye, and despite their struggles, the RNG fans remain loyal.
Top Esports and RNG now gone from Worlds. It's EDG and JDG left for the LPL. Gen G versus Damwon up tomorrow, so there'll only be 2 LCK teams left as well, maybe if the RX lose out too.
I'm gonna say one matchup. 369 versus Zeus.
Exciting.
And I think
so excited.
For anyone watching who has watched this tournament, for most people, and there are gonna be some people with slightly different opinions than this, but that's the battle for the best top laner in the world.
Yeah, it is. And it's maybe the battle of the best team in the world, because JDG, 1st seed from China, T1 looking incredibly dominant. We'll see what Gen G's up to as another one of those tournament favorites. But next week is going to be unreal.
I mean, even the performance we saw from Zeus today, right, definitely gets me even more excited. The fact he brought out the Yone into the Aatrox looked fantastic on it. You can see it on your screen, the most damage in the game from the top laner of T1. I mean, how is that not going to be a matchup for the ages?
26-minute win there for T1. The second game incredibly close. First game was in their hands, but it was very slow to close out, stacking Drakes, not making mistakes around the Baron. But with this composition, you can just run them down and force fights mid on cooldown with the owner, throwing Sejuani ults with the Varus ult, anything whatsoever, just throw it at RNG. And T1, yeah, just got the better hand of them in fights.
And I mean, we saw the haymakers that both teams were throwing back and forth, but T1 were slowly but surely getting these incremental advantages that then paid dividends, because both these squads are teams that need to dive in on top of you. They want to get up close and personal, but whoever ends up with a bit of a bigger hit is going to be able to win that one, and T1 just punched through RNG.
And again, we take a look at this. T1 always top 4, Faker always top 4. This is an impressive feat. They continue it as they move ahead in this tournament. But I also have to shout out Guma again, because we were so ready for this to be about topside just about every game, but at Game 2, it was about Guma. It was his show, his carry alongside him with some incredible hostile takeovers. And in Game 3 as well, the Varus, the Tahm Kench, that play around the mid lane. I get so used to Tahm Kench being a Devour bot, you forget how incredibly oppressive this champion is early game. And to do that against an LPL team, who are notoriously the best at Varus Tahm Kench, is incredible.
And it was the play mid where Gumayushi and Keria came up to salvage it to get those 2 kills. It was the escape from Keria. It was knock up from Keria in mid on that tier 2 to solidify the fight. Tahm Kench, maybe not the flashiest, but Keria always never fails to impress.
And I think one of the stories that a lot of people were looking at was that Ming versus Keria dynamic, right? I mean, Keria kind of put that one in a box right there at the end. The fact he was roaming towards mid lane so effectively, getting those big leads. And Ming, we just couldn't see that same kind of style out of him that we usually get to, just with the way that T1 were operating on the map. So really, really solid job from T1 to get that big win over RNG.
Yeah, and if you wanted to believe in Keria, you have all the evidence you need. He's played tanks, he's played engage, he's played weird stuff. You know, he's got a little something for everybody, and that's before we even get to the traditional hard engaged champs. But as we set up for the interview, you can see one more time the bracket. 1 semifinal, guaranteed absolute banger. I have no doubt that the other semi will be the same, but what an impressive matchup to see who will make it to the World Final.
And it was last year where T1 went up against Damwon in that semi-final and lost in such a close 5-game series, so they're out for revenge. They won't be facing Damwon until the finals, maybe if Damwon get there, but it was Damwon who stopped them in their tracks. And let's not forget, T1 have never, ever played against any other LPL team other than RNG in a best-of-5 at Worlds. This will be the first time we ever see T1 up against a different LPL team in a best-of-5 at the World Championship.
I mean, it's going to be such an incredible series as well. I think the fact that we're getting to see the best team from the LPL face up against the T1 that looks like they're all going out no holds barred, this is going to be an incredible series for Atlanta to witness.
I'm stunned, gentlemen. Again, when you look at these teams, when you look at the history, you don't always expect that you're going to get something so one-sided. Credit to T1. The glow-up has been immaculate. Again, you always expect big things from the organization, but so much of that is the history. So much of that is not the players we saw on stage today, but T1 finding these players, building these players at home, building them up. Carrier, the only guy with experience on another org out of the entire roster. It's an incredible feat.
And I think for Xiaohu, it's kind of a bit heartbreaking, right? It still feels like Faker is the unkillable demon on his shoulder, right? Every single time these two go up, it's been Faker who takes it. 2017 semi-finals, the first year Xiaohu made it to Worlds, T1 slap him back. Every time it feels like we end up getting RNG and Xiaohu and Ming to that world stage, it's T1 that are there to put them in their place. MSI just feels like a bit of a blip on the radar with the way they perform.
Absolutely does.
Of course, you can't make San Francisco for the finals. You can watch on the big screen with friends and family at one of 600 theaters and counting near you. Use the QR below. Purchase tickets. Do that. But more importantly, we're going to head over to the stage for a double T1 discussion with Faker and Zeus in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dracos and Jisun by my side, because I wanted to talk to these both players together. First up, congratulations. And since this was a rematch of the MSI final versus RNG, but the difference was so big, Faker, I'll go to you first. What was the biggest improvement in T1's play compared to that match?
우선 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이제 MSI 결승 리매치였는데요. 이번엔 굉장히 다른 결과, 정말 압도적인 3대0 승리가 나왔습니다. 이번에 어떤 부분이 가장 개선되었고 나아졌기 때문에 이런 차이가 나왔을까요?
그때보다 확실히 저희가 좀 인게임 플레이적으로나 뱀픽적으로나 많이 나아진 것 같고, 그리고 팀워크도 좋아가지고 좋은 결과가 있었던 것 같습니다.
Our gameplay. So our gameplay and also our draft has become so much better since then, and also our teamwork.
Fantastic. Zeus, there was especially a big comeback in Game 2, which was pretty unbelievable. Can you tell me how you came back in that second game?
그리고 제우스 선수 이제 2세트에 정말 기적과 같은 한타 대역전승이 나왔는데요. 그렇게 그 당시의 상황에 대해서 좀 다시 설명 부탁드립니다.
일단 웨이 선수가 옛날에 MSI 때부터 탑라인 개입을 정말 잘하는 선수라 생각해서 좀 최선을 다해서 좀 안 죽고 하려고 했는데, 그 브리드 선수가 되게 딜교를 뭔가 예민하게끔 잘 해서 너무 많이 죽은 것 같고, 그래도 일단 뭔가 그냥 좀 정신이 살짝 나갈 뻔했는데, 그래도 항상 이제 여기 현장에 계신 분들이 좀 이렇게 계속 소리 질러주시고 해서 좀 잘 멘탈 잡았던 것 같아요.
So I was aware that Wei is really good at playing around the top lane because I experienced that in MSI. So I tried my best to not die, but Breed was doing such a great job trading on the top lane and creating that angle. So I died too many times. So I was almost out of the game, you know. I was losing it, and then, but still we had so many fans out there like supporting us, yelling for us. So I was able to, you know, keep my mentality strong and come back.
Wonderful. Now, since you both are different in that Faker is the most experienced player on the roster and you are relatively new, I'd like to start with you, Zeus, but how does it help you to have someone like Faker by your side at these international tournaments?
두 분은 또 굉장히 다른 성격을 팀 내적으로 갖고 계신 것 같습니다. 페이커 선수는 팀 내에서 가장 경험이 많은 경력자고, 또 제우스 선수는 굉장히 어린 신인의 입장인데요. 이렇게 페이커 선수 같이 경력이 풍부한 선수가 있다는 게 이런 국제전 치를 때 어떤 도움이 되나요?
그냥 이제 얼굴만 봐도 듬직하고 그런 아우라가 있는 것 같습니다.
You know, just looking at him, you know, I feel so reliable. He has this aura.
Well, maybe it doesn't take that long for Faker to answer the other side of the question, but Faker, how does it help you to have this younger player, this new player by your side?
그렇다면 이제 반대로 또 페이커 선수 입장에서는 이렇게 어린 또 신인 선수와 함께 했을 때 어떤 또 이점이 있다고 보시나요?
일단 다들 굉장히 좀 자기만의 색깔이 굉장히 강해가지고 그런 것들이 저희 팀의 강점으로 드러나는 것 같고, 그리고 제우스 선수는 신인인데도 신인 같지가 않아가지고 좀 잘 적응하는 것 같습니다.
So I think all of the T1 players have their own color and strength. It combined together, it becomes a strong color and strengths of T1. And also Zeus, even though he's a new player, who would ever think he's a rookie, you know? So he kind of gelled into the team really well.
Absolutely. Now, Faker, when it comes to T1 versus RNG, this matchup has so much history, and you have been in every iteration of it. I want to ask you what you think is the biggest difference in you as a player between the first time we saw this matchup in 2013 and today in 2022.
또 이제 T1과 RNG 둘의 라이벌 매치업은 정말 오랜 역사를 갖고 있고, 페이커 선수는 그 모든 사실은 경기를 치르셨는데요. 그렇다면 가장 첫 번째 RNG전 2013년도와 지금의 RNG전을 치른 2022년도의 페이커 어떤 점이 가장 다르다고 보세요?
일단 선수들도 아예 다르고 그때랑 지금이랑 저 또한 많은 변화를 겪었기 때문에 모든 것이 다른 것 같습니다.
I want to say everything is different because the players are different, and also I have gone through so many changes too.
Next up, you will be facing JDG. Zeus, I want to ask you first. The matchup versus 369 is coming, and I know a lot of people are looking forward to it. What are your thoughts on your opponent for the next round?
이제 제우스 선수에게 먼저 질문드리고 싶은데요. 다음 4강전 상대는 JDG고 이제 라인 매치업은 369 선수와 함께 성사될 예정인데요. 어떻게 예상하시나요?
일단 진동의 좀 탑 정글이 굉장히 강력하다고 생각해서 좀 많이 경기가 되는 것 같고, 그리고 또 369 선수가 되게 뭔가 부르저나 그라가스 같은 챔피언을 굉장히 잘 따라와서 좀 열심히 잘 해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
I believe JDG has a very strong top and jungle duo, so I'm watching out for that, and also especially 369. He's really good at Bruiser Champion and also Gragas, so I gotta prepare really hard.
Okay, it's gonna be a fantastic matchup. Final question, Faker. You were there for the LCK domination. Lately, though, in the international tournaments, there's been a lot of LPL victories. What do you think is the state of the rivalry at this World Championship?
이제 페이커 선수는 사실은 LCK의 정말 황금기에서부터 활동을 하셨고, 지금은 이제 돌이켜 보면 월즈에서 많은 LCK, LPL 대진 속에서 LPL이 조금 우세한 부분을 보여준 적도 있었는데, 그렇다면 지금 올해 월즈에서는 LCK 대 LPL 전력 비교 어떻게 생각하고 계신가요?
일단 뭐 저는 사실 지적이 중요하다고 생각하진 않고 그냥 팀이 중요한 것 같아서 지금 저희 팀 상태라면 어느 팀이든 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
I think what really matters is the team, and based on our team's performance, it's gonna be pretty winnable.
Ooh. Well, I think that's a great note to end on. 감사합니다, Faker and Zeus. And Jason, of course, as always, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back to talk about this Best of 5 Worlds cooldown after this.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We start walking.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan? A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 Worlds Cooldown here at the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's another 3-0. So for 6 best-of-5 meetings between SKT-T1 and RNG, only one of those has gone the way of RNG, and we've now gone full circle. The first ever meeting was a 3-0 back in 2013, and here we have another 3-0. Faker does it once again.
Time is a flat circle. No, I want to call out
all the proof you need.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I want to call out the Tom Kench pick for Keria because I have a story, and it is that one night I was watching LPL. I forget who was playing Tom Kench. I don't even remember the matchup, actually. And
a strong start to the story.
I tweeted out.
Very well done.
I tweeted out that I was like, oh man, like I love LPL Tom Kench. And immediately Chronicler responded. It was like 3 a.m. my time or something. And Keria. And I was like, oh yeah, and Keria. Because he's so good on this pick. He's so aggressive. This isn't even, honestly, he had a phenomenal performance in this game. This isn't even the best Tom Kench game I've seen him play. He can control an entire game on this, and even though the Soraka pick is good into that, right? And like RNG did have, I think, a good response. Keria on Tom Kench is like cracked. It's so good.
I mean, I know we're just looking at the Game 3 draft, Chronicler, but I would say Keria and his champion picks throughout this entire series were hugely important to the 3-0 victory.
To me, it's the story of the bot lane, right? It's Gumayushi and Keria finally cashing in, because at MSI, they just didn't. I think that, obviously, at the start of the tournament, they were really suffering. As the tournament went on, they were okay. But one of the big reasons why T1 was such a force to be reckoned with in spring was because Guma and Keria just clapped basically everyone. And we haven't really seen them do that even throughout summer. So to see them come back to Worlds and have a performance like this is super inspiring.
Absolutely. I mean, just in general, I think throughout the whole day, Keria so heavily outperformed Ming.
Yeah.
And that was like, honestly, a lot of what my prediction was kind of hinging on was the fact that I thought Ming was actually going to get out of lane, that was going to be able to affect mid lane heavily. He just did not have the level of performance that we have really come to expect from him. And Keria, not only his play, but his picks, I think were really intelligent in all 3 games. He had critical moments in all 3 games. You really can't ask for anything more from this guy. Like, it was just an astounding series.
And one of those critical moments, one of those critical plays came very early on in this scrappy game. Every second counts, thanks to reliable Cisco network, and it was Keria coming up big for T1 with a perfectly timed roam to secure a first kill for his AD carry, and then the follow-up 2v2, which he plays on a knife's edge, but plays it to perfection.
I mean, this was honestly just incredible. The backstep actually dodging out on Wei's initial Q, the timing on the Gray Health there, goes forward, helps to actually finish off Wei. Gray Health comes back up, the W's back up yet again. He gets out on this one, and this felt like that was the backbreaker when you're down 2-0 and a skirmish goes this bad for you in mid lane.
Yeah.
You start to see the hope go out of their eyes.
And I'm just so happy. I know I've people probably think I'm a broken record in terms of getting really skillful supports on picks that they're super comfortable on. And yeah, exactly. That's my point, though. That's my point. In the hand of Keria, I haven't seen anyone use like the W as aggressively as he does most of the time. He can start and then control entire fights with this pick.
Yeah, we have
so cool.
We have a running joke in the LCK as not everything went nearly as well, but Keria plays engage Kench. Everyone else just plays defensive kill Kench. But it wasn't all smooth sailing for T1.
No, I mean, I think this was incredibly well played by Gala, and I will say, I think Gala was a standout throughout the whole series. I thought he actually played very, very well. You know, yes, he was kind of on the losing side of a couple of these matchups, but was a hope for the team even in this one. And this was kind of that moment where like, oh, maybe they can still win, because T1 really had this like Congo line moment where they're just walking in like a bad karate movie one at a time fighting them.
And one thing we haven't talked about yet that's going to become very apparent as the game goes on is this Yone pick for Zeus in the top lane. It becomes super important. The Akali Yone is actually something that, while I fully believe that T1 have the capability to play out, is more difficult, and it's such a awesome breath of fresh air to be able to see T1 come up with a composition like this and play it so well.
And it's also, Zeus had a really bad game number 2. He was heavily focused, he wasn't able to deal with it well. To then have the confidence of your team to like R1 that Yone and then play as confidently as he did, when this is your first Worlds, to me, is mind-blowing.
Well, and how good were the Sejuanis in both of the games?
Agreed.
Sejuani actually crushed top lane both games. You know, it wasn't just about, you know, Zeus versus Breed. It was about the team game. And in both games, the Sejuani, you know, 2 and 3 was really coming out on top. In this one, it did feel like Wei kind of abandoned ship on top lane very early. I didn't feel that Breathe was so out of the matchup that they couldn't have fought 2v2. But when you're left on an island in this 1v2 against Yone, who's going to outscale you very heavily and also has incredible backline access to pressure with the Aphelios and the Soraka, it was always going to be so hard for RNG to play out these team fights.
And with how much melee topsides we've seen, I'm wondering, especially on the other side of the bracket, whether the Poppy is going to rise in priority, because so much of this Sejuani with double melee has been super big in the early game.
And I think the big thing to like revisit why I thought this was going to be close, you and I talked about, you said 3-0 because whichever team was able to execute their play style correctly was going to look very one-sided. I said 3-2, but I expect the games to be one-sided, and that obviously did not happen.
No.
One thing I absolutely want to give T1 credit for that I didn't really see them execute nearly as well until this series was their looks towards side lanes, their ability to actually make these cross-map plays, and that's going to be such a boon for them going into a matchup against JDG.
Well, T1 with the victory, we'll have plenty of opportunities to celebrate them. We'll celebrate them a little bit further in just a moment. But while we do that, it is our chance to say goodbye to RNG, and we're getting a final few thoughts from Xiaohu in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I'm here to get a word from Xiaohu. First up, of course, Xiaohu, I'd like you to ask you, what do you feel went wrong in your perspective today versus T1?
那第一个问题要问到的是，可能在今天面对 T1， 小虎觉得哪里可能做的没有那么的好呢？处理的没有那么好。
其实今天来打这场比赛的时候，我就是只希望大家就是尽量打好就好了吧，因为其实大家的就是身体状况都没有调整到最佳吧，但是今天。一盘都没有赢下来，我觉得还是比较可惜的。
To be honest, before today's game, my only hope is we can just try our best to show our level of performance because in terms of the health conditions, we didn't manage to adapt to a very good health level. But I still feel a very pity that we didn't manage to get a single game for today's matchup.
When looking back at the whole year, I think it's safe to say that RNG has had great successes, most notably at MSI. How do you look back on your year as a whole?
但其实纵观这一年来，其实 RNG 有非常非常多的高光，包括你们 MSI 上的夺冠。所以说，你怎么去回顾属于自己的这一年
呢？我还是觉得非常可惜吧，就是以一个这样子的方式，就是结束了这一年，还是比较感到很遗憾。
So I really feel very pity that we just ended up this year and in this way. I still left so many regrets.
Okay, is there anything you'd like to say to your fans?
有什么想对粉丝们说的话吗？
就是 还是对大家感觉非常抱歉吧，因为就是今年也是就是到了8强就止步了嘛，然后比赛说实话进程也打得比较糟糕，还是非常对不起大家对我们的期望吧，然后之后的话也不说了吧，就希望粉丝们大家都能就是过得开心吧。
So I still feel very sorry about today's result, and I feel like I didn't manage to have reached the expectation from so many fans. I feel so sorry about that. And for other words, I just hope all the fans that they can have a very good life, they can have a good time.
Okay, thank you very much, Xiaohu. I can't wait to see you next year once again. And back to you.
Thank you very much, Shocks. My heart absolutely breaks for Xiaohu and the rest of RNG, mostly because we talk so often about how decorated this organization is, you know, second only to T1 in a number of ways, but the thing that still eludes them is that World Championship. No other team has as many MSI titles, but they just seem to miss the mark, Azale, when they get to this stage.
I know, it's so strange, right? Because I think, you know, in the early years, it was like, well, the LPL just can't really compete with the LCK, so of course you haven't won Worlds, but now all these LPL teams have been picking up World titles, and they have never really been able to kind of get it done at Worlds. It is a little bit strange. I think some of it you can maybe explain away by matchups that they've run into, and maybe sometimes it's like they're not performing to their level or whatever, but it's enough years in a row that it has to be really, really frustrating for Xiaohu, who knows that he is capable of playing at that level.
That's the thing. Of all players on that squad who knows that he is capable,
he's been there
it's going to be that guy, absolutely. And so while it isn't this year, as Shock said, we look forward to seeing them back on this stage in just 1 year's time. As we kind of refocus back towards the tournament itself and T1 moving on into that semifinal against JDG, I will note for everybody that T1 has won the coin flip, and they will have side selection against JDG. For those of you who are curious, all of our semifinal matches, no matter the seeds, do coin flip for side selection, but we will not know their side selection until 10 p.m. Eastern, 2 days before each match. That's when it will become public.
And I don't know what side select. I am guessing they're going to select the blue side.
You would think.
But in fairness, I did like a lot of their responses on red side, right? Like 2 of their wins came on red side. They have the flexibility in the top lane. And additionally, I'm so excited to see 369
Heck yes.
versus Zeus. I wanted to see this for so long.
No junglers allowed.
No
junglers.
Yes. Junglers better
no hits
not
below
be
the
up
belt.
there.
No tanks allowed. No junglers allowed.
Let's go.
My assumption is the blue side pick, but the fact that they got 2 of their wins on red today is already going to be a boon to their confidence, and it's going to start eating away at the mentality of JDG and how do we approach Champion Select and avoid the same fate as RNG when we're on blue side.
I have a plan. We bring back blind pick and they both play Mordekaiser.
Let's
Boom! No one else can join.
Why Mordekaiser?
They help each other.
Motion, I second the motion. Okay, voting, all in favor, aye.
Blind pick?
There it is.
I don't want Mordekaiser. That sounds so boring. The most exciting thing he has is his little claw.
Wait, where's
why not like?
What about
just no one else is allowed to go there, and it's like Fiora versus Fiora.
Mortalception. Anyway, I know that we showed the bracket. We didn't quite mention it. The next 2 series to take place for the quarterfinals because we still have 2 more to decide before we leave New York. That's Genji versus Damwon Kia and DRX versus EDG, our defending champions.
We
which
get
again,
to cast tomorrow.
Nobody should count out. These 2 are casting. Emily,
I'm off.
You get tomorrow off, so I've got a whole new slate of analysts for tomorrow's.
Bunch of schlubs in here.
The B
bunch
team.
of no names. That's probably
I'm
like
just kidding. I love you. Whoever's on my desk tomorrow, I love you all. All right, that's going to do it for us here at the Hulu Theater. You think I look ahead and stuff? Come on, bro. All right, now on behalf of myself, the casters, entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more Worlds. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
League fans here in New York City and across the world, make some noise! Reaction all ready to go in. They're going to try to burst down one target. Blow him up by the reset. Has money in the bank, baby, because Wei, he's taken Zeus's body, and he's looking to finish the job. Going to the wall. One more. He's going to pick up the grapes. He can lay down the smoke screen. Xiaohu on the backside. Baker. And it's reset.
잡았어.
나이스. Move in. Can they find the stun on a single target? That's 1, 2, 3 stacks going on to Zeus. Looking for the fourth. Looking to lock him down. Catch it in midair. It's a freeze frame moment. It's a 2v2. The grand challenge has been issued, and T1 cannot answer. Will fall away from them. It's a slow take on the Elder for either side of the stage of the game. TP now coming in. We're looking for the full on 5v5. The pullback defenders are already down. If they get to the backside, if they get onto Gumi, it could all fall apart. But already the ult is massive. The hostile takeover is big. On the backside. No, T1. How can you make this happen? You are absolutely slaughtering RNG. T1. When it matters, they stand. They deliver.
강남 픽게. 타치 봐. W 있어. 자, 나이스.
Faker, Gala, it's nearly flawless play, but they're just too damn strong. Faker, the shield is going to fade away. Carry the shield. Gala! Oh, Ming on the chase now as well, but they've locked him down. What is this? It's madness on the bottom side. T1. Are they able to find the kill on the Ming Xiaohu now as well? It just does not stop. This game is a bloodbath. They're on the retreat, but here, Carria